Hula! Right after those words were spoken, a jade token flew forth from Jiang Fangyo's palm. It floated out of the window of the treasure vault, and the next moment, the surroundings seemed to suddenly come to life. An overwhelming aura suddenly shrouded the entire area. With Jiang Fangyo's eye of discernment, he could tell that the treasures had not been taken too long ago. With a swift calculation, he deduced that it was likely that the thief had not managed to escape from the treasure vault yet. As long as he sealed the area with the formation and combed the entire treasure vault carefully, he would surely be able to weed that darned thief out. After sealing the area, the two of them moved on to the third floor. Seeing that the third floor had been emptied as well, Jiang Fangyo's eyebrows twitched in trepidation. His chest felt so stifled that it seemed as if it would blow up very soon. This was the fortune that the Jiang clan had accumulated with difficulty over the past tens of thousands of years. To dare steal their entire wealth. Wait till I catch you. I swear that I'll shred you into pieces. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid gas, Xianxia stood up. It's done. Wrapping his body with his soul energy, he walked to the stone platform at the center. As expected, the pressure from before had lowered to a level that he could endure. He took a few steps forward and grabbed the seal floating atop the stone platform. Hula! To his surprise, his hand slipped right past the seal, leaving him to grab at thin air. What? Does this mean that the seal is fake? Xianxia was taken aback. Due to the immense pressure emanated by the seal, he thought that it was an artifact that was at least on par with ancient sage Ziyu's inkstone. Yet he was not able to touch it at all. Could this be an illusion? If only he had known that this would happen, he never would have wasted his effort cultivating the soul quintessence. That was 10 breaths that he had wasted there. Just as Xianxia was about to leave the room in disappointment, a thought flashed across his mind. Wait a moment, this artifact is called the Seal of Souls, right? Could it be that it can only be grasped by a soul? He was certain that he had felt the pressure from the seal on his soul. There was no way to fake that. Since the pressure was real, it did not make much sense for the artifact to be a mere illusion. Yet, he was still unable to grasp it with his hands. Since that was the case, could it be that the seal was simply intangible in form, reminiscent of a soul? If that was the case, he would only be able to grasp it with his primordial spirit. Thus, Xianxia took a seat on the floor and drew his primordial spirit out from his glabella. With a sweep of his hand, he felt a cooling sensation rippling across his primordial spirit as he grabbed something tangible. He immediately knew that his deduction was right, and his eyes lit up in excitement. He quickly closed his grip on the item and attempted to pull it out. Voila! He nearly fell to the ground while trying to do so. Heavy! Xianxia narrowed his eyes in surprise. While the seal might not have looked big, it felt even heavier than an entire mountain. With his introspective convalescence realm soul cultivation, he was still unable to pick it up in his unprepared state. Let me see just how heavy it is, Xianxia thought as he took in a deep breath. He gathered his strength and attempted to lift the seal once more. Hong long long. The seal slowly rose up as innumerable surges of spiritual energy swiftly gathered around the seal, following which, the treasure vault beneath his feet began shaking non-stop. It was as if the seal served as to contain the fortune within this building, and taking away the seal spelled the collapse of the entire building. This is bad. Someone is on the top floor. On a floor below, Jiang Fangyu felt the shaking of the entire treasure vault, and his face turned incredibly livid. Knowing that there was no time to waste, he hurriedly rushed up the stairs. Store! Knowing that the shaking treasure vault would surely draw people over, Xianxia knew that it was unsafe to remain in the area. Thus, he quickly kept the Seal of Souls into his storage ring. While the entire treasure vault had shaken intensely as he took away the seal, it did not collapse as he had expected. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia returned his primordial spirit to his body, and just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps sounding below. Someone was rushing over. So fast. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in alarm. With a flick of his hand, he swiftly distorted the space around him, causing his body to vanish from view. Hula! The next instant, Jiang Fangyu and Jiang Feifei rushed into the room. Looking at the empty stone platform, Jiang Fangyu nearly lost his mind. He swiftly diffused his spiritual perception into the surroundings, leaving the area feeling heavy as though it had been infused with mercury. Father! This was the first time that Jiang Feifei had seen such a frightening look on her father's face, and she trembled a little in fear. Check the surroundings. It's unlikely that the thief has gotten far. Jiang Fangyu commanded with a wintry voice. Yes. Jiang Feifei nodded and rushed down the stairs. Right after the young lady left the area, Jiang Fangyu walked up to the stone platform and stroked its smooth surface lightly, seemingly unable to believe that someone had actually managed to rob the Seal of Souls. With twitching cheeks, he growled in anger. Just which bastard could it be? Before finishing his words, he abruptly turned around and thrust his finger toward an empty corner of the room. This wily fox. Seeing a finger art darting in his direction, Xianxia could not be bothered with concealing himself anymore. He hurriedly leaped away to dodge the attack. It was one thing for Jiang Fangyu's strength to be on par with Sword Saint Xing and the others, but more importantly, he possessed an extraordinarily powerful soul as well. In truth, he had already noticed Zhang Xian when he scanned the area with his spiritual perception earlier. However, he had chosen to feign ignorance in a bid to make the other party lower his guard. Sila, an attack harnessing the burning rage of a great sage expert, Jiang Fangyu's finger art tore Zhang Xian's spatial barrier apart. Realizing that he would not make it in time to dodge the attack, Zhang Xian's goosebumps rose in astonishment. Activate. Knowing that there was no way he would be able to survive if he got into a direct confrontation with Jiang Fangyu, he immediately ignited the Zhang clan blood essence within his body. In an instant, time seemed to have slowed down. The finger that he could hardly see earlier seemed to have frozen in midair, and the other party's infuriated expression appeared in high definition before him. Sensing the incredible might pulsating around him, Zhang Xian felt his hairs stand on end. He's too powerful. Even with time acceleration, I won't be able to last too long against him. The last time he saw Jiang Fangyu, the latter still had a smile on his face. Who could have thought that he would wield such frightening strength? This was especially so given the powerful soul pressure that he was constantly emanating. Even when tapping into the Zhang clan's bloodline ability, Zhang Xian knew that he would not be able to last too long. At the same time, his spatial barrier would not be of much use either. When a soul was too powerful, it would be able to suppress time and space. In the end, the problem was that his cultivation was simply too low. If the both of them had been at the same cultivation realm, Zhang Xian would have been able to stroll leisurely before Jiang Fangyu without drawing his attention at all. Knowing that he was no match for Jiang Fangyu in his current state, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly dashed out of the room. Voila! But before he could even get too far away, Jiang Fangyu's finger art broke Zhang Xian's time acceleration before shattering the spatial barrier that he had set up. The shockwave from the collision exploded into the surroundings and struck Zhang Xian's back. A sweet sensation welled up at the back of his throat, and he nearly spurted blood. Are you from the Zhang clan? Or are you from the Luo clan? Jiang Fangyu asked with an utterly cold voice. That scoundrel had been hiding in the midst of a spatial barrier earlier, but upon realizing that his hiding spot had been exposed, he immediately utilized the power of time to flee. As a result of that, he had failed to even catch the other party's appearance. To think that there was a person in the world who would have comprehended both the spatial quintessence and the time quintessence. Who in the world was the other party? Hula. Paying no heed to Jiang Fangyu's questions, Zhang Xian immediately darted for the windows. What was he to do after ravaging the other party's treasure vault if not flee? Was he supposed to wait for the other party to serve him tea? Seeing that the thief was intending to escape from the treasure vault, Jiang Fangyu bellowed furiously, "Where do you think you're going? Tisisla." His soul energy rippled outward and shrouded the treasure vault swiftly, forming a massive barrier. But barely after Jiang Fangyu formed the barrier, the enemy's deep voice echoed in the air. "Break!" Following which the barrier formed of soul energy shattered apart. This is soul quintessence? Why you? Who in the world are you? Zhang Fangyu was startled. It was already inconceivable that the person before him had managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence and the time quintessence. But who could have thought that he would have successfully grasped the soul quintessence as well? In the past tens of thousands of years, nearly no one in the three premier clans had managed to comprehend any of these three quintessences. Even ancient sages would view comprehending any one of these quintessences as their greatest pride, regarding it as their bragging rights toward their fellow ancient sages. But somehow, a single person had actually able to grasp all three of them. How in the world was this possible? Just what kind of monster was he? Gotcha! In Zhang Fangyo's moment of shock, the thief had already broken through the windows of the treasure vault, ready to escape at any moment. Do you think that I'll allow you to escape after emptying our Zhang clan's treasure vault? You are really taking me too lightly. With a face reddened with rage, Zhang Fangyu pushed his foot forcefully against the ground and leaped out of the window as well. Raising his right hand, he swiped forward ferociously. Hong Long! A powerful surge of Jinqi burst forth with astounding speed, forming an energy wall which sealed all possible escape routes. At the same time, Zhang Fangyu concentrated his soul energy into his hand to forge a sharp sword and slashed it down on the thief forcefully. Pong! Through the sheer congregation of soul energy, Zhang Fangyo's sword overcame the limitations of space and time to sever the thief's neck. Wang! However, as the sword of soul energy came into contact with the thief's neck, a faint ripple of luminescence flowed out from the thief's body. It easily deflected the sword, allowing the thief to escape unharmed from this offense. Barrier of soul ripple? You are a soul oracle. Zhang Fangyo's heart jolted once more as he nearly plummeted from the sky. The shock that he had received that day was far more than what he had encountered in his entire life. Barrier of soul ripple was a battle technique unique to the soul oracles. By wrapping one's body with flowing soul energy, one would be able to deflect most soul offenses. It was a technique which only the most authentic soul oracles were able to pull off. Even Zhang Fangyu wasn't capable enough to execute it. On top of comprehending the time, spatial, and soul quintessences, the thief was actually a soul oracle too. Just when in the world did such a formidable expert appear on the continent? However, Zhang Fangyu knew that this was not the time for him to remain stunned in shock. With a swift flick of his wrist, a triangular flag materialized on top of his palm and rose into the air. Great Sage Artifact, Dark Soul Flag. This was an artifact that had been forged by an ancient sage of the Zhang clan. It had been 100 years since Zhang Fangyu gained possession of the flag, and he had been nourishing it with his soul energy every single day. Furthermore, he had not used it since the major fight 80 years ago. In other words, there was 80 years' worth of soul energy stored within the Dark Soul Flag. With the activation of the Dark Soul Flag, a profuse amount of soul energy gushed frenziedly into the surroundings, preventing anyone within its sphere of dominion from escaping. A sinister aura drifted across the air, and it felt as if the temperature around the Zhang clan had abruptly plummeted. Even though Saint cultivators possessed a certain degree of resistance to heat and cold, the cold vibe seemed to seep right into their souls, leaving them shuddering uncontrollably. The soul energy emanated by the Dark Soul Flag held malevolent intent. Those whose cultivation was weaker could end up turning into retards under the hostile assault of the flag. Even those who were stronger would find themselves lightheaded, inhibiting their reaction speed. This would create an opening for others to exploit. Many years ago, Xianxia had a friendly duel with Zhang Fangyu. He had been caught off guard by the prowess of the Dark Soul Flag and nearly suffered a huge setback. Before the prowess of the Dark Soul Flag, the body of the thief was forcefully halted on the spot. As if an ant cast within a block of ice, he was unable to escape no matter how desperately he struggled. Seeing that he had managed to seal the movement of the thief, Zhang Fangyu heaved a sigh of relief. You might be a true soul oracle, but you are simply too weak at the moment. You are no match for the prowess of the Dark Soul Flag. Just as he was about to apprehend the thief to see the face of the culprit, he suddenly felt the flag in the air trembling non-stop. To his astonishment, it felt like the Dark Soul Flag was running out of control, TZZZZZZZ. The 80 years' worth of soul energy accumulated within the dark soul flag suddenly surged into the seemingly trapped thief beneath it. Before long, a huge whirlpool had already formed between them. He is absorbing the soul energy in the dark soul flag? This is bad. Zhang Fangyo's face turned ghastly pale, and he nearly blacked out. The dark soul flag is one of the strongest artifacts in the Zhang clan. Yet, not only are you unfazed by its attack, you are even absorbing soul energy from it. You monster! Show your true form. With a livid expression, Zhang Fangyu maneuvered the dark soul flag to pierce into the body of the thief. You bastard! There's no way I'll let you do that. Die! The dark soul flag was not just capable of soul offense. It wielded formidable physical prowess as well. Under its full might, even a great sage Tudan Orit body realm cultivator would be completely destroyed. Hula! The dark soul flag pierced right toward the thief with astounding speed. Zhang Fangyu thought that he would finally be able to subdue the thief with this move. But to his bewilderment, the thief raised his hand and stroked the flag lightly, following which, the dark soul flag suddenly twisted and twirled delightfully around the thief, and a moan of delight echoed from its body. It was almost as if it had just been reunited with its long-lost father. Pooh! Zhang Fangyo's face paled, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. To his horror, he could feel his mental connection with the dark soul flag being decisively severed. Why you? You tamed my dark soul flag. Zhang Fangyu was on the verge of bursting into tears. It is one thing for you to be able to steal my soul energy within the dark soul flag, but to be able to tame it in the blink of an eye as well. What in the world is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Zhang Fangyu had been traumatized so badly that he was starting to doubt the reason behind his existence. That was an artifact that he had spent over 100 years nourishing. Yet, it had actually betrayed him for a new master without any second thoughts. It was as if all of the tender love that he had showered upon it had gone to naught. This betrayal came like a dagger plunged into the depths of his heart. Hoo-hoo! After taming the dark soul flag, the thief quickly stowed it into his storage ring before continuing his escape. Is that the thief who has stolen from our treasure vault? Where do you think you're going? If I allow you to escape today, I shall cast away my Zhang surname. The clashes between Zhang Fangyu and the thief had caused a huge commotion and alarmed the members of the Zhang clan. Dozens of elders from the Zhang clan flew out and encircled the area, sealing all escape routes of the thief. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Zhang Fangyu heaved a sigh of relief. With a wrathful look on his face, he whipped out a jade token and tossed it into the air. Hong Long. As soon as the jade token appeared, a formation shrouding the entire Zhang clan suddenly whirred into action, and an immense amount of energy swiftly gathered in the air. The guardian formation of the Zhang clan had just been activated. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Fangyu pointed his finger at the jade token and commanded, "Seal!" Wang! Amid blinding radiance, energy swiftly gathered in the area. This was not any manipulation of space or soul art. Rather, it was the true accumulation of raw, unrefined energy. There was no weakness to exploit in this massive accumulation of energy. Once trapped within this raw energy, there would be nowhere for the thief to escape to. Seemingly noticing the frightening prowess of the accumulation of energy, the thief cowered backward fearfully, even stumbling over nothing in the midst of doing so. Gotcha! But all of a sudden, the accumulation of raw energy suddenly exploded. A powerful shockwave swept across the area before everything vanished completely. The formation was halted? Zhang Fangyu was startled. At that moment, he felt as if 10,000 divine beasts were stampeding through his mind. Somehow, the thief seemed to wield some mysterious ability to overcome everything that he threw at the other party. Bro, is there anything in this world that you can't do? Unfortunately, that was not the end of it. Before Zhang Fangyu could even recover from his shock, the thief beckoned with his hand, and the jade token floating in the air swiftly flew over. Who? The jade token landed on the thief's hand. With a slight stroke, an excited hum sounded from the jade token. It had been tamed as well. Pooh! Another mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Zhang Fangyo's mouth as he saw the world before him turning dark. He did not know how much trauma his old body could take before breaking down. Can you please stop stealing my possessions? Taming the Dark Soul flag and my clan head token, those are mine, not yours. How in the world did you even manage to tame them? Looking at it now, it seems like I'm the outsider instead. Seeing the bad condition that her father was in, Zhang Feifei quickly rushed forward anxiously. Father! However, Zhang Fangyu quickly stopped her with a bellow. Don't come over. Be careful and don't get tamed by that fellow. Given how the thief had managed to tame the Dark Soul flag, clan head token, and even the Guardian formation, he felt like the other party would tame his daughter if she rushed over. In fact, he was thinking that the other party would be able to tame even him if he were to rush over. Zhang Feifei, Zhang Xian. Knowing that it would be dangerous to leave the situation be, Zhang Fangyu swiftly turned to the dozens of elders surrounding them and instructed, Elders, heed my orders. Take down that thief. Hong Long. The dozens of elders charged forward simultaneously, driving their Jinqi and soul energy in unison to launch a devastating attack toward the thief at the center. Their prowess swiftly converged together like a domineering dragon, tearing countless dimension rifts around the area. This isn't good. Trapped at the very center, Zhang Xian's face turned livid. He had thought that as long as he could flee from the encirclement of the Zhang clan, he would be able to buy enough time to teleport away using the Dragonbone Divine Spear. He did not think that these elders would suddenly make a decisive move on him simultaneously. Due to violent energies permeating the surroundings, the space around the Zhang clan had become incredibly unstable. If he forced a teleportation right now, there was a chance that he would fall into spatial turbulence, thus plunging him in more danger than he was in now. In other words, he could not rely on his spatial arts to get him out of there. What the heck was this? Had he known earlier, he would not have been so eager to take the Seal of Souls. Perhaps, he might even have been out of the Zhang clan by now. Boom! However, it was clear that the elders around him would not give him the time to lament on his lapse in judgment. Their might was swiftly pushing closer with unstoppable momentum. Judging from the scale of the attack, even the sempiternal realm Xianxia would have trouble coping with this. Knowing that he would be reduced to a heap of meat if he confronted the combined prowess of the elders with his current strength, Zhang Xian raised his palm and bellowed, Hold them off! Who? The clan head token of the Zhang clan, which he had tamed just moments ago, floated up from his palm. Under the command of the token, the Guardian formation swiftly formed a transparent barrier around him. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the elders fell on the barrier, causing devastating energy to ripple all over it. Fortunately, even their combined strength was unable to breach the barrier. It worked! Zhang Xian stared at the scene before him in trepidation before heaving a sigh of relief. He had recalled his experiences with the Guardian formations of the Zhang clan and Luo clan, so he had quickly whipped out the Zhang clan's clan head token in a bid to control their Guardian formation. It was truly fortunate that everything had worked out according to plan. The clan head token was the key to controlling the Guardian formation. Taming it would mean that he had all of the formations of the Zhang clan at his disposal. In other words, the greatest trump card of the Zhang clan that instilled fear in its enemies had already become his safety amulet. Why you? Zhang Fangyu knew that the thief had tamed the clan head token, but he did not think that the other party would successfully manipulate their formations on the first try. In fact, the reason he had ordered the elders take down the thief swiftly was so as to retrieve the clan head token before the thief could figure out how to use it. Yet, at that moment he felt as if he was going insane. It was not that he had never seen his fair share of experts before. In fact, the scholarly young man who had paid him a visit earlier likely wielded strength that surpassed even Xianxia. But it did not seem like the scholarly young man would be capable of pulling this off either. Continue the attack, Zhang Fangyu bellowed. Hearing the commands of the clan head, the elders persisted with their attacks. Knowing that he was protected by the Guardian formation, Zhang Xian was no longer flustered anymore. Hold it right there. With a light chuckle, he tapped his finger on the space before him. Voila! An overwhelming outburst of spiritual energy exploded into the surroundings, sealing the movements of the elders in the area. They could neither attack nor escape. Taken aback by the happenings, the elders glanced at one another in confusion. Unable to take it any longer, one of the elders bellowed, "Clan head? What's going on? Why is the clan head token in his hand? Why is he able to control our guardian formation? Who in the world is that fellow?" Questions flooded out from the bewildered elders. "What's going on? Who is he?" Zhang Fengyu clutched his hair frenziedly. "That's something I would like to know as well. I darn well want to know who he is and what in the world is happening." 2. Knowing that the urgent matter at hand was to apprehend the thief, Zhang Fengyu growled coldly. "That scoundrel snuck into our treasure vault and emptied out all of our possessions." However, before he could finish his words, the thief shouted out as well, "Elders, heed my words. That man is an otherworldly demon emperor. He has disguised himself as me and stolen all of the treasures of our Jiang clan. You mustn't let him get away." That voice echoed resoundingly in the air, piercing through the heavens. Taken aback by those words, Zhang Fengyu quickly turned his gaze toward the thief standing at the very center. The other party had already given up on escaping, and he slowly turned his body over to reveal a face identical to his. The similarity did not just stop at appearances. The other party's posture, demeanor, voice, and even soul aura were completely indistinguishable from his. It was almost as if he was looking into a mirror. "You!" Zhang Fengyu's body stiffened, taken aback by what he was seeing. He had seen others disguising themselves before, and he had done it quite often in the past too. However, no matter how a cultivator disguised themselves, the most they could do was alter their appearance and demeanor. It was completely unthinkable for a cultivator to disguise their soul aura and make it completely identical to the person that they was impersonating. The elders were equally stunned by what they were seeing. All of a sudden, they found two clan heads standing before them, and they were speaking completely opposing words. Who should they believe? Seeing that the elders had started to waver, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The clan head token only obeys the commands of the clan head. As elders of the Jiang clan, surely you can't be oblivious to this fact. With a wave of his hand, the clan head token released a magnificent glow, following which, the elders felt the energy binding their body vanishing into thin air, granting them control over their bodies again. The clan head token can only be tamed by the clan head. That person over there must be the real clan head. How can a person who can control our guardian formation possibly be a fake? The ability to control the guardian formation was a distinctive ability of the clan head. With such persuasive evidence before them, it did not take long for the elders to be convinced by Xianxia's words. One by one, they directed hostile gazes toward the real Zhang Fengyu. Zhang Fengyu did not expect the thief to turn the tables on him like that. He could still tolerate the thief possessing the time, spatial, and soul quintessences, and he could accept the fact that the other party possessed the abilities of a soul oracle. But to disguise as him and impersonate the clan head, even convincing all of the Jiang clan's elders to turn against him, unforgivable. Everyone, don't believe his words. I am the real Zhang Fengyu. Earlier, I used the guardian formation to attack him. He's the one who stole the clan head token. Zhang Fengyu quickly explained himself in the hope of salvaging the situation. Audacious! Do you think that the clan head token can be tamed by just anyone? Even if it was stolen and tamed by another person, do you think that our Jiang clan's guardian formation is that easy to control? Xianxia harumphed coldly. You should at least try to come up with something more convincing than that. After berating Zhang Fengyu, he turned his gaze to the elders around him and asked, Isn't that right, elders? Our Jiang clan's guardian formation has been refined and reinforced by the hands of countless predecessors, to the point that it has become a unique entity in itself. Without inheriting the heritage of our Jiang clan, not even the head of the Formation Master Guild headquarters would be able to control our guardian formation. Indeed, given how smoothly he was able to manipulate the guardian formation with the clan head token, There's no doubt that he's the real clan head. I heard that the otherworldly demon emperors are able to disguise themselves as humans, such that even 9-star master teachers would find it difficult to discern the differences. Could the fake clan head really be a disguised otherworldly demon emperor? I'm not too sure. To be honest, I'm still rather confused by the situation. The crowd fell into deep thought. Putting aside the impossibility of taming the clan head token within such a short period of time, even if the enemy had succeeded in doing so, there was no way he could control the massive and intricate guardian formation so quickly, right? Without many years of effort, it would be impossible to achieve such a refined level of control over the formation. Who are you? Are you an otherworldly demon? One of the elders bellowed at Zhang Fengyu. Otherworldly demon your head. I am Zhang Fengyu. Zhang Fengping, don't tell me that you can't even recognize me? I have known you ever since we were 7. When you were 8 years old, you were unable to master the heart turmoil art and looked to me for some guidance. Out of gratitude for my help, you gave me a jade crimson fruit as compensation. However, I didn't know that those with low cultivation mustn't consume the jade crimson fruit, and I nearly died from my energy running amok. Surely you should still remember this matter, right? Zhang Fengyu bellowed furiously. To be honest, the thief had left Zhang Fengyu feeling so traumatized that he was starting to feel that he would never feel well again. But putting that aside, considering that their appearances, demeanor, and even soul aura were identical to one another, it was pointless to be tussling over who was real and who was fake. The best way for him to prove that he was the real Zhang Fengyu was through memories. He had grown up in the Zhang clan since a very young age, so he was extremely familiar with all of the elders there. No matter how good the other party's disguise was, he could not possibly know about the little things that had happened between them. Thus, he unhesitatingly revealed one of his personal secrets to verify his identity. Those words left Elder Fengping stunned. Doubt surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Such a thing had indeed happened back when they were still very young, and the only ones who knew of this matter were the both of them. There was no way an outsider would know of this matter. In other words, if the person without the clan head token was truly an imposter, there was no way he could have known of this matter. Could the person with the clan head token really be an imposter? What's wrong? Another elder beside Zhang Fengping asked. What that person said is true. Zhang Fengping replied awkwardly. It was quite embarrassing to have the little mistakes that he had committed back when he was younger dug up before such a huge crowd. Really? Hearing those words, the elders quickly turned their gazes back to Xianxia with deep frowns. There was bound to be a fake between the two of them. If the person without the clan head token was real, the person with it had to be a fake. There's no need to look at me like that. Even though very few people know of this matter, it's still not too difficult to hear about it from the elders in the clan. Xianxia did not expect Zhang Fengyu to react so swiftly, raising the crux of the issue right away. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm smile on his face, not showing the slightest hint of fluster. He turned his gaze over to Zhang Fengping as well and said, Zhang Fengping, the cultivation technique you practice is the 3-point soul-tempering art passed down by Elder Xianxia. However, due to several mistakes you made in your cultivation, you experience excruciating pain at your Chiman acupoint whenever a storm comes in. You find yourself unable to control your Jinqi, and sometimes it might even flow in reverse. Previously, when the dozens of elders launched a simultaneous attack against him, he had swiftly compiled a book on all of them in the Library of Heaven's Path. As such, he had a good grasp over the problems that they were suffering from. Since Zhang Fengyu wanted to play a game of who can go deeper, he did not mind playing along too. Zhang Fengping was taken aback by the revelation and nodded stiffly. Yes, that's right. But I have never told anyone about this affliction of mine before. How did you know? Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. Crap. I was too focused on outdoing Zhang Fengyu that I accidentally blurted too much. The Library of Heaven's Path could see through the flaws of an individual. He could still pass off as an unfathomable expert with that knowledge at his disposal, but it was not so easy when it came to impersonating an existent person in the world, especially before those who were close to him. Often, the information revealed by the Library of Heaven's Path was too much, such that even the individual themselves might not even be aware of it. Despite feeling a little suffocated on the inside, Xianxia put up a compassionate front and sighed in sympathy. To be honest with you, I saw through it a long time ago. I was afraid to raise your expectations only to disappoint you later, so I decided to keep quiet about the matter. All along, I have been searching for a method to resolve your affliction. Fortunately, just 2 days ago, I succeeded in finding a cure. Here, take a look at it. After saying those words, Xianxia tapped his finger. Hula, a cultivation technique manual was imprinted onto Zhang Fangping's mind. Having browsed through all of the books in the Zhang clan repository, he had also collected the manual of the 3-point soul tempering art into the Library of Heaven's Path as well. As such, he knew what mistakes were within the cultivation technique. By compiling it against the Heaven's Path soul art, he could easily resolve the problems that Zhang Fangping was facing without much trouble. Browsing through the manual that had just been imparted to him, Zhang Fangping suddenly began trembling uncontrollably, as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell just how valuable the cultivation technique was to him. If he cultivated in accordance with it, not only would his affliction be resolved, he would also be able to advance his cultivation considerably too. Could it really be true that the clan head had already seen through his affliction and had been searching far and wide for a solution for him? If that was truly the case, he was really indebted to the clan head then. Congratulations, Elder Fangping. Just by looking at Zhang Fangping's expression, it was apparent that the manual that had been imparted to him was truly effective. The elders beside him quickly clasped their fists and congratulated him. Don't be fooled by that fellow. Zhang Fangyu had not thought that the thief would actually be able to pinpoint an affliction that Zhang Fangping was suffering from and even have a solution for it. Just by thinking about the monster that he was faced, he felt his hair standing on end. I am the real Zhang Fangyu, Elder Fangqing. We have known me for more than 100 years now, and, before Zhang Fangyu could finish his words, Xianxia cut in. Elder Fangqing, we have known one another for more than 100 years now, and I believe your soul appeasement art must have reached the 3rd level, right? However, this soul art happens to be in conflict with the lucid soul formula that you practiced previously, so I advise you to switch to cultivating this for the time being. I guarantee that you will be able to advance your cultivation much faster than before. After saying those words, Xianxia flicked his finger and sent a sliver of his will over. Swiftly browsing through the cultivation technique manual imparted to him, Zhang Fangqing also froze on the spot, flabbergasted by what he had received. This cultivation technique was from the same lineage as the lucid soul formula that he had cultivated previously, and it was far stronger than the soul appeasement art that he was currently cultivating. Actually, I haven't just been paying attention to Elder Fangping and Elder Fangqing. In order to bring our Zhang clan to greater heights, I have been observing all of you closely, and I know the difficulties and problems that you are facing in your cultivation. Elder Fangqing, if I'm not mistaken, are you cultivating the Soul Codex 4 Dan at the moment? Your cultivation isn't up to par yet, so I advise you not to do it forcefully. Otherwise, it'll bring about more harm than benefit. Do you feel your breathing often becoming ragged, and your soul and physical body seem to be losing harmony? Elder Fanglin, the deficiency in your vitality has been quite severe recently. I advise you stop taking in concubines for the time being, or else you might just have your lifespan shortened. Elder Fanghu, I know that you enjoy painting, but you mustn't allow it to hinder your cultivation. Your cultivation has been stagnant for a very long time now. Xianxia slowly went through the dozens of elders around him one by one. Before long, the entire area was plunged into absolute silence. His words had struck a chord with them. He had managed to pinpoint the major flaws and problems that they were facing at the moment. Could he really be their clan head? Otherwise, how could he possibly know so much about them? It was almost as if he had stripped them bare and peered into all of their secrets. Seeing how all of the elders had fallen silent, Zhang Fangyu tore out yet another clump of his hair frenziedly. Just who in the freaking world are you? Even I am unclear about the cultivation of the elders in the clan, so how in the world do you know? Furthermore, to pinpoint them precisely without any margin of error, winning all of the elders over to your side in the blink of an eye, and those elders too. What am I to do now that all of you have chosen to side with him? Has my life really been a lie? Am I really not Zhang Fangyu? Where am I? Who am I? What am I? Overwhelmed by the happenings around him, Zhang Fangyu felt a splitting migraine. He turned to Zhang Feifei, his last ray of hope. Feifei, I am your father. You are able to recognize me, right? I am the real one. Even if all of the elders could not recognize him, his daughter should at least be able to recognize him, right? Zhang Feifei did not expect herself to be faced with two fathers all of a sudden, and she could not react instantly. What was she supposed to make of this situation? A moment later, she gathered her thoughts and said, "Before entering the treasure vault, my father told me that I have to comprehend the soul quintessence by hook or by crook, or else I will be forced into a political marriage. I will have to marry either Zhang Xian from the Zhang clan or Luo Tianya from the Luo clan. Only my father will know my response to his words. If you are able to quote my response to that, it will prove that you are the real one, just from the appearance and soul aura." Zhang Feifei was unable to tell who was real and who was fake. Thus, she could only use her conversation with her father as a gauge. "You said that?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Fangyu was just about to answer the question when a voice interjected him. "You said, I don't want to marry that Zhang Xian. All he does is humble brag with his strength and crush the confidence of others. Furthermore, he even rejected the little princess of the Luo clan publicly, not showing any considerations for the other party's dignity at all." This? Zhang Feifei was stunned for a moment before nodding slowly. "Indeed, that's what I said." Zhang Fangyu's body jolted once more. At that moment, he felt like the thief had slipped into his mind and taken a peek at his memories. Those were the words that his daughter had said to him earlier, so how was the other party able to recite them so accurately? With veins popping on his temples, Zhang Fangyu roared angrily, "No, that's not right. You were hiding by the side earlier, weren't you? Otherwise, how could you have known the conversation between me and Feifei?" He was supposed to apprehend the thief who had stolen the treasures of the Zhang clan. But things had swiftly spiraled out of control, to the extent that he was even beginning to doubt his own identity. No words could begin to describe how he was feeling. "Ha! I can also say that you were snooping around earlier." Zhang Xian scoffed disdainfully. "All right, stop this pointless struggling and reveal your true form. Otherwise, if all of us make a move together, the only fate that will await you is death." Hearing those words, Zhang Fangyu's body trembled in agitation. He wanted to refute the thief's words, but he was unable to find any convincing argument to back himself. The tides were truly against him now. The elders did not believe him, and he did not have the clan head token or any insignia to prove his identity. If they made a move against him, he would not stand a chance at all. In the worst-case scenario, he might even lose his life. "All right, why don't I speak some words of fairness?" Just as Zhang Fangyu was at a loss over what to do, a voice suddenly sounded amid the elders, following which an old man walked out from the crowd. Zhang Xian shot a glance over and recognized the other party to be Elder Fangyun of the Zhang clan. Even though his standing within the clan was not too high, he was a highly respected elder whose words carried much say in the Zhang clan. Earlier, Zhang Xian had also offered him guidance. "Elder Fangyun, please feel free to speak." Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Elder Fangyun nodded. With a complicated look in his eyes, he said, "Earlier, you offered us guidance on our cultivation. I was listening closely to it, and your words were directed right at the crux of soul cultivation. In fact, it's no exaggeration to say that there are no flaws in your words at all. I would have been truly delighted to have you as our clan head. Under your lead, it would only be a matter of time before our Zhang clan surpasses the Luo clan and the Zhang clan. A pity it is, but you aren't." "I am not." Zhang Xian was taken aback. "I truly am Zhang Fangyu." Elder Fangyun raised his hand to stop Zhang Xian. "To be honest with you, I'm not the only one who has noticed it. All of the elders over here have become vaguely aware of it, be it consciously or subconsciously. All of us have known clan head Jiang Fangyu for at least a century now, and we are all well aware of the limits of his capabilities. To see through our flaws and resolve them impeccably. He doesn't possess the ability to do so. If he really had that in him, our Jiang clan wouldn't have been ranked at the bottom of the 3 premier clans. Elder Fangyun is right. Jiang Fangyu is a decent person, but there's really nothing outstanding about his capabilities. You are way more formidable than our clan head. Right after Elder Fangyun said his piece, a few other elders quickly voiced their agreement. Hearing about his mediocrity, Jiang Fangyu really wanted to find a place to hide. The hell? Is this how you all view me? Nothing outstanding about my capabilities? Good. I'll remember you. We'll have a good talk later on. At the very least, can't you all not put me down in front of a stranger? It was just a moment earlier that he had been desperate to prove his identity to the elders, but now that they had finally recognized him as the real clan head, instead of delight, he felt as if his heart had been pierced by countless arrows. In this moment of sorrow, he saw his daughter nodding in agreement. My father's capabilities are indeed a little lacking. There's no way he would be able to point out everything you just said. Jiang Fangyu clutched his chest tightly. I know that you are trying to convince the other elders for me, but surely you don't have to say such hurtful words. How in the world did I come to have a daughter like you? It was just a moment ago that Jiang Fangyu had felt guilty about threatening his daughter with a political marriage. However, since his daughter did not seem to have much respect for him, he suddenly felt that it might not be such a bad idea to marry her off to Xianxia. While Jiang Fangyu's heart was bleeding profusely, Xianxia could not help but be startled by the situation before him. He had thought that he would be able to win the crowd from the Jiang clan over by pointing out their flaws and resolving their issues, but it turned out to be the key that gave him away. It was indeed a difficult life for those who were too outstanding. No matter how he concealed himself, others would still see through him easily. No matter where he was, he would shine like a firefly in the midst of the night. So conspicuous, so outstanding. To be able to offer us guidance on our soul cultivation and not make the slightest mistake in the details at all. If I'm not mistaken, you must have browsed through all of the books in our Jiang clan repository, right? Also, just a moment ago, the submission of the predecessor's phenomenon occurred. You are the one who has comprehended the soul quintessence, right? Jiang Fangyun asked. Even though he had been exposed, it did not seem like the elder of the Jiang clan was intending to corner him. Thus, he nodded and admitted to it. That's right. To be able to comprehend the soul quintessence and have such a deep understanding of our Jiang clan, could you possibly be a member of the Jiang clan side family? Jiang Fangyun asked doubtfully. They were aware that a top-notch genius had appeared in the Luo clan, Luo Tianya. Despite being from the side family, Luo Tianya had managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. Could the same have happened to them? Otherwise, how could the other party have such a deep understanding of them and their cultivation techniques? Hearing those words, Xianxia was conflicted. He had no idea how he should answer that question. Actually, regardless of whether you are from the side family or not, the fact that you have comprehended the soul quintessence means that you are qualified to become our clan head. Furthermore, you have already tamed the clan head token and taken control of our guardian formation. With eyes glowing in excitement, Jiang Fangyu took a step forward, clasped his fist, and bowed down. Thus, I hope that you can become our real clan head and lead our Jiang clan through the crisis that lies ahead of us. Xianxia was startled by the sudden turn of events. Took him a moment before he could respond. He shook his head and said, "To be frank, I am not from the Jiang clan." It would have been one thing if he was a member of the Jiang clan side family, but he had absolutely no ties to the Jiang clan at all. You aren't from the Jiang clan? Everyone was taken aback. It's fine. It doesn't make a huge difference. The fact that you have comprehended our Jiang clan's soul quintessence means that you have an inseverable relationship with our Jiang clan. Why don't we marry Fei to you then? This way, you'll still be qualified to be our clan head, Elder Fangyun offered. No way. not expecting the elder Fang Yun to determine her marriage so casually. Zhang Feifei hurriedly shook her head in disapproval. Putting aside the fact that the person before her had disguised himself as her father, she did not even know who and how old the other party was. How could she possibly be willing to marry a complete stranger? Elder Fang Yun, you are too courteous. I'm willing to negotiate on the matter of becoming the clan head of the Zhang clan. But as for marrying her, forget it. If the Zhang clan did not mind an outsider becoming their clan head, he could still consider the matter. Zhang Fangyu did have some ties with the scholarly young man, but as a clan whose heritage could be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago, it was unlikely that the entire clan had betrayed mankind. Most likely it would just be a few black sheep here and there. Otherwise, the master-teacher pavilion would have noticed something by now. More importantly, if the Zhang clan had truly betrayed mankind, his position as the clan head would help him steer them back to the right path and stop them from doing anything that would harm mankind. You said, forget it? What do you mean by that? Zhang Feifei exploded furiously. I haven't even said my piece yet, and you are already in such a rush to reject me. No matter what, she was a famed genius of the master-teacher continent. Furthermore, she was blessed with great beauty, so she had no lack of suitors in the sanctum of sages. Yet, the other party actually showed such a disdainful look when Elder Fang Yun proposed a political marriage with her. What did the other party mean by this? You don't need to think too deeply into it. My words mean exactly how they sounded. You are too ugly. I don't like it. After saying those words, Zhang Xian paid no heed to the exploding Zhang Feifei and turned his gaze toward Elder Fang Yun once more. I already have someone whom I fancy, so I'm afraid I'll have to turn down your offer of marriage. If you are still willing to have me as your clan head despite that, I won't turn down your offer anymore. I'll try my best to lead the Zhang clan to greatness without straying down the wrong path. Otherworldly demons had started appearing on the master-teacher continent. That was a sign that a war was just around the corner. He already had the Zhang clan and the Luo clan on his side. If he could rope in the Zhang clan as well, that would be for the best. It would also be a good opportunity to find out what was with the scholarly young man. After all, with the betrayal of the Seer Guild, the Zhang clan, and the master-teacher pavilion, he felt that there was something deeper than what he was seeing. Perhaps it might even be a huge misunderstanding. On the other hand, hearing that Zhang Xian was unwilling to marry into the Zhang clan, the elders fell silent. They had never had an outsider as their clan head before. That won't do. We're a clan, not a sect. Our clan members will never accept an outsider as our clan head. But he's tamed the clan head token, read through all of the books in our repository, and even comprehended the soul quintessence. If we allow him to leave just like that, it could bring us greater danger in the future. The fact that he has comprehended the soul quintessence means that he has forged an inseverable relationship with our Zhang clan. He might be unwilling to marry into the Zhang clan for the time being, but as long as he stays in our Zhang clan long enough, we should be able to convince him into doing so. Feifei might not be too pretty, and her temper is abhorrent, but I believe that they can cultivate their feelings for one another over time. Furthermore, those from the 100 schools of philosophers have also come to the master-teacher continent. Based on the news we have just received from them, the otherworldly demons have been making some movement in the subterranean gallery. The manpower of the master-teacher pavilion and the combat master hall is already stretched thin. If an upheaval occurs, our Zhang clan will surely have to stand in the front lines. We'll surely require a strong leader to lead us at a time like this. Furthermore, he possesses a deep understanding of soul cultivation. Even some casual pointers from him could bring us great benefits. The elders discussed vehemently among themselves. There were some who were for it. There were some who were against it. After a long, fruitless discussion, Zhang Fangyun suddenly turned his head over and asked, "If I may ask, if you aren't from the Zhang clan, who are you?" The others also halted their discussion and directed curious gazes over as well. Even Zhang Feifei had forgotten about how others were insulting her looks and personality in this moment. To be honest, I am actually, knowing that the Zhang clan bore him no ill will. He knew that it was meaningless to maintain his disguise any longer. Thus, he reverted to his original appearance and said, Xianxia, Xianxia, you are the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, the head of the Zhang clan? The crowd looked at one another in utter shock. The head of the Zhang clan had actually snuck into their Zhang clan, browsed through all of their books, comprehended the soul quintessence, and even tamed their clan head token. They had thought that even if the fake clan head was not really from the Zhang clan, he would likely be some honorary elder who had resided in the Zhang clan for a very long time. How else could he know so much about the Zhang clan? Not even in their wildest dreams did they expect the other party to be a 20-year-old young man. More importantly, the other party had never been to the Zhang clan before. In other words, it was his first encounter with the heritage of the Zhang clan, and he had already grasped the soul quintessence. Why you? At the same time, Zhang Feifei's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and her eyes nearly popped out. She suddenly recalled how she had insulted the other party to his face. Did she just make a formidable foe for the Zhang clan? But thinking again, the other party was even more overboard. He had actually said that she was ugly. She had initially been thinking of finding an opportunity to pummel the other party and exact vengeance. But from the looks of it, she would never have the chance to do so. That fellow was simply too powerful. Even more than a dozen 9-star master teachers from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, along with the Pavilion Master Ren, were not able to faze him at all. If she challenged him, it was likely that she would be blasted off in a single strike. You are Xianxia. That explains why you were able to utilize the time quintessence. Zhang Fengyu also found it hard to believe that the thief who had snuck into the Zhang clan's treasure vault would actually be the famed Xianxia. As if struck by lightning, he had a flabbergasted look on his face. He had thought that it would be some formidable expert, but who could have thought that it was a young lad whose age was even smaller than that of his own daughter? No, something is wrong here. Other than the time quintessence, I recall that you had tapped into the power of the spatial ceiling as well. Recalling the fight that he had with the young man, Zhang Fengyu suddenly narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It can't be that you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of ceiling too, can it? Indeed, I have comprehended the spatial quintessence of ceiling too. Xianxia nodded. The situation had been too perilous for him earlier, and he had been left with no choice but to use everything at his disposal. It was too late for him to cover up the matter anymore, so he might as well admit it frankly. If you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of ceiling, then the Luo clan's Luo Tianya. Zhang Fengyu thought about how the young man was able to impersonate him, to the point that even the elders and his own daughter were befuddled as to who the real one was. Putting it together with the timing of Luo Tianya's appearance, Zhang Fengyu suddenly widened his eyes in utter horror. Luo Tianya is indeed one of my personas, too, Xianxia replied with a nod. This? No wonder. Zhang Fengyu's mouth remained agape for a long while before it morphed into a bitter smile. He had been wondering just how coincidental it was for such a formidable genius to appear in the Luo clan shortly after they suffered a crushing humiliation. In the end, it turned out to be Xianxia in disguise. Zhang Feifei was also dumbstruck by what she had just heard. The young man before her was actually the clan head of 2 of the 3 premier clans. Was such a thing even possible? Putting herself against him, she realized that she could not compete with him in anything at all. The time quintessence, the spatial quintessence, and the soul quintessence. He had actually accomplished something that no one had ever done in the past tens of thousands of years. When did quintessences become so worthless that even a 20-year-old young man could learn them? In the 3 premier clans, other than the founders, there were barely any descendants who had managed to grasp the quintessences. Honestly, when put against the monster standing before her, it suddenly felt like the so-called geniuses that had been held in high regard in the 3 premier clans were actually no different from trash. Everyone, recovering from his shock, Zhang Fengyu did a sweeping gaze across the crowd and said, I only have one thing to say. I'll leave it up to you to decide what to do after hearing my piece. Clan head, please feel free to speak your mind. Zhang Fengyu and the others quickly replied. The seal of souls in the treasure vault has vanished, Zhang Fengyu said. If I'm not mistaken, It was taken away and tamed by him. I did take the seal of souls, but I have not tamed it yet, Xianxia said with a reddened face. It was one thing for him to empty their treasure vault, but having it pointed out explicitly like that still made him feel rather embarrassed. From the looks of it, it seemed like he had no choice but to return those treasures to them. He took away the seal of souls? Hearing Zhang Fangyo's words, the elders widened their eyes in astonishment. Following which, Zhang Fangyu took a step forward and kneeled down. Zhang clan's Zhang Fangyu pays respect to the guild leader. The descendants of the Zhang clan pay respect to the guild leader. The other elders also quickly kneeled down as well. Guild leader. Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. Was he not supposed to be their clan head? Why were they addressing him as their guild leader now? Noticing the confused look on Zhang Xian's face, Zhang Fangyu sent a telepathic message over. Since you have browsed through the cultivation techniques of our Zhang clan, you should know that most of our soul manuals stem from the soul oracle's heritage. Zhang Xian nodded. This was something that he had been wondering about ever since going through the Zhang clan repository. Had the heritage of the soul oracles not been destroyed by the Master Teacher Pavilion? Why did the Zhang clan still have books containing the heritage of the soul oracles? Furthermore, why were they allowed to exist so openly on the Master Teacher continent despite the nature of their heritage? The Seal of Souls is the insignia of authority that was passed down within the Soul Oracle Guild back then. The person who wields the Seal of Souls is the chosen leader of the Soul Oracle Guild, as well the master that our Zhang clan serves. Zhang Fangyu explained. The Seal of Souls is the insignia of authority of the Soul Oracle Guild? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. No wonder it was so heavy. Without comprehending the soul quintessence, he was not even able to lift it with his primordial spirit. It turned out that there was actually such a history behind the seal. What's going on? How did the Zhang clan obtain the heritage of the Soul Oracle? Why would it serve the master of the Seal of Souls? Weren't the Soul Oracles eradicated by the Master Teacher Pavilion for betraying mankind? Zhang Xian was bewildered. He simply could not make sense of the situation. As one of the three premier clans, the Master Teacher Pavilion was bound to keep a close eye on the Zhang clan. They should be able to discern that the Zhang clan had inherited the heritage of the Soul Oracles. After all, being skillful at soul arts and being a Soul Oracle were two different things. So, why would the Master Teacher Pavilion still allow the existence of the Zhang clan? Zhang Fangyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "This matter concerns the most crucial secret of the Zhang clan. It isn't convenient for us to speak of it here. So I'd like to invite Zhang Shi to follow us into the main hall to follow up on the conversation." Even though the Guardian formation did prevent outsiders from eavesdropping on their conversation, this matter had great implications and required the utmost confidentiality. So it was best to take as many precautions as possible. Zhang Xian nodded. "This way, please." Zhang Fangyu heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Since he still had control over the Zhang clan's Guardian formation, he was not worried that they would pull anything on him. Following behind Zhang Fangyu, they soon arrived in a grand hall. After Zhang Xian sat down on the main seat, Zhang Fangyu and the other elders swiftly took their seats by the side. They swiftly activated the barrier in the hall to isolate it completely from the world. After which, Zhang Fangyu turned his gaze over and said, "Zhang Shi, I heard that you once taught a direct disciple named Lu Chong. He has made great advancements as a soul oracle, reaching the level of great sage. May I ask if that's true?" "There's indeed such a matter." Zhang Xian nodded. In order to save him back then, Lu Chong had gotten into a huge fight against the 9-star master teachers from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Even though the matter had eventually been resolved, news had still spread far and wide. Thus, it was not surprising for Zhang Fangyu to be aware of the matter. "If that's the case, would it be right to say that you are a soul oracle as well, Zhang Shi?" Zhang Fangyu asked. "You can say so," Zhang Xian replied candidly. "Then there's no mistake." Seeing that Zhang Xian had admitted to it, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. With an agitated look in his eyes, Zhang Fangyu continued his questioning. May I know where you acquired the soul oracle heritage from? Could you have, by any chance, met other soul oracles? My heritage originates from a soul who has coincidentally survived through the years. I'm afraid that I haven't met any soul oracles before. Xianxia shook his head. In truth, Mo Hunxing could not be considered as a true soul oracle anymore. In precise terms, he was simply a fragmented soul possessing a consciousness. And other than Mo Hunxing and Lu Chong, he had not met any other soul oracles before. You have never met any soul oracles before? Zhang Fangyu asked with a hint of dejection in his voice. That's right. Zhang Xian replied with a doubtful edge in his voice. Aren't soul oracles' existences shunned by the world? I believe that their heritage should have already been eradicated from the master-teacher continent, right? Shunned. Hearing those words, Zhang Fangyu fell silent. A moment later, he shook his head bitterly and said, It seems like you are unaware of the truth. The truth. I know that it might be hard for you to believe it, but the truth is that the soul oracles never betrayed mankind. Zhang Fangyu said earnestly. They didn't betray mankind? Zhang Xian was perplexed to hear those words. This betrayal of the soul oracles was an incident that had been recorded in detail by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. There was no one on the Master-Teacher continent who was unaware of their treachery. Yet Zhang Fangyu was actually denying it? Zhang Fangyu sighed deeply before beginning on his story. The otherworldly demonic tribe was simply too strong. Back then, even under the leadership of Kong Shi and his 72 direct disciples, the forces of mankind were still hardly a match for the otherworldly demons. In fact, there was a point in time when an otherworldly demon emperor successfully trapped Kong Shi in Chunkai. Having lost Kong Shi, mankind found itself driven into a corner. Zhang Xian nodded in response to those words. He recalled hearing this matter from Vicious before. The war was simply too disadvantageous toward mankind. The otherworldly demonic tribe knew us like the back of their hand, but our knowledge of them was terribly limited. For one, we were completely helpless against their Xianxia of slaughter. Even if a human cultivator was equally powerful to an otherworldly demon, the human cultivator would swiftly lose their rationality upon coming into contact with the overwhelming killing intent from the Xianxia of slaughter, thus making them easy prey for the otherworldly demon. Zhang Fangyu continued. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. This was something that he could relate to. When he first encountered an otherworldly demon during the Master-Teacher Tournament in Myriad Kingdom City, the same had almost happened to him. If not for his Heaven's Path Xianxia, he might have succumbed there and then. The Xianxia of slaughter affected one's soul directly. Even master-teachers would find themselves unable to stand properly in its face, let alone ordinary cultivators. In order to salvage the situation, Kong Shi made the decision to have cultivators specializing in soul cultivation infiltrate the otherworldly demonic tribe and uncover the secrets behind their soul. At this point, Zhang Fangyu's face suddenly darkened a little. Despite the dangers, the soul oracles took up the mission. However, in order to win the trust of the otherworldly demons, the soul oracles had to make a complete breakaway from the Master-Teacher Pavilion. The result of that is what you see in the records of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Deemed to be evil as a result of their malevolent practices and treachery, the soul oracles were massacred by the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and their heritage was completely destroyed. Zhang Xian's body jolted upon hearing those words. If what Zhang Fangyu had said was true, the soul oracles had really made a huge sacrifice for mankind. They should have been the heroes of mankind, but they had been scorned by the very people that they had saved for tens of thousands of years. As if having read Zhang Xian's mind, Zhang Fangyu continued. Back in that era, mankind had suffered a life worse than livestock under the tyranny of the otherworldly demon. They didn't even have control over their life and death. There was not a single man whose hopes and dreams weren't to drive them away and grasp control over his life back. The soul oracles viewed their sacrifice as necessary for the greater good, and they had no qualms doing so. In order to put up a convincing act before the otherworldly demons, the Master-Teacher Pavilion mobilized a huge number of master teachers to encircle the soul oracles. In a single night, the entire occupation fell into ruin. The leader of the Soul Oracle Guild was then captured by the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and he committed suicide shortly after. The leader of the Soul Oracle Guild committed suicide? Xianxia questioned in bewilderment. If the leader of the Soul Oracle Guild had committed suicide, how did the Soul Oracles manage to infiltrate the otherworldly demonic tribe? The suicide was just a front. It looked as if he had committed suicide, but his soul had actually survived the ordeal. He entrusted his heritage to our founder before seeking refuge with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Zhang Fangyu sighed deeply. Having witnessed the complete destruction of the entire lineage of Soul Oracles, the powerful otherworldly demon expert who had sealed Kong Shi didn't doubt the intentions of the guild leader at all. Over time, the guild leader successfully uncovered the secret behind the Xianxia slaughter and found a way to deliver the intelligence back to the Master Teacher Pavilion. He also designed a scheme to assassinate that powerful otherworldly demon expert. On top of that, he even designed inherently flawed soul cultivation techniques in accordance to the unique traits of the otherworldly demonic tribe. His ambition wasn't just to weaken an otherworldly demon or two, but the entire otherworldly demonic tribe. However, in order to do so, he knew that he had to convince as many otherworldly demons as possible to practice his soul cultivation technique, and it went without saying that the otherworldly demons wouldn't be willing to practice a flawed soul cultivation technique. As such, he designed the soul cultivation technique in a manner such that the flaws wouldn't be apparent to the practitioners. In the short run, practicing his soul cultivation technique wouldn't cause any trouble, and it would strengthen one's soul. However, if one continued practicing it, one's Xianxia of slaughter would gradually weaken, eventually resulting in an overall diminishment of one's fighting prowess. Flawed soul cultivation technique? Zhang Xian's body jolted as realization dawned upon him. Back then, when he entered the subterranean gallery beneath the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he had managed to kill the Golden Leaf King and the Green Leaf King and acquired their possessions. There had been plenty of soul cultivation technique manuals in their storage rings, but to his astonishment, he had found that those techniques were riddled with flaws. Back then, he had thought that it was weird how the soul cultivation techniques cultivated by the otherworldly demons were so mediocre, especially since they had the soul oracles on their side. However, if Zhang Fangyu's account on the soul oracles was true, everything made perfect sense. The mediocre soul cultivation techniques of the otherworldly demonic tribe were an intentional action by the guild leader, and the aim was to weaken their forte, to willingly sacrifice themselves and bear a vile reputation just so that mankind had a shot at victory. The soul oracles were indeed the true unsung heroes of mankind. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly in agitation. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a matter. You mentioned a certain powerful expert of the otherworldly demonic tribe who had sealed Kong Shi earlier. Do you know what his name is? Chun Kai is a location, and this is a reference to how Confucius was trapped in the state of Chun and the state of Kai. That otherworldly demon expert had been able to corner Kong Shi to the point where the latter had no choice but to sacrifice an entire occupation in order to infiltrate the otherworldly demonic tribe as a spy. Given so, just how powerful could that otherworldly demon expert be? Would his prowess not have already exceeded that of an average otherworldly demon? Zhang Fangyu did not think that Zhang Xian would ask such a question. He pondered for a long while before replying slowly. The name of that otherworldly demon expert has already been lost in history. All we know is that he wielded indomitable strength and viewed life as nothing more than dirt. He was callous and capricious, and when he was in a bad mood, he had no qualms killing his own brethren. As such, both the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind chose to address him as vicious. Vicious. Zhang Xian's body jolted. As expected, when he heard that Kong Shi had been trapped in Chen Kai, he had already guessed as to who the culprit could be. Nevertheless, he was still shocked when he heard the answer. To think that the little vicious whom he had sealed in his book of Heaven's Path would really be a formidable figure who had once cornered Kong Shi. The soul oracles even had to bear a vile reputation that remained with them to this date in order to kill him. It was no wonder Vicious had been so haughty the first time they met. It turned out that he did have the power to match his ego during his prime. Indeed, According to the news that the founder of our Jiang clan received from the leader of the Soul Oracle Guild, Kong Shi concocted a scheme in advance after learning of Vicious movements and prepared an ambush for him. That fight was truly of epic proportions. Even the sky and the earth cracked before their incredible prowess. In the end, Vicious was completely destroyed by Kong Shi, such that not even his corpse remained in the world. Zhang Fangyu said. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian fell silent. It was indeed true that Vicious' body had been torn into innumerable fragments. Having collected so many of Vicious' scattered parts, he knew that better than anyone else. However, he had not thought that there would be such a heavy story behind it. There were simply too many sacrifices made in order to defeat Vicious once and for all. Regarding your account of the Soul Oracles, I think it's questionable whether even the Master Teacher Pavilion has any records of the matter or not. How can you be certain that the information on your hand hasn't been distorted over time? Zhang Xian asked. This matter would definitely have to be kept with the highest level of confidentiality, such that even the current Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would not necessarily be aware of it. In other words, the Jiang clan would be the only ones in possession of this piece of information. In order to ensure that the success of the operation, the Jiang clan could not possibly have been so foolish as to create a physical copy to detail this piece of information. That would be as good as leaving a tip-off to the otherworldly demonic tribe. That was also probably the reason Zhang Xian had remained oblivious to this matter despite having gone through all of the books in the Jiang clan repository. So, the chances were that the story was passed down through the Jiang clan verbally. However, could verbal information that had been passed over for tens of thousands of years really be trusted? There was bound to be some distortion over the years, resulting in certain aspects of the story being warped to suit their convenience. It's recorded in the Seal of Souls by Kong Shi personally. Zhang Fangyu replied. As long as the head of the Jiang clan places the clan head token against the Seal of Souls, he will receive a message through soul telepathy informing him of the history of the soul oracles. It's through this system of inheritance that the members of our Jiang clan have been able to remember the sacrifices our predecessors made even after the passing of tens of thousands of years. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. It seemed like Kong Shi had thought the matter through in advance and prepared a countermeasure so that the soul oracles would not have to go down in history ignominiously. The soul oracles had sacrificed themselves for mankind and the greater good. If their descendants had to live in shame of their ancestors, unaware of the truth, how tragic would the soul oracles be? However, if they recorded it on paper, there would be an inevitable risk of information getting out. If the otherworldly demons obtained the piece of information by some chance, the soul oracles who had successfully infiltrated the otherworldly demonic tribe would have all hell to pay for. This was indeed a huge dilemma. The sacrifice of the soul oracle could not be left unknown, but recording it could very well render their efforts futile. It was likely that Kong Shi had been placed in a quandary as well, so he could only choose to seal the information within the Seal of Souls and pass it down to the successors of the soul oracle. Hopefully, if there were to be a day where the otherworldly demonic tribe was completely eliminated, the soul oracles would finally be able to be cleansed of their disrepute. The Jiang clan is the descendant of the guild leader, and his blood flows through our veins. Thus, if anyone gains control of the Seal of Souls, they will be deemed to be our new guild leader, and all members of the Jiang clan will have to heed his commands unconditionally. Zhang Fangyu explained. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. At the same time, the many elders of the Jiang clan also lowered their heads contemplatively. They knew that the lineage of the Jiang clan had its roots from the soul oracles, but they were not too certain about the details. However, hearing Zhang Fangyu revealing everything in detail, the questions that they had harbored for many years were finally answered. To think that our ancestors were actually the soul oracles. Zhang Feifei was also astounded by what she had just heard. All along, she had prided herself as a master teacher, and she had carried deep abhorrence for the soul oracles. She had viewed them as a bunch of despicable people who carried no regard for the sanctity of life. However, after hearing the sacrifices that the soul oracles had made for mankind, she realized that her view of them might have been twisted all along. Without them, the otherworldly demonic tribe might have still been the dominant power on the Master-Teacher continent, and mankind would still have been living a life worse than death. Xianxia has comprehended the soul quintessence and successfully retrieved the Seal of Souls. Be it from the perspective of a soul oracle or from the view of the Jiang clan, I believe that there's no doubt that no one is more qualified than him to become our clan head. Jiang Fangyu looked at the elders and declared his stance. Indeed, the fact that Xianxia was able to comprehend the time, spatial, and soul quintessences and achieve deeds that astounded even the Master-Teacher Pavilion. He might just be able to cleanse the reputation of the soul oracles and allow them to stand beneath the light once more without facing the criticism of others. As the descendants of the soul oracles, this is what we have been waiting for all our life. Xianxia, please lead us to a brighter future. The elders rose up and clasped their fists respectfully. The Jiang clan was a blood lineage, but the Soul Oracle Guild was not. The fact that Zhang Xian had been able to grasp the Seal of Souls meant that he had been recognized as the rightful successor as the head of the Soul Oracle Guild. He had also been the only person to successfully do so in the past tens of thousands of years. The Soul Oracles had been wronged for far too long. As their descendants, the members of the Jiang clan were unwilling to allow such a situation to continue any further. Even if their ancestors could not be praised for their heroic sacrifice, they did not deserve to suffer the condemnation of the entire world. Zhang Xian was silent for a moment before nodding slowly. I'm willing to become the head of the Jiang clan, but prior to that, clan head Jiang Fangyu, there's a doubt in my mind that I hope that you can answer. Please feel free to speak, Jiang Fangyu said. When I arrived in the Jiang clan just earlier today, I unintentionally saw you coming into contact with a scholarly young man. To be frank with you, I have met that scholarly young man before, and we have even fought on 2 occasions. If I'm not mistaken, he's very likely an otherworldly demon, Zhang Xian said before directing a piercing gaze at Jiang Fangyu. If everything that Jiang Fangyu had said was true, that the soul oracles had truly made such a huge sacrifice for mankind, it would not make sense for their descendants to betray mankind and undo everything the efforts of their ancestors. But, no matter how Zhang Xian looked at it, there was no way he could rationalize the apparent close relations between Jiang Fangyu and the scholarly young man. Scholarly young man? Jiang Fangyu was taken aback by the question. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you referring to Yan Shui?" Yan Shui. Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. Yes, that's the name of the young man who has visited me earlier on. He isn't an otherworldly demon but a descendant of ancient sage Zi Yuan from the 100 schools of philosophers. He has already reached the level of great sage for Dan sempiternal realm consummation for his cultivation, making him a renowned figure even in the great frontistery of Confucianism. In fact, it was said that his name is on the heaven board, Jiang Fangyu explained. Ancient sage Zi Yuan. You are referring to Kong Shi's first direct disciple, ancient sage Zi Yuan. Zhang Xian's body jolted in astonishment. How could that be possible? I saw him colluding with the otherworldly demonic tribe with my own eyes. He was completely flabbergasted by what he was hearing. The first time that he had encountered the scholarly young man was at the White Creek Mountain. While they were fighting over the celestial amulet of legacy, a person among the group of 4 revealed his true form as an otherworldly demon. The second time they met was at the Harvest Valley City Seer Guild. At that time, not only were there a handful of great sage cultivators, he even found himself facing an ancient sage otherworldly demon. If the scholarly young man was truly a descendant of ancient sage Zi Yuan, why was he together with so many otherworldly demons? Furthermore, he had even aided the otherworldly demonic tribe in claiming the celestial amulet of legacy. He came to me requesting to establish connections with the soul oracles in the otherworldly demonic tribe. I am only a messenger, so I'm not too sure about his true intentions. After all, the 100 schools of philosophers has never been accountable to anyone for their actions, Jiang Fangyu said. He's trying to connect with the soul oracles in the otherworldly demonic tribe? Zhang Xian was getting a little confused. If that person was truly the descendant of ancient sage Zi Yuan, the Seer Guild's betrayal might not necessarily be a true betrayal. The same went for the Master-Teacher Pavilion as well. But still, it didn't make much sense for an expert of the 100 schools of philosophers to have close ties with the otherworldly demonic tribe. After all, the 100 schools of philosophers were the direct descendants of Kong Shi's 72 direct disciples, so it was unthinkable for them to betray mankind. Taking a step back, even if they were to betray mankind, would the otherworldly demon be willing to trust them? Yet, at the Harvest Valley City Seer Guild, they were residing peacefully with the otherworldly demon ancient sages. This was truly inconceivable. No matter how Xianxia thought about the matter, he was unable to make sense out of it. After questioning a little longer, he found that Zhang Fengyu truly knew nothing about the scholarly young man at all. His responsibility simply stopped at forming connections between the soul oracles and the 100 schools of philosophers. Our ancestors have made such great sacrifices for mankind. As their descendants, how could we sully their heroism? Furthermore, our Zhang clan is established upon the deaths of countless predecessors in the subterranean gallery over the past tens of thousands of years. We wouldn't be worthy of being called humans if we were to trample over their sacrifices and collude with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Upon realizing that Xianxia was suspecting them of treachery, Zhang Fengyu stood up, clasped his fist, and declared indignantly, "I apologize for my reckless behavior. I shouldn't have come to such a quick conclusion." Xianxia quickly rose to his feet and said, the soul oracles had done so much for mankind, yet he still doubted the loyalty of their descendants. It was not to say that he regretted his decision. He would still do it again if he had to. When the fate of mankind was at stake, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Nevertheless, since it was proven that he had made a mistake, it was only right for him to offer an earnest apology. Considering the reputation of the soul oracles in the world, it's no surprise that you would come to this conclusion. At this point, Zhang Fengyu suddenly widened his eyes in realization and asked, "Is that the reason why you emptied our treasure vault? You thought that we were in cahoots with the otherworldly demonic tribe?" "I'm afraid that's the case." Xianxia's face reddened in shame. Hearing those words, Zhang Fengyu sighed deeply and said, "Well, I can at least understand why you did what you did. If we were truly in collusion with the otherworldly demonic tribe, it would be foolish to uphold propriety with us. Propriety only came in when the world was at peace. If extinction was on the line, it would be foolish to remain polite and courteous with one's enemies. If there was truly a major human power in the world who had betrayed mankind for the otherworldly demonic tribe, robbing it of its resources would indeed be a fair move. I'll return your treasures back to your treasure vault later on." Xianxia replied hurriedly. Having learned that the Zhang clan hadn't truly betrayed mankind and had even sacrificed a lot in order to protect it, no matter how thick-skinned Xianxia was, there was no way he could continue to brazenly claim their treasures for his own. On the other hand, seeing the look on Xianxia's face, Zhang Fengyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Even though Xianxia's actions might have seemed a little unprincipled here, he had to admit that it was indeed an effective move. If the Zhang clan had truly betrayed mankind, this single move would have set them back by a great deal. After having cleared things up, the remaining issues weren't too much trouble. Xianxia agreed to be the stand-in head of the Zhang clan for the time being. Until the matter with the soul oracles had been reviewed and resolved, they mustn't be shown to have any ties with the Zhang clan. Otherwise, he would have surely recommended Lu Chong to the position instead. Considering that his student had found the ancient domain of the soul oracles and obtained their heritage, he was bound to become a leading figure of the occupation in the future. And speaking of the ancient domain of the soul oracles, the truth was that Xianxia had been harboring some doubts about its existence for a long time now. Considering that the Master-Teacher Pavilion had gone all out to eradicate the soul oracles, how could they possibly spare the latter's ancient domain? From the looks of it now, it seemed like Kong Shi helped to conceal its existence so as to preserve the lineage and heritage of the soul oracles. Otherwise, with the prowess of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, it would have surely rooted it out and destroyed it a long time ago. By the time the inauguration ceremony concluded, it was already late at night. Xianxia quickly returned all of the treasures back to the treasure vault except for a couple of items which harnessed concentrated spiritual energy. After which, he called Zhang Feifei over and handed a book over to her. Recorded in here is my comprehension of the soul quintessence. As long as you cultivate in accordance with it, you should be able to comprehend it very quickly. You don't need to waste your time and effort at the Jiang clan's jade hieroglyph anymore, he said. Your comprehension of the soul quintessence? Zhang Feifei flipped the manual open uncertainly and swiftly flipped through it. By the time her hand flipped over the final page, her eyes were already widened in disbelief. Formless and intangible, it was much more difficult to cultivate the soul as compared to the physical body. Despite her aptitude toward soul arts, she still had no confidence that she would be able to comprehend the soul quintessence. In fact, she felt that even if she were to devote her entire life to it, the chances were that his efforts would be futile. However, the manual which the newly inaugurated clan head had just given her harnessed the very crux of soul cultivation. It wasn't needlessly complex, and it was structured in a logical manner which first reinforced her fundamental understanding of what a soul was before moving on to the more complex aspects. With such a manual, she was confident that she would be able to comprehend the soul quintessence with a month of hard work. One must know that this was a feat which countless predecessors had tried but failed at. To this, "It's too valuable," Zhang Feifei exclaimed with trembling hands. She bit her lips tightly, seemingly resolving herself to some important decision, before raising her gaze to look at Xianxia. "How can I ever repay you for this valuable manual? If you really wish to, I'll agree to an engagement with you." She still didn't like the young man before her, but she knew how important he was to the Jiang clan. It would be a blessing if the young man were to be bound to the Jiang clan, even if through a political marriage. At the very most, she would just have to sacrifice herself for this cause. Even though the young man said that there was someone whom he liked, in the worst-case scenario, she would just have to become his concubine. With her looks and standing, she believed that there was no reason for the young man to turn her down. Engagement? You are thinking too much. Even though the manual I have just imparted to you may seem easy to cultivate, there's a high chance your cultivation might go berserk if you were to practice it without my guidance. Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head said, "All right, I'll take you in as my student and guide you on your cultivation of the soul quintessence." Student. Zhang Feifei was taken aback. She thought that the reason why Xianxia was willing to hand such a precious manual to her was to force her to promise herself to him. Who could have thought that he was intending to take her as his student instead? The abrupt change in the train of thoughts left her a little dumbstruck. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay your respects. Even if you are just an ordinary student of the clan head, it would soon become your greatest pride. Jiang Fangyu exclaimed in agitation, jolting his daughter out of her daze. On top of being the head of the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, and the Sanctum of Sages, Xianxian students were also the progeny of combat, the chief of the Glacier Plain Court, the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, the head of the Yuan clan. All in all, there was no mediocre student under his tutelage. If his daughter could become his student, even if just in name, it would be highly beneficial for her future. Perhaps she might even exceed him in time to time. Hearing her father's words, Zhang Feifei was stunned for a moment before nodding hurriedly. "Yes, I understand." She was still holding on to the notion that Xianxia was the same young genius who had challenged her back at the Sanctum of Sages. She had failed to realize that over the span of less than a month, the young man had already reached the top of the master-teacher continent. Their standing was no longer the same as before. Putting aside all of his other identities, just on the account that he was Yangshi Sr., it wouldn't be overboard even if Zhang Feifei were to call him great-grandfather. Zhang Feifei pays respect to teacher. Zhang Feifei knelt to the ground and greeted. "Good. Come. Get up," Xianxia said with a smile. Earlier, when the young lady knelt down earlier, another golden page was formed within the library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The opponents he had to face was no longer limited to just saint cultivators. There was no doubt that he would be forced to battle against great sages and even ancient sages in the near future. With a golden page in his inventory, his safety would at least be assured for the time being. Even if an ancient sage were to come after him now, he had the confidence that he would be able to subdue the other party with the golden page. Should I try to take in more students to gather more golden pages? Junior Yang's direct disciple, Fengzi, isn't too bad either. Should I negotiate with Junior Yang to let him to me? Xianxia stroked his lower jaw as he pondered seriously over this issue. Given his current standing, just the title of Xianxia student was enough to put one on a high pedestal. Thus, he had to take absolute care in choosing the students he took in. However, it was easier said than done to find good students. After all, not everyone was as outstanding, compassionate, righteous, and noble as him. In the end, Xianxia gave up on the idea. The sanctity of lineages had to be upheld. Since Fengzi was Yang Shi's direct disciple, it would be inappropriate for him to take the young man in as his student. It seemed like he would have to search carefully for suitable individuals to take in as his student in the future. Considering how powerful the golden page was, it would be best for him to collect as many of it as possible. If he were to have a few hundred golden pages in the Library of Heaven's Path, he just might be able to defeat all of the ancient sages of the otherworldly demonic tribe single-handedly. Wait a moment, Kong Shi had 3,000 students, right? Could his reason for taking so many students be for this as well? Such a thought suddenly came to Xianxia's mind. Kong Shi only had 72 direct disciples, but he had over 3,000 normal students. Could it be possible that Kong Shi had the Library of Heaven's Path as well, and the reason why he took in so many students was to form as many golden pages as possible? Perhaps. He might have even defeated Vicious by tossing golden pages at him as if they were nothing, forcefully smashing him into meat paste. It was one thing to be defeated by a powerful expert, but to be defeated under a barrage of books. Well, Vicious would have really suffered the most tragic defeat in history. I should look more into Kong Shi's affairs in the future and see if he has a history of using books as his weapon. That should give me a clue as to whether he possesses the Library of Heaven's Path as well. In the end, this was only Xianxia's hypothesis at the moment. He needed to look further into it to know for sure. Putting those miscellaneous thoughts at the back of his mind, Xianxia focused his attention on deciphering the crux of the manual to Zhang Feifei and clarifying her doubts. By the time she had fully grasped the manual, it was already late at night. There's still some time before sunrise. Let me see if I can advance my soul cultivation so the aureate body realm. Knowing that it was still rather early, Xianxia exhaled deeply before standing up. The main reason why he came to the Zhang clan was to temper his soul, so that he could enter the otherworldly demon ancient sage corpse. Since he had already gathered the introspective convalescence realm and the aureate body realm Heaven's Path soul art, and he had the required cultivation resources on hand too, it would be good for him to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Xianxia had Jiang Fengyu prepare a silent residence for him. He entered the cultivation chamber of the residence and sat down. After which, he drew his primordial spirit out from his body and began conditioning himself. Alright, I should start. Once he felt that his condition had reached its peak, he flicked his hand, and the spiritual energy-rich cultivation resources he had taken with permission from the Jiang clan's treasure vault earlier fell all over the ground, emanating an invigorating aura. Gu. Spiritual energy began surging into Xianxia's primordial spirit furiously. His aura was growing stronger at a visible pace, and within a tea's time, he had already reached the very peak of introspective convalescence realm, seemingly ready to make the final step forward at any moment. Thus, he attempted to make a breakthrough. However, after a few attempts, he found that the bottleneck limiting him was a little too resilient. Xianxia analyzed with a frown, "It might be because I have just achieved a breakthrough to introspective convalescence realm and have yet to fully reinforce my soul cultivation yet, so my soul energy hasn't been fully condensed together yet." It had been less than half a day since he had reached introspective convalescence realm, so his soul energy hadn't fully settled down yet. He could attempt to force a breakthrough right now, but even if he were to succeed, this weaker foundation would surely come to haunt him in the future. The difficulty in advancing his cultivation had already gotten much harder ever since he reached Great Sage. He had no wish to further up the difficulty for himself. But still, will I really have to spend 2 to 3 days just to reinforce my soul cultivation? Xianxia rubbed his temple in distress. 2 to 3 days just to reinforce a cultivation realm. That was too slow, too slow. With the perilous circumstances around him, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, even with a weapon as powerful as the Dragonbone Divine Spear, he would still be unable to exert his full strength. If there's something I could use to compress my soul energy together, I would be able to do it much faster. At this point in time, a spark flashed across Zhang Xian's mind as his eyes lit up in excitement. Right, the Seal of Souls. Without using the soul quintessence, the pressure the Seal of Souls could exert on his primordial spirit was immense, unbearable even. If he had to reinforce his soul cultivation alone, the rate which he would improve at was extremely slow. Without at least 3 days of effort, it would be difficult for him to fully reinforce the foundations for introspective convalescence realm. However, through using the pressure of the Seal of Souls, the process could be sped up significantly. Perhaps, he might even be able to finish the task by tonight. Go! With a flick of his hand, a seal materialized at the center of the room. As soon as it appeared, Zhang Xian immediately felt intense pressure crushing down on him. It felt as if his primordial spirit would be compressed infinitesimally under the pressure. Without driving the soul quintessence, he slowly approached the Seal of Souls with his primordial spirit. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As if approaching a scorching inferno, his primordial spirit began corroding under the immense pressure, seemingly on the verge of dissipation. Heaven's Path Soul Art. Harumphing coldly, he began driving the Heaven's Path Soul Art, and his dissipating primordial spirit slowly began to stabilize. This was similar to how he had used the pressure from the Dragonbone Divine Spear back then to temper his primordial spirit. The theory behind introspective convalescence realm for soul cultivation was similar to that for Xianxia cultivation. It focused on altering the basic underlying structure of a soul so as to make it more resilient and powerful. With the pressure, his soul energy swiftly condensed together, making his primordial spirit more and more compact and powerful. A vague golden glow was beginning to emanate from the surface of his primordial spirit, a sign that he was steadily advancing toward a breakthrough to the Aureate Body Realm. Is this the Aureate Body Realm? Noticing the golden glow from his primordial spirit, Zhang Xian quickly inspected on the changes and found that the parts of his soul shrouded in golden glow was much more resilient as compared to the others. Resilient was a word rarely used to describe intangible and formless souls. However, after being suffused with the golden glow, the resilience of his soul had astonishingly surpassed the level of Saint Pinnacle artifacts. Incredible! Zhang Xian remarked with an excited gleam in his eyes as he continued to temper his primordial spirit using the pressure from the Seal of Souls. For hours later, he finally came to a halt. After a tough session of cultivation, his primordial spirit, which had become a little bloated after reaching introspective convalescence realm, had been fully compacted once more. At the same time, his disposition had undergone yet another change. From afar, he gave off a fleeting presence, similar to that of an unworldly deity. There was a fine line between great sage and sainthood. Traversing beyond this fine line meant a metamorphosis in one's level of existence. At this moment, Zhang Xian's primordial spirit was streaked with golden lines. If he were to drive his prowess to its maximum potential, a brilliant burst of golden light would shine from him, giving him an appearance reminiscent to that of a Buddha. Continue. Knowing that he had already reinforced his soul cultivation to its limits, he kept the Seal of Souls and began furiously absorbing spiritual energy into his primordial spirit once more. Similarly, his soul cultivation also began advancing for greater heights too. Hong Long. There was a resounding buzz as the bottleneck limiting him and shredded apart. The golden lines streaking across his primordial spirit melted and shrouded his entire soul, giving off a golden glow that filled the entire room. Aureate Body Realm, reached. This is truly formidable. Sensing the changes in his primordial spirit, Xianxia trembled in excitement. At his current level, he could execute soul traverse freely without fear that his primordial spirit would be harmed as a result of squeezing through space. It seems like Lu Chong has reached Aureate body realm as well. Xianxia thought awkwardly. It had always bothered him how his students were able to advance their cultivation faster than him. While it could be partially credited to their unique constitutions and the resources they had at their disposal, it still left him feeling deeply frustrated. Hong long long. Just as Xianxia's mind was wandering, thunderous rumbling suddenly echoed outside the room. Heading outside, he saw storm clouds congregating above the Jiang clan. Overwhelming energy was swiftly gathering in the vicinity. Lightning tribulation? Achieving a breakthrough in one's soul cultivation to Aureate body realm would induce a lightning tribulation too. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. However, in the next moment, the dragonbone divine spear wrapped around his waist suddenly exclaimed, "It isn't a lightning tribulation but a heavenly flame tribulation." Lightning tribulation served to temper one's primordial spirit, whereas heavenly flame tempers the Aureate body. Heavenly flame tribulation? Xianxia was startled for an instant before his face flushed in excitement. Wait a moment, doesn't that mean that I would be able to resolve the innate fetal poison in advance? Kong Shi had once said that in order to resolve the innate fetal poison, it would have to be seared with heavenly flames. He thought that this would require him to advance his Jinchi cultivation to Great Sage, but who could have thought that he would end up drawing it in with his soul cultivation? If he could make use of it to temper his physical body, wouldn't he be able to resolve the threat which had been worrying him over the past year once and for all? Will the heavenly flame tribulation sear my primordial spirit directly? Xianxia asked the dragonbone divine spear anxiously. The Saint Ascension ordeal was divided into the soul ordeal, body ordeal, and heart ordeal. Given that the heavenly flame tribulation was also the retribution that the heavens brought upon the cultivators, would it come in the same order as well? Hearing the question, the dragonbone divine spear pondered for a moment before replying. There are 3 phases to the heavenly flame tribulation, namely scorching soul tribulation, scorching spirit tribulation, and scorching heart tribulation. With your prowess, you should be able to survive the scorching soul tribulation. However, I'm afraid that the same cannot be said about the scorching spirit tribulation and scorching heart tribulation. Even the slightest carelessness can easily result in the dissipation of your existence. This is especially so for the final scorching heart tribulation. Inner demons will attempt to break down your will, and once the will extinguishes, everything else goes to rest as well. If your physical body had reached Great Sage 2 Dan Aureate body realm, together with the formidable prowess of your primordial spirit, you might still be able to withstand the inner demons. However, in your current state, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for you to oppose the inner demons with your primordial spirit itself. Countless soul oracles in the ancient era had died as a result of the heavenly flame tribulation. It was only those who were blessed with great luck and the utmost talent who managed to survive this ordeal. The dragonbone divine spear had witnessed Xianxia refining his primordial spirit using the pressure exerted. So he was aware of the fact that the young man cultivated his soul as well. You mean to say that it would have been safer for me to challenge the heavenly flame tribulation if my Jinchi cultivation were to reach Aureate body realm as well? Hearing the words of the dragonbone divine spear, Xianxia asked. That's right. The body is much more formidable at fending off inner demons as compared to the soul. With the physical body bearing the brunt of the impact and the soul assisting by the side, the chances of overcoming the heavenly flame tribulation would be much higher. If you were to challenge it with just your primordial spirit itself. Honestly speaking, I don't personally know of anyone who has succeeded in doing so yet. The dragonbone divine spear flew out from Xianxia's waist and remarked worriedly. As a member of the dragon tribe, there was no way it could allow its master, which it had found with great difficulty, to be burned to cinders. Otherwise, if others were to learn of the matter, how embarrassing it would be for him. Even though it was just a pile of bones now, it didn't mean that it didn't have any pride. My physical body is indeed rather lacking at the moment. Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head grimly. He hadn't acquired Kong Shi's superior breakthrough method to advance his Xianxia cultivation introspective convalescence realm, so he couldn't afford to force a breakthrough right now. Besides, even if he were to make a breakthrough in his Xianxia cultivation right now, he would still be an entire realm away from reaching Aureate Body Realm. He hadn't compiled the Aureate Body Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art yet, so it wouldn't solve the quandary he was in. Let it come then. I would like to see how formidable this heavenly flame tribulation is. The Dragonbone Divine Spear had once conquered the world by ancient sage Ran Chio's side. Even though it had lost much of its powers and memories after being sealed, its eye of discernment and worldly knowledge were still far superior to most cultivators in the world. Since it had said that the heavenly flame tribulation would be a difficult foe to deal with, it was likely that would indeed be the case. However, as a practitioner of the Heaven's Path soul art, he was an invincible existence amongst soul oracles of his level. The heavenly flame tribulation might have been powerful, but he was confident that he would be able to overcome it. If there were soul oracles who could survive the heavenly flame tribulation, surely I would be able to do so too. Hong Long Long. In the midst of his conversation, the ominous clouds in the sky had finally finished congregating together. Similar to the storm clouds of the lightning tribulation, the clouds of the heavenly flame tribulation were also pitch black in color. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would notice that the clouds were dancing around, reminiscent of flames. Even from a distance away, one could already feeling scorching heat blistering one's skin, and the air was gradually becoming intolerably arid. Sla! A bundle of flames descended from the sky, aiming right for Xianxia's primordial spirit. Unlike the conventional crimson color, the bundle of flames were pitch black in color, almost similar to ink. If not for the suffocating heat it was emanating, one could have mistaken it as a botch of ink floating in the air. This is the heavenly flame? Even before the flame even arrived, dimension rifts were beginning to surface around the area. A powerful aura burst forth from the flame, imposing tremendous pressure on those standing beneath it. Xianxia felt his hairs standing on end. He had encountered many flames over the past year, facing even the most formidable earth flames. However, he had never met such an eerie and oppressive flame before. Black as if ink, it was devoid of the slightest radiance. Yet, the heat it exerted was so great that even space was unable to tolerate its existence. This was the heavenly flame? Was this really something that a soul oracle could withstand? Putting aside his primordial spirit, even his physical body, Wuxia had already exceeded the resilience of an average Saint Pinnacle artifact, would melt upon contact with it. To this isn't an ordinary heavenly flame but the Empyrean heavenly flame. While Xianxia was overwhelmed by the frightening might commanded by the heavenly flame before him, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was also trembling in disbelief. Empyrean heavenly flame? What is that? Xianxia asked. Heavenly flame could be divided into various tiers too. The Tier 3 heavenly flame has a fiery crimson color, and it would be summoned by most cultivators during their Aureate body ordeal. This is also the weakest heavenly flame of all. The Tier 2 heavenly flame takes on an ashen white color, and it's summoned only by the more formidable combat masters and master teachers. As for the Tier 1 heavenly flame, it's azure in color, and only cultivators who have cultivated the best cultivation technique and possess the purest Xianxia would be able to summon it. So far, the only ones I have seen who were able to do that were ancient sage Ran Chio and the other direct disciples of Kong Shi. Naturally, it goes without saying that the higher the heavenly flame's tier is, the more resilient the cultivator's Aureate body would be after overcoming it. However, legend has it that there's an Empyrean heavenly flame which far surpasses the Tier 1 heavenly flame. It's also known as the Flame of Heaven's Path, and it's distinguished by its color of utmost darkness. As far as I know, Kong Shi is the only one who has summoned the Flame of Heaven's Path and survived it. Furthermore, it was said to have only appeared when his Xianxia cultivation reached Aureate body realm. How in the world did you manage to summon it here? Floating in the air in agitation, the eyes on the tip of the Dragonbone Divine Spear flickered in horror. The Empyrean heavenly flame was a force of nature that destroyed all beings that stood in its path. Putting aside primordial spirits, even sempiternal realm cultivators would be burned to cinders in the face of its prowess. The young man had only achieved a breakthrough in his soul cultivation. So how did he end up summoning this fearsome heavenly flame here? It was difficult enough to overcome an ordinary heavenly flame, but the tribulation he had to face was actually that of the Empyrean heavenly flame. This was practically an impossible feat. Without a doubt, this was truly the worst card to draw at this moment. How would I know? Not expecting such an epic background to the heavenly flames he had summoned, Xianxia cried in aghast. It should have just been an ordinary heavenly flame tribulation. Was there really a need for the world to give him such a special treat? Xianxia felt deeply stifled inside, but he knew this wasn't the time to be fussing over it. Barely after gathering his strength, the black flame had already arrived before his primordial spirit and wrapped itself around it. Xiong xiong. As soon as the black flame came into contact with his primordial spirit immediately began burning up. Intense pain caused his face to distort awfully as his body began shuddering uncontrollably. He thought that it would be reminiscent to the lightning tribulation, where he would just have to endure it. However, the black flame was far more formidable than what he had expected. Even the slightest lapse in his concentration could cause his primordial spirit to be reduced to cinders, leaving nothing behind at all. Heaven's path soul art. Knowing that he had to make a move quickly, he gritted his teeth and gathered all of the energy he had to fend against the black flame. Wang wang. A brilliant golden light gushed out and enveloped his primordial spirit. His transparent primordial spirit was suddenly cased in a golden afterglow, contrasting him to be a massive Buddha idol. Zzzzzzzzz. The prowess of the golden light was formidable, but the black flame was even more potent. Even before coming into contact with the golden light, it had already torn the surrounding space into shreds, seemingly ready to drag Xianxia into the midst of spatial turbulence. Seal. Without any hesitation, Xianxia tapped his finger ahead and executed the prowess of his spatial quintessence. Wang. The ripped space swiftly settled down once more. However, the might of the black flame was still as formidable as before. It swiftly corroded the golden light around Xianxia, dyeing it the color of black. At this rate, I'll really lose my life. Knowing that nothing would be left of him by the time the flames finished burning, Xianxia swiftly drove the soul quintessence. Gathering his power, he sent a burst of soul energy right into the ball of black flame around him. As the burst of soul energy collided with the black flame, it swiftly scattered into countless seeds of fire. However, before Xianxia could react, they had already gathered back together around him once more, continue their relentless assault on his primordial spirit. I'm able to forcefully split it apart, but the rate of regeneration of the black flame is simply too fast. Xianxia analyzed grimly. The attack with his soul quintessence was a trial attack to see if soul energy would work on the black flame, and to be honest, he didn't think that it would be effective. Unfortunately, the black flame reconverged together too quickly for the attack to make much of a difference. Right? I can use the time quintessence. A thought came to Xianxia's mind. No matter how quickly the black flame gathered together, it would require some time. As long as there was a lapse in time, he would be able to use the time quintessence against it. Break. Thus, he gathered his soul energy together to launch a powerful attack against the black flame. At the same time, he raised his finger and tapped the space in front of him lightly. Wang. Everything around him suddenly grew incredibly slow. The black flame slowly split into countless seeds of fire, and when they finally reached a certain distance away from him, they began to reconverge together in the middle. Scatter apart. Pushing his mind to its limits, Xianxia scattered his soul energy into each of the smaller seeds of fire and pushed them further away from one another. Barely after that was done, the time acceleration came to an end. As expected, the searing sensation he felt on his primordial spirit alleviated considerably. The power of the black flame does indeed reduce accordingly to scale, Xianxia thought as he heaved a sigh of relief. Even if they were of the same temperature, A blazing inferno was surely much more menacing force as compared to just a couple sparks of fire. After continue the process several times, the black flame was finally split into 1/100th of its original size. Finally, the searing sensation had been reduced to a level which Xianxia's primordial spirit could tolerate. Time, space, and soul. These are the three quintessences that are the hardest to grasp. He's probably the only one in the world who has managed to master the three of them. Not expecting to see such a maneuver, the dragonbone divine spear muttered in a daze beneath its breath. When it first saw the Empyrean heavenly flame descending from the heavens, it had no doubt that the young man would be reduced to cinders. Who could have thought that the young man would actually be able to find a feasible way to cope with the Empyrean heavenly flame through the skillful manipulation of those three powerful quintessences? However, this isn't the end of the Aureate body ordeal yet. Even if he's able to withstand the scorching soul tribulation, it would still be hard for him to overcome the scorching spirit tribulation and scorching heart tribulation. The dragonbone divine spear shook its head, clearly unconfident in the young man's ability to withstand this trial. This is much better. Oblivious to the dragonbone divine spear's worries, Xianxia's pounding heart finally calmed down after he found that the searing sensation on his primordial spirit had reduced to a level where he could cope with. He couldn't help but be thankful that he had mastered the spatial, time, and soul quintessences. Otherwise, he would really have been helpless before his current situation. Wang. A golden light shone brilliantly on the surface of his primordial spirit, keeping the many seeds of fire scattered equally on the outside. It had reduced the intensity of the flame, and the excruciating pain on his primordial spirit had diminished significantly too. As he continued driving his soul energy, the golden light grew brighter and brighter. Whenever the black seeds of fire began gathering once more, he would use his soul quintessence to tear them apart once more. Of course, it was an extremely tiring process, but fortunately, he was still able to cope with his powerful primordial spirit. Let me try using the heat of the heavenly flames to drive away the innate fetal poison. Seeing that he was finally out of danger for the time being, Xianxia knew that his chance had come. This was a rare opportunity for him to try driving out the innate fetal poison within him. As long as the innate fetal poison remained unresolved, the countdown on his lifespan wouldn't stop. Since he had finally found a chance to take a breather, it was a good timing for him to give it a try. Gathering his consciousness together, he threw out yet another burst of soul energy and divided a bean-sized seed of fire into sesame seed-sized ones. With his will, he slowly nudged the divided seed of fire toward the area where the innate fetal poison was. After which, he channeled the searing energy in from the seed of flame through the golden light and into his primordial spirit. Zzzzzzzzzzz. A heart-wrenching pain immediately assaulted Xianxia, but he gritted his teeth and bore with it. If this was the pain he had to go through in order to resolve the innate fetal poison, he would just have to pull through it. However, a moment later, a deep frown appeared on his forehead. Why isn't it working? Kong Shi had once said that the heavenly flames could destroy the innate fetal poison, but to his astonishment, the searing energy from the seed of flame didn't seem to faze the innate fetal poison in the slightest. It was almost as if the innate fetal poison was impervious to it. Or, could it be that I'll have to pull the entire seed of flame right into my primordial spirit? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in horror. He had only channeled the searing energy from the black flame into his body previously. The black flame itself still remained guarded by the golden light. In a sense, it was similar to scratching one's leg through one's shoes. Could this be the reason why the innate fetal poison wasn't affected by it? But even if that was truly the case, it was true that his primordial spirit wasn't vulnerable to heat, unlike ordinary soul oracles. However, the black flame was no ordinary flame either. It was the Empyrean heavenly flame, the strongest heavenly flame of all. If he were to draw something that could even destroy a sempiternal realm expert into his primordial spirit, the chances would be that he would die before he could even eliminate the innate fetal poison. Forget it. At this rate, I'm bound for death anyway. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to rest easy as long as the innate fetal poison remained in his body, Xianxia didn't hesitate for long before making up his mind. Driving the heavens path soul art furiously, He continued to uphold the barrier of golden light around his primordial spirit to fend off the black flame. But at the same time, he opened a small gap to take in a seed of flame into his primordial spirit. Tzzzzzzzzzzz. As if fresh meat being pressed on top of burning charcoals. A deafening sizzling sound echoed in the air. This was a pain which Xianxia had never experienced before. It felt as if something was consuming him from within, leaving him scrunching around uncontrollably. Gradually, he could feel his consciousness seeping away from him. He hurriedly lowered his head and saw the areas which had come into direct contact with the seed of flame had already been reduced to a hole. At the same time, the parts of his primordial spirit around the hole was visibly much more sparse than before. At this rate, it was a matter of time before his primordial spirit dissipated for good. How am I supposed to do this? Xianxia's complexion warped in despair. He had only taken in a sesame seed-sized flame, and it had already inflicted grievous wounds upon his primordial spirit. If he were to absorb any more than that, he would really be reduced into a wisp of smoke. What should I do? He was still thinking that he would be able to overcome the heavenly flame easily and resolve the innate fetal poison while he was at it. However, it was as if the difficulty of the game had suddenly switched from easy mode to hell mode. I have no choice now. If a sesame-sized seed of flame wouldn't work out, I'll just have further divide till it's the size of the tip of a needle. Xianxia clenched his fists determinedly. The division of the black flame would reduce the intensity of the heat significantly. Since that was the case, he would just have to continue dividing it till it was at a level where his primordial spirit could endure. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia continued using his soul energy to further divide a seed of black flame. With his level of cultivation, even for a speck of dirt, he could still easily see the bumps on it through his spiritual perception. With his sharp control over his soul energy, he was able to accomplish this fine maneuver with ease. After 3 more divisions, the sesame-sized seed of flame was finally reduced to roughly the size of a needle tip. Even with such a small size, its imposing presence still gave one no room for doubt that it was capable of melting everything in the world. Absorb! Xianxia carefully guided one of these needle-tip-sized seed of flame toward his primordial spirit and swiftly absorbed it in. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Upon seeing the seed of fire, the innate fetal poison hurriedly retreated out of fear. However, it was unfortunate that the seed of fire was too small. Even though the innate fetal poison was frightful of it, it was incapable of dealing any substantial damage to the innate fetal poison. It's effective. I need to press on. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia absorbed another needle-tip-sized seed of flame into his primordial spirit, thus forcing the innate fetal poison to retreat in terror once again. However, it didn't take long for the small seed of flame to extinguish too. My primordial spirit seems to have grown stronger? He realized that after absorbing 2 seeds of flame, the parts of his primordial spirit where the seeds of flame had passed through had grown much more resilient, as if they had been tempered 1,000 times over. At the same time, the golden glow emanating from those areas became much more brilliant too. The heavenly flame is indeed able to temper the aureate body. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Let me put aside the innate fetal poison for now. By the time I have tempered my entire primordial spirit, that fellow wouldn't be able to run even if he wanted to. Trembling in agitation, Xianxia was just about to crush the other seeds of flame into smaller portions in order to temper his entire primordial spirit when the storage ring on his physical body suddenly shook, following which a figure materialized before him. He was Xianxia's clone. For some reason, this fellow had come out of the myriad anthive nest of his own accord. You can't even handle a heavenly flame properly? I can't bring myself to look on anymore. Shooting a disdainful look at Xianxia, the clone dashed right into the ominous clouds above. Hong long long. As if in retaliation to the clone's aggressive actions, a bundle of heavenly flame descended from the heavens. However, the clone simply opened his mouth wide and swallowed it into his body. Xianxia's cheeks twitched. At this moment, Xianxia really felt like crying. If there was a hole he could dive into right now, he would do so without the slightest hesitation. He had to execute his time, spatial, and soul quintessences, and even so, he only managed to absorb 2 needle-tip-sized seed of flames so far. Furthermore, he even felt accomplished for being able to do so, but in the next moment, his clone appeared and swallowed an entire bundle of it whole. Furthermore, what the heck was with that fellow's expression? Was that fellow putting up an attitude with him? Was that fellow looking down on him? Screw you. You are only a clone. You get it? A clone. Which part of being a clone do you not understand? Can you open your eyes and realize that I'm the main body? There's an unbreachable gap in the standing between the main body and the clone. Realize that, thinking of standing, Xianxia's complexion turned even more awful. He had challenged that fellow ever since he appeared, but it seemed like every fight had ended with a tragic loss on his part. In terms of standing, it did really seem like he had none of that before his clone. In the midst of wallowing in his sorrow, Xianxia suddenly raised his head and looked at his clone with unreadable eyes. For the first time, he felt that it wouldn't be so bad to see his clone being torched to death by those black flames. But contrary to his wish, what he saw was the other party burping leisurely, "Delicious! Hula!" After which, he dived right into the clouds and vanished. What? Watching the entire sight from start to end, the Dragonbone Divine Spear rattled in stupefaction. It was almost as if it had used up its entire lifetime worth of surprise today. The fact that its master had a clone wasn't really a big deal. Many experts had forged a clone out of themselves, and even Kong Shi had one as well. However, this was the first time he had seen one which was even cockier than its master. More importantly, that was the Empyrean heavenly flame which even it was afraid of. Yet, not only was that fellow unfrightened by it, he even charged right into its midst. Was he not afraid of being burned down to cinders? In his moment of shock, he saw a pair of thighs poking out from the clouds, and a hand was scrubbing it leisurely. Palipala. A huge bundle of black flame was being spread equally over a body by a hand, and the sound of deafening explosions could be from above heard now and then. However, it didn't seem like the owner of the body was terrified at all. On the contrary, he was releasing pleasured moans instead, clearly enjoying the entire process. To this, is he still a human? The Dragonbone Divine Spear cowered in fear. To be honest, it was still a little apprehensive as to whether it had made the right choice submitting to Xianxia or not. After all, it was the personal weapon of the renowned ancient sage Ranqiu, a legendary existence in history. However, after seeing the prowess Xianxia's clone, it suddenly felt its pride being utterly crushed. If even the clone wasn't being choosy with his master, what rights did it have to be choosy? With such a thought in mind, the Dragonbone Divine Spear turned its gaze toward Xianxia and saw the latter trembling with a livid look on his face. Who's afraid of who? Humph. So, before the Dragonbone Divine Spear could process what was going on, it saw the primordial spirit of its master dashing right into the clouds, vanishing from sight within the blink of an eye. The Dragonbone Divine Spear was utterly frenzied. The reason why the clone of its master dared to charge into the clouds could be attributed to the superior material used to make it. But as for its master, what in the world was he planning to do charging in with just his primordial spirit? Was he tired of living? If he were to die, should I acknowledge his clone as my master instead? The Dragonbone Divine Spear pondered seriously as it began planning out its contingency plans. How could Xianxia possibly tolerate being looked at so contemptuously by his clone? Without any hesitation, he dashed right into the clouds. Boom! Before he knew it, countless bundles of flames were already gushing in his direction. My clone does have a much stronger body than mine, especially since he's made out of the 9 hearts lotus. However, in terms of souls, he's on the same footing as me. Since he's able to endure the black flame, I should be able to do it too. It might have been a spontaneous decision on his part to charge into the tribulation clouds, but it definitely wasn't a reckless one. He had already calculated the risks and decided that it was feasible before heading in. After obtaining the subsequent levels of the Heaven's Path Soul Art, It was automatically shared with his clone when he entered the myriad anthive nest. While he had been cultivating his soul, his clone had been doing the same as well. In other words, his clone had also achieved a breakthrough to Aurit body realm as well, just like him. Since his clone was able to withstand the black flame, why couldn't he do it too? He must have missed out some crucial information. Thus, he began to observe his clone not too far away. His clone was shrouded in the midst of black flames, doing backstroke at one moment, front crawl in the other, dog paddle in the next, and lying leisurely in the tie shape after. It was as if he was out for a holiday, enjoying himself. The black flame continued to burn around him. Soon, his body began to emanate golden light, and his primordial spirit also grew significantly more resilient than before. I get it. Xianxia's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. The Dragonbone Divine Spear said that the Aurit body ordeal is divided into the Scorching Soul Tribulation, Scorching Spirit Tribulation, and Scorching Heart Tribulation. I always thought that the Scorching Soul Tribulation is the very first phase, and the others will appear subsequently. That could have been true for ordinary heavenly flame tribulations, but for the Empyrean heavenly flame, all three appear at once. The heat of the black flame is indeed formidable to the point that it's nearly unbearable. But it hasn't reached the level where it's completely intolerable to me yet. After all, I have cultivated my soul with the Heaven's Path soul art, and my primordial spirit has been tempered by many lightning tribulations. In terms of resilience, my primordial spirit already on par with most great sage artifacts. However, I was fearful of the black flame. I used all kinds of ways to avoid absorbing it. This must have been a test of my determination. My clone was able to charge unhesitantly in because he had absolute confidence in his physical body, and without fear in his heart, the prowess of the black flame is significantly reduced. This is similar to how walking in the dark could be a frightful experience to those who hold fear in their hearts. They would constantly check on their surroundings, fearing that someone would do them harm. However, if one were to tread forward with an open mind, the night would no longer be as terrifying of an entity to one anymore. As these thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind, he opened his primordial spirit wide in the face of the incoming bundles of black flame. At the same time, he also dissipated the golden light around his primordial spirit, leaving himself completely vulnerable to the black flames. It was as if he had already given up on himself. Tzzzzzz. The flames began to sear his primordial spirit. Yet, due to his calmer state of mind, the black flame wasn't as excruciating as before. Instead, under the tempering of the flames, his primordial spirit was swiftly being tempered. It's indeed as I have expected. Seeing that it was effective, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly flame was a mystical force of nature. It didn't just sear one's body but one's spirit and state of mind as well. The more afraid he was of the black flame, the greater its prowess would be. That was because its target wasn't just his primordial spirit but his mind and consciousness. Fear made one's mind vulnerable, making it easy to plant thoughts and delusions into one. And for cultivators of their level, thoughts were no longer mere thoughts anymore. Thus, when he abandoned his fear and embraced the black flame, the prowess of the black flame diminished instead. Nevertheless, despite the diminished prowess of the black flame, he still felt stabbing pain assault his primordial spirit, leaving him feeling as if it would be torn apart at any moment. I should focus on tempering my primordial spirit for the time being. Despite the pain, Xianxia opened his primordial spirit wide and frenziedly absorbed the flames from the surroundings. Boom! The flames entering his primordial spirit swam around it relentlessly, tempering it with the amazing heat it was emanating. His primordial spirit gradually turned completely golden in color, and the light it emanated was growing brighter and brighter. It was almost as if he was turning into a living Buddha. Let me see if I can eradicate the innate fetal poison now. Upon feeling that his primordial spirit had gotten used to the temperature of the black flame, Xianxia began concentrating the black flame toward the innate fetal poison. Gu. As if having encountered something terrifying, the innate fetal poison retreated fearfully. Xianxia's eyes lit up in response and continued driving the black flame toward the innate fetal poison, cornering it. Jijiji! With an alarmed shriek, the innate fetal poison finally reached its limits and dashed out of his primordial spirit. It escaped in the form of black smoke before vanishing completely from sight. The innate fetal poison had already gained its own consciousness, or else there was no way it could possibly escape from the onslaught of the heaven's path Xianxia. Finally, seeing that the innate fetal poison had finally escaped, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The innate fetal poison had been a time bomb to him ever since he discovered its existence. He had lived his life in fear that he would die at any moment, and it had been his greatest motivation to continue cultivating as well. But today, he was finally free of this burden. After the innate fetal poison escaped, Xianxia made use of the black flames to temper his primordial spirit for a while longer before the dark clouds gradually dispersed. With this, he had successfully survived the heavenly flame tribulation. After overcoming the widely feared great sage Tu Dan Oriate body ordeal, Xianxia's primordial spirit had turned completely golden. Even a snap of his fingers created a metallic reverberation. If one did not know that it was a primordial spirit in advance, one would surely have thought that it was another normal body. After tempering my physical body with the heavenly flame, my primordial spirit is starting to take a form reminiscent of a physical body. It's no wonder Lu Chong is able to stand his ground even against those 9-star master teachers. Xianxia thought in agitation. Primordial spirits could change their forms according to the individual's will. If one did not want to be seen, even with a shiny golden exterior, a primordial spirit could still become invisible to the naked eye. If one wanted to be noticed, a primordial spirit could become as tough as a weapon, such that even experts of the same caliber would not be able to tell that it was actually a soul. It was no wonder soul oracles were viewed in deference in the ancient era. Even if just a small handful of them were able to clear the Oriate body ordeal, those that succeeded indubitably wielded far greater prowess compared to ordinary cultivators. More importantly, the lifespan of soul oracles far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Even if a cultivator nourished their flesh with their Xianxia and altered their cells after reaching the introspective convalescence realm, they would still only be able to live for 1,500 years before finally meeting their end. However, soul oracles were different. They could easily live up to 3,000 years and even more. However, there's a fatal flaw to soul oracles too, and that's the 5 soul declines. There were many advantages to being a soul oracle, but equally great were the disadvantages. The greatest hurdle for the soul oracles was the 5 soul declines. Fortunately, the Heaven's Path soul art that Xianxia cultivated had made him impervious to this problem, so he did not have to worry about it. While he was still in awe over his improvements, he turned to look at his clone and saw that his body was golden. At the same time, his soul was also fully tempered. A powerful aura drifted off from his body, hinting at the frightening prowess he possessed. Oriate body realm consummation? Xianxia's lips twitched. He had ignited Kong Shi's blood droplet and utilized the prowess of a sempiternal realm consummation expert before. As such, even though he had never cultivated the realms himself, he still had a rough idea as to what the indicators for the various realms were. His clone was golden all over, such that even his pupils had taken on a golden color. Without a doubt, he had already cultivated the Oriate body to perfection. To think that he would actually be able to advance his cultivation so quickly, Xianxia clutched his aching heart tightly. His clone sure knew how to traumatize him. He had thought that he had been improving fairly quickly, but this fellow turned out to be even faster than him. You should return to the myriad anthive nest for the time being. Xianxia instructed his clone to return and reinforce his cultivation. On the other hand, he descended from the sky and returned to the ground. You actually overcame the tribulation of the Empyrean heavenly flame? The dragon-bone divine spear shuddered uncontrollably as it spoke. It had thought that its master would surely be reduced to ash facing such a powerful heavenly flame tribulation. But who would have thought that he would actually be able to overcome it so quickly? Was this still a feat a human was capable of? Yeah. Paying no heed to the dragon-bone divine spear's astonishment, Xianxia chuckled softly in response. He was just about to return to his body when he narrowed his eyes in astonishment. What's going on? His physical body sitting on the ground had its face turned dark, and black smoke was rising from its head. It was trembling non-stop, as if being put through some kind of excruciating pain. Some kind of black smoke escaped from the dark clouds earlier and dived into your body. I thought that it was the remnants of your primordial spirit, so I didn't stop it, the dragonbone divine spear said awkwardly. On the other hand, black lines streaked across Xianxia's face. Do I look dead to you? Just because you are a skeleton doesn't mean that you should judge everyone by your standards. Besides, how in the world does a dissipated primordial spirit return to its body? Knowing that it was pointless to waste his breath with this sack of bones, Xianxia quickly dived his primordial spirit back into his body. Shortly after he opened his eyes once more, his face twitched in horror. He nearly exploded on the spot. The innate fetal poison that he had just driven out of his primordial spirit was currently resting lazily within his physical body. When he swept his primordial spirit across it, it even greeted him leisurely, as if meeting an old friend. He had thought that he had managed to clear the innate fetal poison for good, but who would have thought that it would slip out from his primordial spirit just to return to his physical body? Did it think that it was simply moving homes? To slip from his body into his soul, and now from his soul back into his body. Do I look like someone to be trifled with? With an awful look on his face, Xianxia channeled his heaven's path Xinqi right toward the innate fetal poison. Die! It was out of fear for the heaven's path Xinqi that it had been forced to slip into his soul from his physical body. Since it dared to return to his body, he would just have to crush it. Hong long long. In a short instant, the heaven's path Xinqi collided with the innate fetal poison, forcefully pushing it back. However, the next instant, the innate fetal poison dived right into the surge of heaven's path Xinqi. Hoo-hoo-hoo. It began swimming leisurely within the heaven's path Xinqi, just like his clone did in the midst of the black flames earlier. Xianxia was taken aback. The innate fetal poison should have been extremely fearful of the heaven's path Xinqi. Its arrival should have scared it into hiding, so how could it be swimming within it? Xianxia's heartbeat skipped a beat. Could it be that it has upgraded after experiencing the heavenly flame tribulation, such that it's no longer afraid of the heaven's path Xinqi anymore? The innate fetal poison had fled in the face of the black flames, but it had still been seared for quite a while before it managed to get away. It could not be that the short moment of searing had put it through a metamorphosis, such that it did not fear even the heaven's path Xinqi anymore. As a poison master, he knew that there were quite a few poisons in the world that could be upgraded with time. If that was truly the case, he would be in great trouble. It was due to the suppression of his heaven's path Xinqi that it did not dare wreak havoc in the past. Without anything to suppress it now, if it started wreaking havoc right now or even blew up entirely, he would be doomed. Xianxia quickly tried a few more times, but it seemed like his Xinqi was really no longer effective against the innate fetal poison. Let me see if I can suppress it using my primordial spirit. He began driving his primordial spirit toward the innate fetal poison in the hope that it would be able to subdue it. In face of the approaching soul, the innate fetal poison swiftly retreated in fear. Oh, it must be because my primordial spirit has been tempered by the heavenly flames and thus still contains remnants of it. So the innate fetal poison is still rather fearful of my soul. Earlier, the Empyrean heavenly flame had tempered his primordial spirit. Similar to how absorbing the energy in lightning tribulations would suffuse his primordial spirit with lightning, his primordial spirit was now infused with the might of the Empyrean heavenly flame as well. Due to that, his soul was able to induce fear in the innate fetal poison. Just that, he needed to harmonize his soul together with his physical body. He could not possibly constantly use his soul to suppress the innate fetal poison. Let me see if I can drive it out of my body. Xianxia gritted his teeth and began to corner the innate fetal poison. A moment later, a look of consternation surfaced. Crap, it stuck. It was true that he was able to alter the size of his primordial spirit after comprehending the spatial quintessence of sealing, but there was still a limit to the extent that he could do so. In face of the pursuit of his primordial spirit, the innate fetal poison swiftly slipped into the thinnest meridian within his body, such that even his primordial spirit was unable to squeeze in. If he squeezed in, his meridians could explode, and there would be severe consequences. As soon as his primordial spirit retreated, the innate fetal poison slipped out of the tiny meridian and danced gleefully in triumph. Unable to stand the innate fetal poison's arrogance, Xianxia immediately sent his primordial spirit back in, but the innate fetal poison simply slipped back into the meridian to hide. The process repeated itself several times. It was as if the innate fetal poison was provoking him. I am out. I am in. I am out again. I am in again. Ha ha ha. Try to catch me if you can. You'd better not mess around. Otherwise, even at the risk of destroying my physical body, I'll crush you to death. Xianxia harumphed coldly as he fused his primordial spirit back with his physical body. He used his Heaven's Path Xianxia to seal the meridian in order to prevent that fellow from messing around before rubbing his glabella in frustration. This is really the worst. It looks like I'll have to raise my Xianxia cultivation as soon as possible. Judging from how arrogant the innate fetal poison was, there was no saying when it would act up. He had thought that he would be able to kill it through the heavenly flame tribulation summoned by his soul. But who could have thought that he would only end up deepening the trouble he was in? He really had to raise his Xianxia cultivation as soon as possible so as to draw in a heavenly flame tribulation for his body as well. This way, with the combined prowess of both his soul and his body, the innate fetal poison would surely be eradicated once and for all. Alright, the matter with the Zhang clan has been resolved, so I should head back and resolve the conflict between the Luo clan and the Zhang clan soon. Afterward, I should head to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. He would have to pay the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters a visit and find Kong Shi's superior breakthrough method in order to advance his Xianxia cultivation. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for him to make a breakthrough? But before I return to the Zhang clan, I should get to forging the otherworldly demon ancient sage corpse first. With his primordial spirit reaching the aureate body realm, his prowess had been enhanced manyfold. With his current strength, he should be able to forge the corpse into a soulless metal humanoid and put it to use. With such a thought in mind, he excitedly dived into the myriad anthive nest, and after finding an empty clearing, he flicked his wrist. Pong! The corpse fell onto the ground, creating a huge depression around it. Xianxia drew his primordial spirit out from his glabella and approached the corpse. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The overwhelming pressure emanated by the corpse assaulted his primordial spirit, making it difficult for him to even advance a single step. Wang! His primordial spirit emanated a brilliant golden glow, and the pressure immediately alleviated considerably. He began making his way toward the corpse. Who? He successfully dived into the corpse. Huge! As soon as Xianxia entered the corpse, he found himself within a vast room that there was no end to. His enormous primordial spirit seemed to be nothing more than a toy there, not even worth a mention. In comparison to this, his physical body seemed like a straw cottage before a royal palace. He took a seat and began using the method to forge soulless metal humanoids to slowly refine the body, harmonizing it together with his primordial spirit. Sometime later, he stood up once more. I have already successfully forged a soulless metal humanoid. Alright, let's see if I can fight with it, Xianxia thought with gleaming eyes. Typically speaking, soulless metal humanoid should have been made out of living beings so as to ensure greater compatibility with one's soul. However, through the alterations that he had made with the Library of Heaven's Path, he was still barely able to forge one out of the ancient sage corpse as well. Nevertheless, the soulless metal humanoid's compatibility with souls would still be slightly lower, resulting in a lower precision in control. Jai. Using his full strength, Xianxia slowly controlled the ancient sage corpse to rise to its feet, raise its legs, and slowly take a few steps forward. After conducting a few simple basic movements, Xianxia's face twitched speechlessly. The soulless metal humanoid was simply too demanding on his soul energy. Despite taking only 3 steps, a great half of the soul energy of his aureate body realm primordial spirit was already depleted. At this rate, putting aside battling, it was questionable whether he could even launch a fist or not. I guess I'll have to give it a try to know. Gritting his teeth, he gathered his remaining soul energy, and the massive ancient sage corpse clenched its fist and thrust it forward. Voila! The space in the myriad anthive nest immediately shook intensely, causing a deafening ripping sound to echo in the air. It was as if someone had torn the fabric of the world, revealing pitch-black cracks beneath. Incredible! Seeing how the folded space that he had reinforced time and time again had nearly been destroyed by a single punch, Xianxia could not help but fall into a daze. While maneuvering the ancient sage corpse was extremely taxing on his soul energy, there was no doubt that the prowess that it wielded was tremendous. After all the effort that Xianxia had put into reinforcing the myriad anthive nest, even with the ignition of Kong Shi's blood droplet and the dragonbone divine spear in hand, it would be difficult for him to tear this folded space apart. Yet, a simple punch from the ancient sage had nearly undone all of his hard work. This effectively meant that no matter how powerful a cultivator was, as long as he had not traversed the boundary to become an ancient sage yet, he would still be reduced to dust under a single punch from an ancient sage. There was truly a huge leap in prowess between great sage and ancient sage. With this soulless metal humanoid, his safety would be guaranteed as long as he did not encounter any ancient sages. Even if he did encounter an ancient sage, he still had another golden page with him, following which he would have yet another ancient sage corpse for him to forge a soulless metal humanoid out of. Hee. With this, what do I have to fear? Xianxia burst into hearty laughter. He drew his primordial spirit out of the soulless metal humanoid and absorbed several herbs to replenish his soul energy. After that, he re-entered the ancient sage corpse, placed his arms on his hips, and bellowed provocatively, "Clone, get your ass out here!" His clone was in the midst of reinforcing his cultivation when he heard the bellow and flew out. "Come, let me test this on you." Without any regards to his clone's response, Xianxia snickered sinisterly and threw a punch right over. On the other hand, his clone did not expect that the main body would have already gained control over this ancient sage corpse and shuddered in fright. He realized that it would be too late for him to dodge, so he quickly protected himself with a punch of his own. Pong! So, the clone was sent flying into the distance before vanishing completely from sight. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia laughed heartily. All along, he had suffered greatly during the duels with his clone. This was his long-awaited comeback, and it left him feeling deeply exhilarated. Ha! The next time my clone dares brag before me, I'll feed him a punch from my soulless metal humanoid. As exhilarating teaching his clone a lesson was, he nearly depleted all of his soul energy after executing a single punch. Thus, he quickly drew his primordial spirit out of the ancient sage corpse and back into his body. Just as he was about to retrieve some items to replenish his soul energy, he saw his clone dashing back with an infuriated look on his face. "How dare you punch me? Are you tired of living?" On the verge of exploding from rage, the clone threw a fist at Xianxia without the slightest hesitation. Upon seeing this, Xianxia's face warped in horror. "What? It's not me. The ancient sage corpse is the one who hit you. Alright, fine, I admit that it's me. But at least wait till I recover and return back to the corpse first." "Corpse your head." How could the clone possibly wait for Xianxia to recover and return to the corpse? Pong 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 pong. 10 minutes later, a swollen-faced Xianxia lay on the floor with tears streaming down his face. He had a desolate look on his face, reminiscent of someone who had been ravaged all over. What the heck was this? It was already a horrible day for him, with the innate fetal poison sneaking back into his physical body and acting all gleefully before him. On top of that, he still had to be pummeled by his clone. All of a sudden, he felt like his life was extremely bleak. He felt like a candle in the midst of a furious gale, constantly on the verge of being extinguished. Anyway, he left the myriad anthive nest and returned to the room with his back slumped miserably. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia, he swiftly recovered from his injuries before walking out of the room. It was not as if this was the first day knowing that his clone was an abusive subordinate, prone to resorting to violence at any moment. At the very most, he would just have to stay out of the other party's way in the future. It was already afternoon outside. After settling some administrative matters with Zhang Fangyu, Zhang Xian took out the Dragonbone Divine Spear, opened a dimension rift, and left the Zhang clan. Before long, he was already back at the Zhang clan. It had been an entire day since he left the Zhang clan. As soon as he returned back to his personal residence, he quickly called Sun Chong over and asked, "What's the current situation?" Before leaving, he had instructed Sun Chong to pay close attention to the movement of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. A day might not have been long, but it was not a short amount of time either. Surely the two clans would not suddenly come to blows with one another in his absence. Would they? The situation between the two clans is still relatively calm. As the head of the Luo clan isn't back yet, those from the Luo clan are still lying low for the time being. Sun Chong quickly explained. The motive behind the Luo clan's grand march to the Zhang clan was so as to return the humiliation that they had suffered. However, they could not do it alone given the limits of their abilities. Thus, they could only bank on their powerful clan head to redress their grievances. As such, till their clan head finally returned, they would not dare make a move recklessly. That's a relief. Seeing that nothing major had happened yet, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had Sun Chong head off, and after a moment of contemplation, he began warping his appearance once more. He really had to say that the disguise amulet that Luo Ruoxin had given him was truly a handy tool. He could activate it whenever he wanted to, and that was how he had managed to disguise himself as Zhang Fangyu and fooled all of the elders. Under the effects of the disguise amulet, his appearance, soul aura, bloodline, and even cultivation realm would appear to be identical in the eyes of the outsiders. Of course, if a battle broke out, the difference would immediately have become apparent. After all, the disguise amulet was only a disguising tool in the end. Since the Luo clan had been waiting for the arrival of their clan head, it would not be polite to keep them waiting for too long. However, as for the fashion which their clan head would arrive in, that was something worth pondering about. In any case, he was ready to give the Luo clan a huge surprise. An air of vexation floated in the guest rooms of the Zhang clan. Say, where did our clan head go? Why isn't he back yet? First Elder Luo Qingqin broke the heavy silence in the room. Who knows? Our clan head seems to be a really carefree person, going wherever he wants as he pleases. Hi! We are supposed to be challenging the Zhang clan to re-establish the honor of our Luo clan. But somehow it looks as if we are sponging off the Zhang clan instead. How frustrating. It's the same for me too. Whenever I walk around the area, I would see the members of the Zhang clan directing skeptical looks at me. Honestly, I don't even know I should deal with that anymore. Two elders of the Luo clan spoke up in exasperation. Have you not heard of the recent news? Nangong Yuanfeng and Tantai Jinqing of the 100 Schools of Philosophers came to challenge the Zhang clan, but they ended up being defeated by a student whom Zhang Xian simply offered some pointers on the spot. Could our clan head have fled in fear after hearing that news? Luo Ganzhen rubbed his glabella. They had marched here with an imposing momentum built up from the defeat of the 100 Schools of Philosophers. They felt that victory was already in their pockets, so they intentionally made a huge fuss out of this matter. Yet, as soon as they arrived, they heard that Nangong Yuanfeng and the others had visited the Zhang clan too and were forced to retreat in defeat. To make things worse, the one who had made a move wasn't Zhang Xian. It was Zhang Xian's student from the side family, whom he had barely offered a couple of pointers to. Upon learning of the news, those of the Luo clan couldn't help but feel a little unsettled. If even a student taught by Zhang Xian was so powerful, they couldn't begin to imagine just how powerful the person in question was. At this point, they couldn't help but recall the huge commotion that had happened in the Empire Alliance. Back then, even Sword Saint Xing had fallen in defeat to Zhang Xian. Would their clan head really be able to defeat that monster of a person? As such thoughts weighed down their minds, the atmosphere grew even gloomier. Actually, I'm feeling really conflicted right now. On one hand, I really wish our clan head would appear as soon as possible. On the other hand, I don't know if it's a good idea for our clan head to come. The moment he's here, the duel would definitely have to go on. It's one thing if he wins, but if he were to lose, the Luo clan's dignity would be utterly crushed. An elder said. They had marched imposingly to the Zhang clan, effectively letting the entire world know that they would be challenging the Zhang clan to a duel. If they were to be forced in defeat, the Luo clan would really become a laughingstock for the world. Actually, I'm thinking the same too. A couple of elders voiced their agreement. But it would be even more embarrassing to us if he doesn't appear at all. Another voice exclaimed anxiously. The crowd fell in silence once more. Indeed, it was embarrassing to be defeated, but it would be even more so if their challenger didn't appear from the start to the end. They had come here to find trouble with the Zhang clan, but they ended up finding themselves being cornered instead. With the current state of affairs, they didn't know what they should do anymore. Luo Ganzhen knew that the concerns raised by the elders were legitimate, but he didn't have any solutions for them either. Thus, he could only shake his head helplessly and turn to Luo Qingchen. Forget it. Let's not think too much into it. Shall we send a message to our clan head to urge him to return? I have been sending messages to him all this while, but he hasn't been replying. First Elder Luo Qingchen shook his head bitterly. It might be because he's in seclusion. It hasn't been too long since he has become our clan head, so he might not be too accustomed to the role yet. In any case, I don't think that he's the type to flee in the face of danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped up against the 100 schools of philosophers for us back then. Luo Ganzhen reassured the elders around. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an old man suddenly barged into the room. Deputy Clan Head. What's wrong? Recognizing the old man who had just entered, Luo Ganzhen frowned. The other party was the 16th elder of the Luo clan, Luo Qingyuan. For an elder to be running around so anxiously in another clan, something major must have happened. Our clan head. He has arrived. Elder Qingyuan reported anxiously. Our clan head is here? Where is he? Startled, Luo Ganzhen asked as he hurriedly got to his feet. At the same time, delighted looks also surfaced on the faces of the other elders. They quickly turned their gazes toward the doorway, but there wasn't a figure in sight. As soon as he returned to the Zhang clan, he headed straight to Zhang Xian's residence. I think he's intending on challenging the head of the Zhang clan privately, Elder Qingyuan explained in a fluster. He has already gone to challenge Zhang Xian? Why didn't you inform us? Everyone was stunned by the revelation. The reason why they had come here was to battle it out with the head of the Zhang clan. Yet, they were actually unaware that their clan head had gone ahead to challenge the other party privately. Our clan head went to confront for the head of the Zhang clan secretly. We only found out about the matter a while ago too, Elder Qingyuan explained. Quick, bring us over. Hearing that the clan head had already gone to challenge Zhang Xian, Luo Ganzhen and the others couldn't bring themselves to remain seated anymore. With Luo Qingyuan taking the lead, it didn't take long for the crowd to arrive before a vast residence. This residence had a powerful formation erected around it, preventing any energies within from leaking out. In a sense, it could be said to be an isolated world in itself. At the very center of the residence, there was a dueling ring with two figures standing on opposite ends of one another. Fearsome auras were emanating from the two parties. They were the head of the Luo clan and the head of the Zhang clan respectively, Luo Tianya and Zhang Xian. Our clan head must have his own reason for not informing us about this, so let's just observe silently by the side. Make sure that you don't give yourself away. Alright? Luo Ganzhen sent a telepathic message to the crowd, and they swiftly hid by a remote corner. Regardless of the underlying motive their clan head had for not informing them about the duel, it was apparent that he didn't want them to know the outcome of the duel. However, this worked out fine as well. At the very least, it wouldn't become an embarrassment for the Luo clan if it were to end in a loss on their part. Who? The two figures on the dueling platform finally moved. Luo Tianya flicked his palm, and the surrounding space was immediately sealed up. Sila. Everything within the sealed space came to an absolute halt. As if trapped within a still painting, the young man on the opposite end was unable to move at all. Seeing how their clan head had used the spatial quintessence of sealing right from the start, the faces of the crowd flushed crimson in agitation. It seemed like their clan head also knew that his opponent would be formidable, so he had decided to go all out from the start. However, their agitation didn't last for too long. A light chuckle sounded from the other end of the field, and the young man who should have been sealed in place nudged forward a little. Hoo-la! The surrounding space abruptly reverted back to normal. At the same time, Xianxia stepped forward lightly, and as thought teleportation, he appeared right before Luo Tianya in the next instant and threw a punch over. Seeing the means that Xianxia had executed, Luo Ganjin's body stiffened as horror surfaced in his eyes. This is the spatial quintessence of sealing too? He might not have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, but he could tell that the nature of Xianxia's means was similar to that of their clan head. In other words, they were both spatial quintessence of sealing. A member of the Zhang clan actually executed the Luo clan's spatial quintessence of sealing? What in the world was going on here? Of course, none of the Luo clan's elders had an answer to Luo Ganjin's question. Meanwhile, on the dueling ring, Luo Tianya seemed to realize that he was in a precarious position. So he swiftly struggled free of the sealed space around him and retaliated with a fist of his own. Pong! The two punches collided with one another. But it was Luo Tianya whose face paled and was sent flying into the seal erected around the dueling ring. Clearly, he had been overpowered by Xianxia. He's actually this powerful? The crowd from the Luo clan was rendered speechless. They thought that they would be able to see their clan head destroying Xianxia. But who could have thought that their clan head would actually lose in a direct encounter? So. Reluctant to admit his defeat, Luo Tianya got to his feet and charged forward. Thus, the two fighters collided with one another once more. However, it was as if Xianxia was able to read his moves in advance. After trading a few blows, Luo Tianya was suppressed to the point where he could hardly catch his breath. Under the incredible outpour of power, the dueling ring flickered with brilliant lights. The relentless shockwaves that rippled out from the collisions of the two fighters rattled the surrounding seal to the point that it seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. They are truly formidable. The faces of the crowd from the Luo clan gradually turned pale as they watched the intense fight before them. There were a couple of them who had reached great sage, but they knew that it was likely that they would be defeated in a single blow if they were to face any of the two figures on the dueling ring. To be honest, the maneuvers executed by the two clan heads weren't complex at all, and their battle techniques were also relatively simple too. However, every move that they made was purposeful, or to use a more exact word, ingenious. Every action that they carried out had a deeper significance in the later stage of the battle, leaving the onlookers awestruck by their foresight. It was as if their eyes were able to peer into the future, allowing them to manipulate the flow of the battle to their advantage. This is a duel between top-notch geniuses? It's indeed not at a level where ordinary mortals like us can fathom. Who could have thought that the yellow dust of the descending swallow could be used in such a manner? It seems like I have been too focused on the form of the technique to see through its crux. Is it just me, or that Xianxia seems to be really familiar with the battle techniques of our Luo clan? Wait a moment. You're right. How could this be? The more that they watched, the more shocked that they became. At this point, the initial excitement had already settled down, leaving nothing but a deep heaviness in their hearts. Our clan head isn't a match for Xianxia, Luo Ganzhen remarked with a helpless look on his face. You're right. It's obvious that Xianxia is giving some leeway to our clan head. Otherwise, he could have defeated our clan head within 20 moves. Luo Qingchen nodded. Shortly after Luo Qingchen said those words, the panting Luo Tianya suddenly declared with a bitter look on his face, I admit defeat. It seemed like he found it hard to accept this outcome too. Brother Luo, you need not take this matter to heart. In truth, there isn't a great disparity in our fighting prowess at all. Xianxia walked up to Luo Tianya without the slightest glee from his victory. Instead, with an earnest look on his face, he said, Why don't we consider it a draw instead? A loss is a loss. If I can't even admit that much, I might as well change my surname to Zhang. Luo Tianya replied with a dignified tone. That being said, I have to say that the reason behind my loss is due to my personal reasons. It doesn't show that our Luo clan's spatial quintessence of sealing is inferior to your Zhang clan's time quintessence of acceleration at all, but simply because I'm too weak to bring out its true prowess. Of course, brother Luo, Xianxia replied earnestly. Space and time have always been considered as equal powers. It would be meaningless to rank one of them over the other. It's not my intention to put down the Luo clan either. To be honest, I'm extremely in awe of the Luo clan. In fact, the main reason why I was barely able to win against you is because my understanding of the Luo clan's spatial quintessence of sealing surpasses yours. What do you mean? Luo Tianya frowned doubtfully. I believe that brother Luo can tell that I have used the spatial quintessence earlier too, Xianxia said. This? Luo Tianya was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Indeed. Why are you able to utilize the strength of the Luo clan's spatial quintessence of sealing? The founder of the Luo clan did comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing, but the lineage of the spatial quintessence of sealing could be further traced up to ancient sage Qiu Wu. I happened to obtain ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage by a stroke of luck, which is why I wield the power of the spatial quintessence of sealing as well, Xianxia said. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Luo Tianya widened his eyes in disbelief. This is the ancient domain left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. With a flick of his wrist, a crystal ball materialized before Xianxia. It emanated a fleeting aura reminiscent of folded spaces. Placing his palm on the crystal ball, Luo Tianya's body trembled in agitation and envy surfaced in the depths of his eyes. It's indeed an artifact left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. I must say that I'm truly in awe of Brother Zhang's luck. Haha. It's out of coincidence that I managed to acquire it too. The reason why very few in your Luo clan are able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing isn't due to lack of talent, but that the heritage passed down through the generations isn't complete, Xianxia explained with a light chuckle. From this Qiu Wu palace, I found the complete heavenly art of dimension unravel created by ancient sage Qiu Wu. I'll entrust it into the hands of brother Luo today. I believe that only in your hands will its true worth shine. Looking at the crystal ball in his hand, Luo Tianya quickly shook his head in astonishment. How I can accept such a valuable artifact from you? There was no one in the master-teacher continent who didn't desire to obtain the heritage of the ancient sages. Yet, the young man actually handed it to him just like that. This gift was simply too heavy for him to accept. At the same time, the hidden Luo Ganshen and the elders of the Luo clan glanced at one another in bewilderment. It was true that the heritage of the Luo clan originated from ancient sage Qiu Wu. Thus, if they could acquire the completed version of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, they would be able to deepen their comprehension of spatial laws significantly. Even if they weren't able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing, their overall fighting prowess would soar by leaps and bounds. Just that, there was supposed to be a grudge between the two of their clans. In fact, the purpose behind their visit was to trample on the Zhang clan. Yet, not only did the other party pay no heed to their pettiness, he even gifted them such a valuable gift. In an instant, the crowd suddenly felt deeply ashamed of themselves. Please don't be in a rush to turn me down, brother Luo. Allow me to finish my piece first. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia's expression suddenly turned grim. I believe brother Luo should have also received reports regarding the observation of the mirages of the Temple of Confucius at Tsufu. Based on that in itself, there's little doubt that the real Temple of Confucius would surface very soon. Luo Tianya nodded. The 100 schools of philosophers has already approached and challenged both of our clans. Their motive is very clear. They wish to obtain our celestial amulet of legacy. They might have failed this time around, but considering that Kongshi's heritage is at stake, there's no way they would give up just like that. They would surely try something in the near future. Furthermore, our Zhang clan has found evidence that experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe have managed to sneak into the master-teacher continent. In fact, I have received intelligence from the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters that the legendary otherworldly demon emperor is amongst us right now. Xianxia said grimly. Mankind is in a very vulnerable position at the moment. Our survival is at stake. If we were to engage in infighting during such precarious times, it would be a calamity not just for both of our clans but the entire human race. At a time like this, we can't be engaging in meaningless faction rivalry. We have to unite together as one and cooperate with one another to overcome this ordeal. Otherwise, the one who would have the last laugh would only be the otherworldly demonic tribe. Hearing those words, Xianxia fell silent. The reason why the three premier clans are able to stand strong even after tens of thousands of years is because of how we hesitate not to band together in times of need to fend against the greater enemy. I know that I have done your Luo clan wrong on the engagement ceremony, but it was definitely not my intention for things to turn out like this. Feelings simply can't be forced. Ruoxin and I have already sworn our futures together. If I were to marry Yusin when my heart isn't with her, it's only a matter of time before the marriage descends into misfortune. In the end, I would only be letting both her and the Luo clan down. I know that I have failed to settle the issue appropriately, and I do feel extremely guilt-ridden for the pain and suffering I have inflicted on Yusin and the Luo clan, so please consider the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel and the Qiu Wu Palace as tokens of my apology. I'll have to ask Brother Luo not to turn me down, or else this matter might continue to haunt me for life, Xianxia said. Brother Zhang is truly magnanimous. Since that's the case, I won't hold back either then. After a slight moment of hesitation, Xianxia took the crystal ball and kept it in his storage ring. Thinking about it, even though it's indeed that fellow's fault, he didn't do it intentionally either. If he had truly chosen to marry the little princess back then, I would have really doubted his character. If he could bring himself to abandon his lover, there's no reason why he couldn't abandon the little princess later on. Have we been overreacting to the matter? While our minds were still fixated on our own pride and reputation, he's already looking at the fate of the whole mankind from a much higher position than ours. He's truly a noble individual. The hidden crowd from the Luo clan fell silent as their faces reddened in shame. They had been too focused on the Luo clan that they weren't able to look at things from another perspective. If Xianxia were to be a heartless person, would he be able to bring the little princess happiness even if he were to marry her? Unlikely. Thank you, Brother Luo. Xianxia bowed deeply in gratitude. I'll surely relay your intentions to the Luo clan and speak up on your behalf, Xianxia said. At this moment, he lowered his head contemplatively for a moment, seemingly making up an important decision, before he clasped his fist and said, Brother Zhang, there's something which I would like to request of you. Brother Luo, please feel free to speak. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in surprise. As long as it's something within my means, I'll surely try my best to help you. There's something which has been bothering me for a long time now, and I think it's about time for me to put an end to it. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, it's unlikely that I'll be able to return to the Luo clan afterward. Even though I have only become the head of the Luo clan a few days ago, I don't wish to see the Luo clan falling into decline in my absence, Xianxia said with a darkened look. It's unlikely that you'll be able to return to the Luo clan? Brother Luo, are you going to enter an ancient domain? Or are you intending to exact vengeance? If you require my help, just give me the word and... Startled by those words, Xianxia hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, I appreciate your kind intentions, but this is my personal affair. I wish to settle it with my own hands. Even if death lies at the end of the path I seek, I'll still willingly tread down that path. Xianxia shook his head and replied determinedly. The matter which I would like to entrust Brother Zhang with isn't that. Xianxia frowned in confusion. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a token. It was the Luo clan's clan head token. Brother Zhang, I hope that you can take my position as the head of the Luo clan. You want me to be the head of the Luo clan? Xianxia's body trembled in astonishment. He hurriedly waved his hands in a fluster and exclaimed, How can I do that? Our clan head wants to make Xianxia our next clan head? Is our clan head out of his mind? That won't do. I can't accept that. Luo Ganzhen and the others were shocked by Xianxia's words as well. They were impressed by Xianxia's magnanimity and were willing to forgive him for the affairs at the engagement ceremony. but that didn't mean that they could accept having him as their clan head. Brother Zhang, your prowess with the spatial quintessence of sealing is even more adept than mine, and more importantly, you have inherited the heritage of ancient sage Qiu Wu. Given that even ancient sage Qiu Wu has acknowledged and imparted his lineage to you, you can be considered as a peer to our founder. Naturally, you are more than qualified to become the head of our Luo clan, Luo Tianya said. But, Zhang Xian continued waving his hands frantically, seemingly very resistant to the notion. Brother Zhang, correct me if I am wrong. You have just become the head of the Zhang clan. Am I right? Luo Tianya suddenly interjected sharply. Yes, that's indeed the case. Zhang Xian nodded. He flicked his wrist, and a token materialized before him. It was the Zhang clan's clan head token. He's the head of the Zhang clan? Is this for real? This is ridiculous. Why would the Zhang clan allow an outsider like him to become their clan head? Luo Ganzhen and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was as if this matter had come right out of a fantasy novel. They could hardly wrap their minds around what was going on. Since the Zhang clan is willing to accept you as their clan head, I believe that our Luo clan will be open enough to do the same as well. Furthermore, given the perilous times we are in, it's of utmost importance for the three premier clans to work closely with one another. I can't think of any better way to do so other than this, Luo Tianya said. He clasped his fist before continuing on. Brother Zhang, I'll have to implore you not to turn me down. I have heard how your lectures in the Zhang clan and the Zhang clan have helped many to achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. If you were to become the head of the Luo clan, I'll have to ask you not to discriminate against our Luo clan and share your knowledge with our members generously too, so that our Luo clan will be able to better itself. Zhang Xian fell silent. The crowd from the Luo clan also fell silent as well. While they didn't have a good impression of Zhang Xian, there was no denying his ability in imparting knowledge to others. His aptitude as a teacher was far beyond their imagination. The only person they could think of who could possibly compete with him was only Kong Shi. This fact couldn't be more apparent just by looking at his direct disciples. None of his direct disciples had reached their 20s yet, but every single one of them had already become powerhouses on the master-teacher continent. Even the Luo clan would have to think twice before crossing any of them. If they could have such a formidable individual as their clan head, the fighting prowess of their clan members would surely improve tremendously. On the other hand, if they were to continue rejecting Zhang Xian, it would only be a matter of time before the Zhang clan and the Zhang clan pulled their distance away from the Luo clan. Before they knew it, the Luo clan would have been completely overshadowed by the other two powers. If Brother Zhang could accede to this request of mine, I would be able to leave with my mind at ease. Otherwise, I'll never rest easy not knowing what would become of the Luo clan in my absence. Luo Tianya bowed earnestly. He flicked his wrist, and the Luo clan's clan head token flew over to Zhang Xian. All right then, I'll help you look after the Luo clan in your absence. I'll lead the Luo clan in your stead until someone worthy emerges. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian took the token and reassured Luo Tianya. Thank you, Brother Zhang. With this, my heart can finally rest easy. Farewell. After bidding his farewell, Luo Tianya turned around and left without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he had already vanished from everyone's sight. Hi! It's not that I'm greedy for power, but only with the three premier clans united will we have the strength to stand against the 100 schools of philosophers and the otherworldly demonic tribe. Without sufficient strength to tide through this calamity, mankind would be completely eradicated, becoming nothing more than the dust of history. Watching as Luo Tianya left, Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed deeply. With a complicated look on his face, he waved his hand and strolled back into his residence. Seeing that both Luo Tianya and Zhang Xian had left the vicinity, Luo Ganzhen and the others finally emerged from their hiding spot. Deputy Clan Head. Aside from Luo Tianya, Luo Ganzhen wielded the greatest say in the Luo clan. As such, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes to him to seek his view on the matter. Tianya is right. To survive this adversity, our Luo clan will require Zhang Xian's help. Luo Ganzhen said with a helpless sigh. But he's only a Saint Nine Dan cultivator, an elder protested. I don't deny that he's still weak at the moment, but he's the senior of the most respected Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, Xianxia. Not only that, he's also the head of the Sanctum of Sages, the teacher of the Progeny of Combat, the head of the Poison Hall headquarters, the chief of the Glacier Plain Court, the head of the Yuan clan, and the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters. All of those powers would rally together on his command. If we were to factor in the Zhang clan and the Jiang clan as well, it's no exaggeration to say that he's the most powerful man on the Master Teacher continent at the moment. If we were to let this opportunity slip by our fingers, we might really fall into a spiral of decline, Luo Ganzhen said. As an individual, the Saint Nine Dan Zhangxian was not of much significance to the Luo clan. However, it would be a different matter if one were to factor in his many identities as well. Even the Master Teacher Pavilion might not possess as much rallying power as Zhangxian did. In fact, if one were to take Xianxia into account too, Zhangxian's sphere of influence would encompass even the Master Teacher Pavilion as well. Having such a powerful man as their clan head would be crucial to ensuring the Luo clan's survival in the impending crisis. Are we really going to acknowledge him as our clan head? Another elder asked with a bitter look on his face. What the heck was this? They had come to humiliate the Zhang clan. But not only did they fail in their aim, they were even on the verge of acknowledging their sworn enemy as their clan head. It was not as if they couldn't understand the rationale behind it, but this pill was simply too difficult for them to swallow. The more they thought about it, the more stifled they felt. Everything is for the sake of the clan. Knowing their thoughts, Luo Ganzhen heaved another helpless sigh and said, All right, let's return. Xianxia is probably waiting for us back at our accommodations. Thus, the crowd quickly rushed back to the guest rooms. There, they saw Luo Xianxia sitting within a room with a hesitant look on his face. Upon seeing that the crowd had returned, Luo Xianxia hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Elders, clan head, you need not say anything. I think it's a wise move on your part to have Zhangxian unite the three premier clans together. We are willing to heed your command. Luo Ganzhen clasped his fist and said. Luo Xianxia's eyebrows raised up in astonishment upon hearing Luo Ganzhen's words. A moment later he shook his and said, Since you are already aware of the matter, I won't speak of it anymore. This is the Qiu Wu Palace which Zhangxian has given me. Take care of it well. It's very likely that I'll never return after I leave this time around. You must heed Zhangxi's orders and make the Luo clan far stronger than what it ever was. After saying his piece, Luo Xianxia didn't wait for the response from the crowd before opening a dimension rift and leaping into it, vanishing without a trace. Facing the departure of their clan head, the crowd from the Luo clan remained silent for a very long while. Has our son returned yet? In the main hall of the Zhang clan, Sword Saint Meng was pacing around a room restlessly with a tight frown on her forehead. The clan head has already returned. However, he went out again shortly afterward, and I'm afraid I'm not too sure where he went this time around. An elder replied. That lad. He should know that the Luo clan is here to trample over the Zhang clan's pride, but he still has the mood to be wandering around the place. Sword Saint Meng remarked with a frown. The Luo clan had created a huge fuss with their arrival. It was extremely clear to anyone watching the spectacle that the Luo clan had come with the intentions of humiliating the Zhang clan. Yet, as the head of the Zhang clan, Zhangxian still had the mood to be roaming around at a crucial period like this. This was really unacceptable. Xianxia is a sharp-witted child. I believe that he has his motive for doing so. There's no doubt that we are at fault for this matter, so it's only right for Xianxia to avoid them. His presence would only remind them of the humiliation they had suffered and stoke the hostility between the two clans. Sword Saint Xing shook his head. It's one thing for him to avoid the members of the Luo clan, but it won't do for him to continue dragging this matter out like this. If I had a say in this matter, I would have Xianxia marry Luo Ruoxin and Luo Qiqi together, and there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Sword Saint Meng harumphed coldly. At this moment, an elder suddenly rushed into the main hall anxiously. Old clan head? Upon stepping into the room, The elder first did a bow before proceeding ahead with his report. The matter concerning the Luo clan has been resolved. Both Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng were stunned by what they had just heard. Sword Saint Xing hurriedly turned his gaze over and asked, "How was it resolved?" In their view, this was an extremely prickly matter to deal with. Until Xianxia had a duel with that Luo Tianya, it was unlikely that the Luo clan would back down on this matter. Yet, before anything could happen, the matter had already been resolved? With an incredulous look on his face, the elder reported that the members of the Luo clan acknowledged Zhang Xian as their clan head. They acknowledged Xian'er as their clan head? Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng glanced at one another before falling into a daze. The Luo clan had arrived imposingly with the burning resolve to humiliate Zhang Xian and the Zhang clan. But before anything could happen, they had already acknowledged him as the clan head. Was there a pit in the heads of those from the Luo clan? Otherwise, why would they do something as foolish as this? I don't know the details either, but I heard that. The elder suddenly halted at this point. He was not sure if the rumors were true, so he was not certain whether he should report the matter or not. "Speak. What is it?" Sword Saint Xing asked authoritatively. "There are rumors that our clan head went to the Zhang clan yesterday, and shortly afterward, the Zhang clan conducted an inauguration ceremony and established him as their clan head." Sword Saint Xing. Sword Saint Meng. Can anyone tell me what in the world is going on here? The Zhang clan and the Luo clan has actually acknowledged someone from the Zhang clan as their clan head. Is there a pit in heads of those from the Zhang clan too? Could this be some kind of infectious disease among the upper echelons of the master-teacher continent? Maybe we should keep a lookout for it. The Xingming sword saints fell into a state of confusion. They could understand the words individually, but when those words were put together, it formed sentences that they simply could not comprehend. And the fact was that the Xingming sword saints were not the only ones in state of confusion. Everyone in the Zhang clan was flabbergasted upon hearing the news. Startled expressions could be seen on the faces of the members of the Zhang clan as the news swiftly made its way around. Our clan head sure is awesome. To actually become the head of the 3 premier clans. This was something completely unprecedented in history. It also did not take long for the news to make its way to the Luo clan, and everyone was dumbstruck to hear of the matter. Luo Shenqing was in the midst of cultivating the spatial quintessence of sealing when he heard the news. Put on. He collapsed to the ground, and his eyes rolled up as he blacked out. Can anyone tell me what in the freaking world just happened? Didn't the clan head and the elders head over there to exact vengeance? Is this what they meant by exacting vengeance? It's finally resolved. Oblivious to the uproar that he had just caused, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and returned back to his room. As long as the matter concerning the Luo clan was not resolved, it would have remained a thorn by his side. Left with no choice, he could only summon his clone and put on an entire skit for the Luo clan. This gave rise to the show that Luo Ganzhen and the others saw. His actions could not be said to be honorable, but given the current circumstances of the world, he did not have the luxury to be picky with his means. As long as he could resolve the conflict with the Luo clan and have them willingly collaborate with the Zhang clan and the Zhang clan for the crisis ahead, everything would be worth it. He had only gone out for an entire day, but he had managed to make massive gains. He cultivated the soul quintessence, advanced his soul cultivation to the aurid body realm, forged the ancient sage corpse into a soulless metal humanoid, collected another golden page, and most importantly of all, become the head of the other 2 premier clans. It had truly been a fruitful day. Since I'm free at the moment, I should advance my primordial spirit to aureate body realm consummation. Taking a deep breath, he activated the formation around the room to keep away any prying eyes before releasing his primordial spirit once more. After being tempered by the heavenly flame tribulation, his soul cultivation had successfully advanced to the aureate body realm. However, it was still some distance away from reaching consummation. Since he had some time, it would be good for him to quickly do so. Otherwise, the massive gap between him and his clone would only slowly drown him in depression. After all, how could the main body be weaker than the clone? How undignified was it for the master to be outdone by the clone? After taking out a couple of cultivation resources, Xianxia's primordial spirit began devouring spiritual energy furiously. For hours later, his entire primordial spirit was gleaming with a golden sheen, as if it was made out of pure gold. I have finally reached consummation stage. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. It was a little exhausting, but he had finally done it after 4 hours of hard work. With my soul cultivation and my Jinchi cultivation, even if I encounter an intuitive impulse realm cultivator, I will be able to triumph over him with ease. With the Dragonbone Divine Spear in hand, I would stand a chance even against a sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator. Feeling the great power coursing through his body, Xianxian smiled in delight. Even though his primordial spirit was only at Aureate body realm consummation, it had been tempered by the Saint Ascension ordeal, lightning tribulations, and the Empyrean heavenly flame. In terms of fighting prowess, it was already on par with intuitive impulse realm cultivators. With the Dragonbone Divine Spear in hand, he would be able to subdue even Sword Saint Xing in a direct confrontation. I'll be able to protect myself with such strength. As powerful as the Golden Page was, it was ultimately a consumable tool. It would disappear after it was used. The soulless metal humanoid that he had forged from the otherworldly demon ancient sage was formidable as well, but it was highly demanding on his soul energy, and his control over it was not as sharp as compared to moving his own body. In the end, there was nothing more reliable than his own strength. Xianxian. Just as Xianxian returned his primordial spirit to his body, he suddenly heard a voice outside. He quickly tore down the barrier and walked out of his room. Luo Ruoxin was seated on one of the benches by the courtyard. Upon seeing him, her eyebrows shot up in astonishment. "You have made a breakthrough in your cultivation?" It was just a day of absence, but there was a visible difference in Zhang Xian's aura. It felt much deeper than before, making it difficult for one to gauge the depth of his strength in a single glance. "I guess so," Zhang Xian replied with a nod. "It's good that you have made a breakthrough. I have to make a trip to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters to settle some matters, and I can bring you to the area where Kongshi left behind his superior breakthrough method," Luo Ruoxin said. "You are going to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters?" Zhang Xian asked in surprise. I can see great energy coursing from your body, and it's on the verge of running amok. Without a doubt, it's about time for you to raise your cultivation. This way, even if something happens, you will have the strength to cope, and I'll—" Luo Ruoxin paused for a brief moment before saying, "also be able to rest assured. It's indeed about time for me to push for a breakthrough." Zhang Xian nodded. The innate fetal poison was simply too smug. He had to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible and burn that fellow completely with the heavenly flame. Otherwise, if that fellow suddenly lost its rationality and attempted something, he would really be a goner. On top of that, if he achieved a breakthrough in his Jinchi cultivation to Great Sage, there would surely be a surge in his fighting prowess once more. Paired together with his Aureate body realm primordial spirit, even without Kongshi's blood droplet, he would be able to defeat any cultivator beneath Ancient Sage. In other words, even if he encountered the scholarly young man once more, he would be able to apprehend him and force him to spit out the whereabouts of Xiaoya and the others. The only consolation for him right now was that Xiaoya and the others were not in any major danger. As the heads of major powers, they were bound to have soul lanterns. If something had truly happened to them, the Glacier Plain Court, the Poison Hall, and the Yuan clan surely would have sent word over. Nevertheless, the close ties between the 100 schools of philosophers and the otherworldly demonic tribe left him feeling rather unnerved. He had to find out the reason behind this uncanny partnership as soon as possible so as to determine whether the 100 schools of philosophers was an ally or an enemy. "Let's head off then," Luo Ruoxin said with a chuckle. "All right," Zhang Xian nodded. He quickly called Sun Chong over and delegated some matters to him before the both of them departed from the Zhang clan. Shortly after leaving the perimeter of the Zhang clan, he suddenly recalled that adolescent boy and asked, "Oh right, will Wu Chun be coming along?" Wu Chun had followed them to the Zhang clan, but it did not seem like he had seen him around over the past day. Of course, he had also been busy during this period of time, so he was not one to speak. He had some matters to attend to, so he left earlier. We are heading to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters to find Kong Shi's superior breakthrough method. Not to pick a fight with anyone. There won't be any danger, so it won't matter whether he's around or not, Luo Ruoxin replied. You're right. Xianxia nodded before falling silent. He quickly went through a map that he had collected into the Library of Heaven's Path and located the whereabouts of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Following which, he flicked his wrist, and the dragon-bone divine spear flew into his hand. Break! With a thrust of his spear, a dimension rift was torn open, and a passageway appeared before them. Xianxia took the lead, and Luo Ruoxin followed closely behind him. The next moment, the duo found themselves standing before a cluster of towering buildings that was reminiscent of the scale of a royal palace. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Despite the massive scale of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, its appearance could not be said to be extravagant. In fact, it might not even be on par with the royal palaces of some conferred empires. Nevertheless, through the eye of insight, Xianxia could still see righteous aura suffusing the area, creating a dignified and solemn atmosphere. Even the most impetuous individual would feel compelled to hold himself prim and proper under such an atmosphere. It is called academic aura, Luo Ruoxin said. The Master Teacher Pavilion has been spreading its teachings across the Master Teacher continent for tens of thousands of years, bringing wisdom to the masses. The academic aura of the world could be said to have congregated in this area. Due to that, it's much easier to achieve a breakthrough cultivating here. I see. Xianxia nodded. He had been a little perplexed to hear that Luo Ruoxin was able to see the academic aura just like him, but he chose not to fuss over it. Instead, he proceeded into the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters together with her. The area right before the entrance was a clearing. There was a towering monument standing at a height of over 100 meters tall erected in the midst of the clearing, and the tip of the tablet seemed to pierce right into the clouds. Is this the Master Teacher Pavilion's Monument of Valiance? Xianxia's expression suddenly turned solemn. While he had never been before, he had read many books relating to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. He knew that there was a Monument of Valiance erected in the empty clearing just outside of its entrance. It was used to record the names of the heroes who had sacrificed themselves in the midst of liberating mankind from oppression. There were no ornaments on the monument, but on the ground, there were a couple of flower baskets and incense sticks that left trails of smoke drifting into the boundless sky. There were several massive words written on the monument that induced a heavy feeling in one even before approaching it. This was a feeling that came from the depths of one's soul, compelling even great sage cultivators to lower their heads deferentially. These names were all written by Kong Shi personally. They are the names of the heroes who fought against the otherworldly demonic tribe back then. Luo Ruoxin explained as she gazed upon the monument with an unreadable look in her eyes. So many lives were lost in the conflict. Indeed. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Zhang Lingyuan, Chun Qichuan, Wu Lingji. They were just names. There were no labels to indicate their accomplishments or their standing. Yet, these names seemed to contain a soul of their own. They signified the burning spirits of those who had fought valiantly for freedom back in that tumultuous era. Their resolve was passed down from generation to generation, and even to this day, it still continued to motivate others to stand up bravely for themselves and their brethren. If not for their valiance, we wouldn't have the peace that we enjoy right now. Perhaps we might still be under the oppression of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Xianxia nodded. They are worthy of being deemed as heroes. The value of the monument lay not in Kong Shi's writing but the spirit of those who had died struggling against the otherworldly demonic tribe. After a short moment of silence, the two of them walked through the entrance and entered the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Surprisingly, unlike other Master Teacher Pavilions or occupation guilds, there was no one on guard to stop them. Seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, Luo Ruoxin explained with a slight smile, "This is the headquarters of the greatest power on the Master Teacher continent. Unless one's tired of living, who'll dare wreak havoc here?" The reason the other master-teacher pavilion branches and occupation guilds needed guards was because they feared troublemakers. However, even the most willful of troublemakers wouldn't dare to pick a fight with the master-teacher pavilion headquarters. Since that was the case, there was no point in wasting manpower to put up guards. You're right. Xianxia nodded in realization. The academic aura grew significantly stronger upon entering the premises. It seemed to rid one of the feelings of worry, frustration, and such, thus bringing about greater clarity of mind. Luo Ruoxin was right. Not only would it be much more effective cultivating here, the chances of breeding inner demons would be significantly lower as well. With knowledge comes the wisdom to overcome inner demons. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. If you have any contacts you are looking for, I can help you relay the news of your arrival to them, a young man said after walking over. Taking a look at the emblem pinned on his chest, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Even though the young man appeared to be in his early 20s, he was actually a 7-star master teacher. To think that a 7-star master teacher would be serving as a receptionist. This was an extravagance that he would have never dared think of, as expected of the master teacher pavilion headquarters. I'm looking for Ren Qingyuan, Zhang Xian replied. Since he was there to look for Kong Shi's heritage, it would be much more convenient if he could seek the assistance of the deputy pavilion master. You are looking for Ren? The young man asked. Zhang Xian could vaguely see from the depths of the young man's eyes that he was slightly startled by the request, but those emotions did not surface on his face. Instead, the young man continued asking politely, May I know how I should address you? Please don't misunderstand. It's in order to inform our deputy pavilion master the identity of his guest. I am Zhang Xian, Zhang Xian replied. Zhang Xian? You are Zhang Xian. Despite being calm all this while, the young man jolted in shock upon hearing that name. His voice abruptly grew sharper, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. His voice had been a little loud, causing the crowd in the surroundings to overhear their conversation. Curious gazes began gathering on them. He's Zhang Xian. After hearing of his deeds, I thought that he would have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he looks more ordinary than I thought. Ordinary is an understatement. Even his appearance is nothing outstanding. His looks don't even come close to matching mine. I sure pity you. To think that you would become blind at such a young age. Such discussions could be heard in the surroundings. Zhang Xian did not expect to enjoy such great fame in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and his face twitched slightly upon hearing the chatter around him. Taking a deep breath, he focused his attention of the young man before him and clasped his fist. I'll be troubling you then. Oh, this way please, Zhang Shi. The young man quickly shook out of his daze and led the way forward. As he made his way over toward Ren Shi's office, he could not help but wonder, I heard that this fellow is a vicious figure. Would he pummel me due to my momentary discourtesy? But I'm only a 7-star master teacher. There's no way I could be a match for him. If he really wishes to make a move on me, should I lie down and let him do as he pleases? Or should I at least try to put up a fight before being pummeled? What a dilemma. Just what can I do in order to minimize my embarrassment while appearing awe-inspiring? In a sense, it's an amazing feat to survive the beating of the legendary Zhang Xian, right? Perhaps I might just be able to win the heart of the woman I love once she hears of this deed. Just like that, the young man's thoughts drifted further and further. If Zhang Xian knew of the thoughts of the fellow before him, he would have surely sent him flying with a single kick. I am a peace-loving, amiable, respectful, self-loving, magnanimous, low-profile person. All right? Just how in the world did you come to the conclusion that I'm a violent man who kicks up a fuss over nothing? Putting aside their miscellaneous thoughts, it did not take long for them to arrive before a massive door. Our deputy pavilion master is inside. I'll see you off here then. Seeing that Zhang Xian did not make a move on him, a hint of disappointment surfaced in the depths of the eyes of the young man. Nevertheless, his actions still remained incredibly polite. Don't you have to report my arrival? Xianxia was taken aback. Xianxia, you are the head of the Zhang clan and the sanctum of sages. There's no need for you to report your arrival in order to meet the deputy pavilion master. The young man replied courteously. In terms of standing, Xianxia could be considered an equal to Reincarnation. Naturally, there was no need for him to go to the trouble of seeking an audience. Thank you for your help, Xianxia told the young man before pushing open the door and walking in. The moment he stepped into the room, he immediately noticed that something was amiss. There were many familiar faces within the room. Many of the 9-star master teachers that he had met back in the Empire Alliance City were there, and there was quite a number of renowned experts as well. At the same time, the crowd also turned their heads over to the door and were taken aback by whom they saw. Xianxia, you came at a timely moment. I was just about to look for you. The first one to recover was Reincarnation, and he quickly cleared up the air with a light chuckle. You have comprehended the spatial, time, and soul quintessences, and your cultivation has reached St. Nine Dan Pinnacle as well. Even though you haven't met the formal requirements required to be a 9-star master teacher, you are already qualified to apply for a 9-star master teacher emblem. Since everyone is around today, why don't we carry out your 9-star master teacher examination right now? You are asking me to take the 9-star master teacher examination right now? Xianxia was taken aback. He did not expect Reincarnation to raise such a matter all of a sudden. I'm afraid that I'm not prepared for it yet. I didn't even brush my teeth after waking up earlier today, so it might not really be a good idea for me to take the examination right now. It was not that Xianxia was reluctant to become a 9-star master teacher, but he really was not prepared for it yet. The reason why he had come here was to find Kong Shi's superior breakthrough method and advance his cultivation to Great Sage One Dan. He did not think that Reincarnation would ask him to undergo the 9-star master teacher examination as soon as they met. Anyone in his position would be dazed. I have checked your supporting occupations, and your proficiencies have already reached levels comparable to the inceptive sages. With your capabilities and talents, I don't think that you'll face any trouble in the examination. It's just a matter of when you want to do it, Reincarnation remarked with a smile. He had witnessed the prowess of the young man with his own eyes. Be it in the impartation of knowledge, his cultivation, or his capabilities in other fields, they could be said to be impeccable. It was inevitable that he would become a 9-star master teacher. In his view, there was no reason to put off the inevitable. Furthermore, this invitation could also be viewed as a symbol of goodwill and a desire for reconciliation from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. All right then. May I know how the 9-star master teacher examination goes? Xianxia asked. Since Reincarnation had already put it out like that, there was no need for Xianxia to hesitate too much. He would eventually take the 9-star master teacher examination anyway, so there was no reason for him to put it off. Given that Reincarnation had already given him such an offer, he might as well get it over and done with. Just that. The process seemed a little too informal for something as important as the 9-star master teacher examination. It was almost as if it was no big deal at all. Typically speaking, the 9-star master teacher examination requires the examinee to declare his philosophy of pedagogy and find a way to ascertain its effectiveness. However, just the fact that you are able to raise disciples like Wang Ying, Zhengyang, Xiaoya, and the others is more than enough to prove the feasibility of your philosophy of pedagogy. As such, there's no need to go through the trouble of examining that, Reincarnation explained. 9-star master teachers had to have their own set of values and principles that they believed in when it came to teaching their students. While he was uncertain what Xianxia's values and principles were, the fact that he had been able to raise so many outstanding students was more than enough to show that his philosophy was effective. Aside from that, your soul depth must also reach 27, and you must be nominated by at least 3 9-star master teachers. You have met the requirements for those 2 as well, so the only segment remaining is the trial of strength. In the interest of time, let's not make things too complicated. Wang Shi, lower your cultivation down to introspective convalescence realm primary stage and exchange blows with Xianxia. Reincarnation instructed. All right. An elder known as Wang Shi walked out from the crowd. He took in a deep breath, and the next moment his aura swiftly weakened. In the blink of an eye, His cultivation had already been suppressed down to introspective convalescence realm primary stage. His true cultivation was only at introspective convalescence realm advanced stage, so it was not too difficult for him to suppress his cultivation. With a smile, he turned to Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, be wary. Since it's an examination, I won't be able to go easy on you. I expect nothing less." Xianxia replied with a smile. Seeing that Wang Shi was already prepared, Xianxia swiftly sent a fist over. With a loud roar, Wang Shi also retaliated with a fist of his own. Pong! So, Wang Shi vanished into thin air. This, the master teachers in the room froze on the spot. Was this really the prowess coming from a Saint Nine Dan cultivator? Even if they were the ones facing the attack, they did not have any confidence that they would be able to fare any better than Wang Shi. Even though your cultivation hasn't reached great sage yet, the fact that you were able to defeat Wang Shi shows that your fighting prowess is already up to par. Lu Shi, prepare the 9-star Master Teacher emblem. From today, Zhang Shi is a 9-star Master Teacher too. Ren Shi nodded with a smile. That's it. Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. Everything had happened so quickly that he could hardly believe that this was real. Were it not the fact that he knew that he was in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and that the person standing before him was the Deputy Pavilion Master, he would have thought that he was being scammed by a fraudster. Within half an hour of entering the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, he had sent a person flying, and all of a sudden, he was being congratulated for becoming a 9-star Master Teacher. Even the 1-star Master Teacher examination that he had taken back then had not been this easy. If this was going to be the case, why did he even go through the trouble of advancing through the ranks? He could have just taken the 9-star Master Teacher examination right away and cleared everything in one go. Since you have officially become a 9-star Master Teacher, you are qualified to attend this meeting. Paying no heed to the speechless expression on Zhang Xian's face, Ren Shi carried on with a grim look on his face. Knowing that the matters that they were going to confer about were confidential, Luo Ruoxin turned to Zhang Xian and said, "I'll wait for you outside," after which she departed from the room. Knowing that Ren Shi and the others would not allow an outsider to listen in on the meeting, Zhang Xian did not stop her. Instead, he directed a questioning gaze at Ren Qingyun and asked, "What is the purpose of this meeting for you to be in such a hurry?" By this point, he had also realized that the reason Ren Shi and the others were so eager to have him promoted to 9-star Master Teacher was so that he would have the clearance to attend this meeting. It's the otherworldly demonic tribe. They have just launched a mass invasion on the Master Teacher continent, Ren Qingyuan said with a deep frown. The otherworldly demonic tribe has just launched a mass invasion? Zhang Xian was taken aback. A 9-star Master Teacher whom Zhang Xian had met before walked to the wall and pointed to a map pinned on it. It was a full map of the Master Teacher continent, and there were many red dots marked on the map. There is a total of 108 major subterranean galleries linked to the otherworldly battlefields across the Master Teacher continent, and just a moment ago we spotted movements in all of them concurrently. The attack has come so abruptly that the Master Teacher Pavilion and Combat Master Hall's personnel stationed there are having trouble holding the fort, the 9-star Master Teacher said. 108 subterranean galleries? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He knew that there would be quite a number of subterranean galleries across the Master Teacher continent, but he did not think that there would be so many of them. If the otherworldly demons spilled out from all of them simultaneously, even with the prowess of the Master Teacher Pavilion, they would have trouble curbing them. What in the world is going on? Zhang Xian questioned anxiously. I'm unsure of the details either. Everything happened too quickly for us to process what's going on. It started from a minor invasion in some of the subterranean galleries a day ago. It was still within a scale that we could cope with, so we were intending to handle it internally within the Master Teacher Pavilion. However, the scale of the invasion swiftly grew larger, and before we knew it, some of the seals are starting to be worn down. Many Master Teachers have already been injured, Ren Shi said. Has an invasion of such a scale ever happened before? Zhang Xian asked. It has happened before, but never concurrently in all 108 major subterranean galleries. Ren Shi shook his head. The Master Teacher Pavilion has already dispatched nearly all of the available 9-star Master Teachers we have, but it still isn't sufficient to ward off the otherworldly demonic tribe. At this rate, it's likely that all of the seals will be breached within 10 days, thus giving rise to a large-scale invasion on the Master Teacher continent. 10 days. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He did not expect time to be so tight. It was true that the otherworldly demonic tribe was in an advantageous position at the moment, but a forceful, frontal assault like this would cause calamitous losses for them too. Time was currently on the side of the otherworldly demons. The longer they bided their time, the fewer ancient sages mankind would have to deal with them. Given that they had already waited for tens of thousands of years, surely they would be willing to wait a little longer to minimize their losses. It was irrational for the otherworldly demons to go on a rampage at this point in time. Or could it be? A thought came to Xianxia's mind, and he hurriedly asked, "Does this matter have anything to do with the imminent appearance of the Temple of Confucius?" Other than this, he could not think of any other reason for the otherworldly demonic tribe launching such a reckless assault on mankind all of a sudden. The disturbances in the space around the Temple of Confucius are growing stronger and stronger. It's likely that the Temple of Confucius will surface very soon. We've had to station most of our 9-star Master Teachers there in order to prevent any otherworldly demons from slipping in, so we don't really have sufficient manpower to deal with the invasion at the 108 subterranean galleries at the moment. I believe that the Zhang clan and the other powers should have received word regarding the invasion by now, and we would like to formally request your help in quelling the otherworldly demons. With an expectant look in his eyes, Rinshi looked at Xianxia solemnly and said, "The circumstances are really not in our favor at the moment. Mankind has to unite as one in order to survive this crisis." Xianxia finally understood why Rinshi and the others were in such a hurry to promote him to a 9-star Master Teacher. As a 9-star Master Teacher, one of the top experts of the Master Teacher continent, he had an indisputable responsibility to protect mankind in times of adversity. Clearly, Rinshi and the others had already heard of the news that he had become the head of the 3 premier clans and wanted to rope him onto this worship. After all, the 3 premier clans, the Glacier Plain Court, the Poison Hall, those powers combined together formed a force sufficient to dictate the fate of the entire Master Teacher continent. Not even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would dare underestimate the might of this force. Otherwise, they would not have deferred to those powers back then at Empire Alliance City either. Without much hesitation, Xianxia nodded gravely in response. "For mankind, there's nothing I can't do." Xianxia could not be said to be a noble and selfless individual. He was selfish from time to time, and the initial reason that he became a Master Teacher was not to save mankind but to make use of that identity to access more books. However, there were times when one simply could not back down. If mankind was massacred, what use would his strength be? He was no longer the same individual as when he first transcended over to this world. He had his family and his students. The Luo clan and the Jiang clan were looking to him for directions. There were many people in this world whom he wanted to protect. In fact, the reason he was so determined to mend the relations between the Luo clan and the Zhang clan was for this purpose. Since the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe was already on their doorstep, there was no way he would back down at this point in time. "It's truly reassuring to have you as our ally." Hearing Xianxia's agreement, relief broke out on Rinqingyuan and the other 9-star Master Teachers' faces. They had been wondering how they could talk Xianxia into the matter, but who would have thought that he would accept it so decisively? "I'll send out an order to have the 3 premier clans heed the Master Teacher Pavilion's directive right now," Xianxia replied. Watching as Xianxia relayed his instructions to the 3 premier clans without stalling for time, Rinqingyuan quickly turned his attention back to the 9-star Master Teachers and issued several strategic commands before dispersing the group. Having acquired the assistance of the 3 premier clans, Rinqingyuan knew that they would be able to curb the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe for the time being. Heaving a sigh of relief, he finally turned his gaze back to Xianxia and asked, "Xianxia, sorry to keep you waiting. May I know the reason behind your visit to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters?" When he first heard the name of the young man, he had been nothing more than an insignificant figure who had chosen to pass himself off as Xianxia's student. But before he knew it, the young man had already become a powerhouse whose influence rivaled or even exceeded his. So many things had happened over the past month, and nearly everything was centered around him. As long as the young man did not suffer a premature death, it was likely that he would surpass Xianxia in the future. To be honest, I have a favor to ask of you. Xianxia clasped his fist. I would like to pay a visit to the shrine of Kongshi. On their way there, Luo Ruoxin had told him that it was likely that Kongshi's superior breakthrough method would be placed in the shrine of Kongshi. The shrine of Kongshi was a heritage site constructed after the departure of Kongshi in order to celebrate his achievements. It contained his personal writing, clothes, and personal possessions. I was still wondering what you were going to ask for. All newly promoted 9-star master teachers have to pay a visit to the shrine of Kongshi as a part of the formalities, so it goes without saying that you are allowed to enter the shrine of Kongshi. Allow me to bring you over right now. Upon hearing the request, Ren Qingyuan chuckled softly and said, It's fine. At a time like this, you probably have a lot of urgent matters to attend to, so I shan't impose on you. However, if I may boldly request, I would like to bring Ruoxin with me into the shrine of Kongshi, Xianxia said. The superior breakthrough method was bound to be hidden in an inconspicuous location, so he might require Luo Ruoxin's help on that. On top of that, if Ren Qingyuan followed along, it could hinder his search efforts. Ren Qingyuan frowned upon hearing the request. He pondered for a moment before saying, by convention, only 9-star master teachers are allowed to enter the shrine of Kongshi, and newly promoted 9-star master teachers have to be accompanied by a more senior master teacher but on account of your contributions to mankind, I'll make an exception for you. However, I'll still have to ask you not to stay in the shrine of Kongshi for too long, roughly a day at maximum. Thank you. Xianxia's eyes lit up upon hearing those words, and he quickly clasped his fist in gratitude. As the shrine of Kongshi contained Kongshi's personal writings and possessions, just being in the vicinity of the shrine was highly beneficial to one's cultivation. Those who had entered the premises were likely to leave with new insights or considerable advancements in their cultivation. As such, it was not rare for 9-star master teachers to frequent the place. However, it was unsaid of for a non-master teacher individual to enter the premises and even stay an entire day there. It truly was not easy for Ren Qingyuan to give such leeway to him. I'll head over right now, Xianxia said. After receiving Ren Qingyuan's approval, Xianxia clarified the location of the shrine of Kongshi before walking out of the room. He quickly found Luo Ruoxin, and the two of them began making their way over to their destination. The shrine of Kongshi was founded by Kongshi's direct disciple, ancient sage Zi Yuan, after his departure. Many of his handwritten drafts, clothes, weapons, and the sort could be found in the shrine. The main purpose for creating the shrine was to allow later generations to feel the spirit of the world's teacher and experience his greatness. Many of the artifacts within the shrine of Kongshi were not offensive in nature, wielding very little prowess. However, they were able to inspire deeper contemplation to cultivators, bringing them epiphanies. Walking along the shrine, they saw the bloodied robe that Kongshi had left behind while fending off the otherworldly demonic tribe, the letter that he had sent out after being trapped at Chun Kai. Xianxia found himself at a loss for words for a very long time. Even someone as powerful as Kongshi had to go through so much in order to quell the otherworldly demonic tribe. After taking a walk around the room, Luo Ruoxin finally stopped before a certain artifact and pointed to it. This is the Sage Ascension platform that Kongshi left behind after his breakthrough to introspective convalescence realm back then. If he has left a cultivation technique behind, it's likely to be hidden in there. Xianxia quickly turned his gaze over and saw a round stone platform placed among the artifacts. Its surface was cloaked with a layer of beautiful light, reminiscent of jadeite. This is a product from the heavenly flame tribulation? Xianxia remarked in astonishment. There was no doubt that the material of the stone platform was the common blue jadestone. However, for some reason, it felt extraordinarily wholesome, as if it was one complete entity by itself. Furthermore, it emanated a radiant sheen far beyond that of ordinary blue jadestones, comparable to impeccable jadestones. The only force in the world that could turn an ordinary blue jadestone into an impeccable jadestone would be the heavenly flame. More importantly, his primordial spirit felt a feeling of intimacy from the blue jadestone, which further confirmed his doubts. It's indeed the doing of the heavenly flame, Luo Ruoxin nodded. After confirming the matter, Xianxia activated the Eye of Insight and began examining the stone platform carefully. A moment later, a deep frown formed on his forehead. He had already figured out how the heavenly flame had converted an ordinary blue jadestone into its current state, but he was still completely bewildered as to how Kong Shi managed to summon the heavenly flame tribulation for his breakthrough to Great Sage One Dan. There was nothing that he could consider a clue on the stone platform. Xianxia turned to Luo Ruoxin and asked doubtfully, "If the superior breakthrough method is truly hidden in here, considering how many formidable 9-star master teachers have looked at this stone platform, its secrets should have already been uncovered by now, right?" Master teachers were known for their sharp eye of discernment. While his Eye of Insight was particularly formidable in this field, there were still over a dozen experts before him who possessed the same ability as well, namely the preceding sanctum heads of the Sanctum of Sages. If even they could not find anything wrong with the stone platform, was there really a cultivation technique hidden in it? "Did you bring the Saint Ascension platform Kong Shi has left behind with you?" Instead of explaining the matter, Luo Ruoxin asked about a completely different matter instead. "I did." Xianxia flicked his wrist, and another stone platform materialized before him. Before passing the orb containing the Qiu Wu Palace to Luo Ganzhen, he had already placed the Saint Ascension platform into his storage ring. "Try using the cultivation technique of the Saint Ascension decipher to infuse your Jinqi into the Saint Ascension platform," Luo Ruoxin instructed. Xianxia was not sure where this was going, but he nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly infused his Jinqi into the Saint Ascension platform. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As his Jinqi coursed through the Saint Ascension platform, it began emanating energies of a myriad different colors and slowly floated into the air. At the same time, as if attracted by the energies of the Saint Ascension platform, the Sage Ascension platform was drawn over. The two stone platforms began fusing with one another, and before long, they were already a single entity. Xianxia was startled. He did not think that the two stone platforms would actually be able to fuse with one another. "Wang." Just as he was about to ask Luo Ruoxin what was going on, a brilliant burst of light exploded from the stone platform. An illusory black silhouette appeared in the midst of the radiant surroundings, sitting on the stone platform with crossed legs, his eyes tightly shut. This is the recording Kong Shi left behind when he made a breakthrough to Great Sage One Dan. The breakthrough method is found in here. Luo Ruoxin's voice sounded anxious. "Recording." Taking a closer look, Xianxia noticed that the silhouette was cultivating. Surges of spiritual energy were gushing into his body, circulating in a certain pathway. "This is Kong Shi." Xianxia's face twitched. Rather than a human, the silhouette looked more like a burnt sweet potato instead. If not for Luo Ruoxin's reminder, he would not have thought that it was a human. Was this blurred black thing really Kong Shi? Seeing that Xianxia was distracted by such small details, Luo Ruoxin sighed helplessly. "The recording will only appear once. It's only triggered due to your successful breakthrough as a celestial saint. This opportunity won't come again if you don't pay close attention." Hearing those words, Xianxia hurriedly focused his attention on watching the movements of the black shadow. Since it would only appear once, he would have to pay close attention to it. Otherwise, if he missed any crucial aspects, it would be too late for regrets. "Flaws," Xianxia willed. "Hula." The library of Heaven's Path jolted, but no book was compiled. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. It had failed him at the crucial moment once more. Of course, it could be because Kong Shi possessed the discarnate constitution of divination as well, so the silhouette that he left behind could not be compiled by the library of Heaven's Path. "Forget it. I'll just have to remember as many things as possible by myself," Seeing that the Library of Heaven's path was not working, Xianxia could only observe the movements of the silhouette before him seriously. Sitting on the stone platform, spiritual energy continuously surged into the silhouette, and its aura was growing stronger and stronger. After a moment of examination, Xianxia frowned. There is something bizarre about how spiritual energy is entering the body of the silhouette. When pushing for a breakthrough, cultivators would usually open all of their acupoints to take in spiritual energy equally throughout their body so as to better channel it toward the dantian, thus advancing their cultivation. However, this was not the case for the silhouette. He was taking in spiritual energy fastest from his head, followed by his innards and finally his limbs. Furthermore, the attributes of the spiritual energy that he was taking in were different too. The spiritual energy that he was channeling into his head was overflowing with vitality, seemingly encompassing all attributes. On the other hand, the spiritual energy that he was channeling into his innards was of the fire attribute, the wood attribute for his upper limbs, and the cold attribute for his lower limbs. Noticing Xianxia's confused frown, Luo Ruoxin explained, "It's the 4 seasons." 4 seasons? Xianxia asked doubtfully. The world can be divided into 4 seasons. People often say that the natural world is devoid of consciousness, but it does instinctively obey a certain law in order to rid the impurities it has accumulated. For example, a poison master can concoct a poisonous substance and scatter it around the lands, creating a blight. But with sufficient time, the world will still be able to neutralize the poison through the power of the changing seasons, thus healing the damage it has sustained. Luo Ruoxin elaborated. So, this is similar to removing the damaged cells in the introspective convalescence realm? Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. The natural world wielded the amazing power to heal any damage it had sustained with time, no matter how severe it was. Could take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, but eventually, any damage would be undone, leaving nary a trace at all. So, in terms of regeneration, there was nothing that could outdo the natural forces of the world. Not even ancient sages could come close to competing with it. Xianxia nodded in wonderment. What Kong Shi did was comprehend the ingenuity behind the 4 seasons and incorporate it into his body in order to achieve a breakthrough to the introspective convalescence realm. As expected of the world's teacher, he was truly extraordinary. It was no wonder he was able to summon the heavenly flame tribulation as soon as he achieved a breakthrough to Great Sage One Dan. Using a cultivation technique that was in such close alignment with the world, it was inevitable that he would incur the envy of the heavens. The body as the 4 seasons, the innards as the 5 cardinal directions 1, the spirit as the heavens, the body as the earth, the creations and yin-yang as the soul. The more Xianxia looked, the more surprised he was. He slowly sat down and began to cultivate. The bottleneck that had limited his cultivation tightly in the past began to loosen, and it seemed as if he would take the final step forward at any moment. Just as Xianxia was just about to push for a breakthrough, a thought suddenly came to his mind. No, that's not right. Kong Shi has his own method of pushing for a breakthrough to Great Sage, but I don't share the same constitution as him. I can use his wisdom as a guiding direction for me, but I can't blindly imitate everything that he does. Kong Shi had spent his life fighting against the otherworldly demonic tribe, and he had his own persistence and righteousness. On the other hand, Xianxia had his own encounters and experiences that were very different from Kong Shi's. With such divergence in their pathways, their cultivation method could not be identical to one another. If Xianxia forcefully attempted to walk down the pathway of another, it was likely that his cultivation would go berserk instead. Possessing the library of heaven's path, the techniques I have cultivated have always been perfect. In terms of comprehension of the heavens, there's no one who can compete with me, Xianxia thought with a brilliant light gleaming from his eyes. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never taken a single wrong step. Other cultivators could devote their lives to desperately scouring the world, but all they would discover eventually was just a superficial understanding of the world. On the other hand, what he had in his mind was the very embodiment of the heavens. Was there any being in this world who boasted a greater understanding of the world than him? Fighter cultivation techniques, transcendent mortal cultivation techniques, Saint cultivation techniques. As his comprehension of each cultivation level flowed through his brain, they swiftly strung together to form a magnificent collage. This is what I want, Xianxia thought as his consciousness delved right into the collage. The next moment, he found himself standing in uncharted territories, a world that he had never known before. Boom! The bottleneck that had his cultivation sealed at St. Nindan Pinnacle was forcefully torn apart, and his Xianxia began undergoing a qualitative metamorphosis. At the same time, his aura also grew stronger at a furious pace. I have made a breakthrough. So, this is the power of a true great sage. Feeling the incredible energy coursing through his meridians, Xianxia's heart pounded in excitement. It was fortunate that Luo Ruoxin had stopped him from making a breakthrough previously. If he had used the inferior breakthrough method instead, he would have been much weaker than how he was now. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Shortly after his breakthrough, dark clouds began collapsing inward. An astounding amount of energy was gathering in the area, shrouding the entire shrine of Kong Shi. What's happening? That fellow couldn't have made a breakthrough there, could he? Shit, that's the shrine of Kong Shi. Upon seeing the dark clouds gathering in the area, the faces of those in the master-teacher pavilion paled in fright. They nearly spurted blood on the spot. Bro, surely you could have chosen a much better place to achieve a breakthrough, right? That's the shrine of Kong Shi. Do you know that destroying it is no different from making enemies out of all the master-teachers across the master-teacher continent? That's a sin you'll never be able to absolve yourself from. Quick, stop him! Ren Qingyuan cried out in despair. Had he known that this would happen, he never would have allowed that dastardly troublemaker in. Other 9-star master teachers entering the shrine of Kong Shi would have their souls cleansed, becoming powerful experts who were willing to lay down their lives for mankind. Yet, that fellow actually went in and called a cultivation tribulation upon that sacred place. It was already bad enough for him to use his cultivation tribulation to tear apart the Zhang clan and the Glacier Plain court. But to think that he was not satisfied with just that. He actually wanted to tear down the master-teacher pavilion headquarters shrine of Kong Shi too. Didn't I treat you courteously earlier? Why do you still want to harm me? Haven't I apologized enough for what I did to you back then? While cursing Xianxia on the inside, Ren Qingyuan rushed to the shrine of Kong Shi with the other elders. Just as he was about to rush in, he felt a furious wave of intense heat gushing out from the shrine, keeping everyone out. Ren Qingyuan grabbed one of the 9-star master teachers and asked, "What's going on right now?" The shrine of Kong Shi is surrounded by a unique power that prevents us from inspecting inside with our spiritual perception, so we have no idea. The 9-star master teacher hurriedly explained. A unique power? It's able to keep out the spiritual perception of 9-star master teachers too. Ren Qingyuan was taken aback. Even the weakest 9-star master teacher who remained in the master teacher pavilion headquarters was at least at introspective convalescence realm primary stage. On the other hand, the strongest ones were around Sword Saint Xing's caliber. Yet, with their strength, they were neither able to enter the shrine of Kong Shi or inspect the interiors with their spiritual perception. Just what in the world was going on inside? My ancestor, will you only be appeased after you tear down the shrine of Kong Shi too? Boom! In his moment of exasperation, he saw ominous clouds overflowing with power gathering swiftly in the area. Ferocious flames could be seen crackling amidst the clouds, on the verge of descending onto the world at any moment. Is this the heavenly flame tribulation? But why would the flames be black in color? Isn't he only at St. Nindan Pinnacle? How did he summon such a powerful cultivation ordeal? I don't know either. Maybe it's because he's a genius. The crowd was stunned to see the nature of the clouds gathering in the area. They had verified Xianxia's cultivation when they tested him during the 9-star master teacher examination earlier. There was no doubt about it, he was only at St. Nindan Pinnacle. Even if he managed to achieve a breakthrough, he should have only been at introspective convalescence realm too. But for some inconceivable reason, the cultivation ordeal he had summoned was the heavenly flame tribulation. Not to mention an extraordinarily powerful one at that. How the heck did you do it? Did you just absorb all of the treasures in the shrine of Kongshi? A thought suddenly flashed across Ren Qingyuan's mind, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. He exclaimed in horror, "Wait a moment! That's the Empyrean heavenly flame. It's the strongest heavenly flame tribulation. Black heavenly flames." This was a phenomenon which even the knowledgeable 9-star master teachers gathered here had never heard of. Even Ren Qingyuan only knew of its existence through vague information detailing its existence in the Pavilion Master Seal. The Empyrean heavenly flame existed in the color of dusk, and there was nothing in the world that it couldn't set ablaze. If left to free rein, there was little doubt that it would scorch down everything in the world. It was the most fearsome heavenly flame tribulation, and the only cultivator that was known to have summoned it was Kongshi. Was the young man undergoing an encounter similar to that of Kongshi? Did he manage to find some kind of obscure heritage hidden in the shrine of Kongshi which they have missed out on? But even if there was some hidden heritage, it didn't make sense for the young man to find it so quickly. Seal the news for the time being. Make sure that not a single word about this matter leaks out. Ren Qingyuan turned to the elders around him and ordered sternly. Regardless of whether Xianxia was able to survive the heavenly flame tribulation or not, it wasn't good news for the Master Teacher Pavilion. If he were to survive the heavenly flame tribulation, it would mean that an expert comparable to Kongshi had appeared on the world. With the Zhang clan and many major powers under his leadership, the authority of the Master Teacher Pavilion would be swiftly diminished in the near future. On the other hand, if he were to die in the tribulation, how were they to explain to the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, and the Jiang clan that their head had died in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? For the time being, the only thing they could do was to conceal the news as long as they could. The 3 premier clans had barely united together under Xianxia, and it was through tapping into the young man's influence that the Master Teacher Pavilion was able to mobilize the 3 premier clans. If a mishap were to happen to the young man at this point in time, everything could swiftly unravel. Faced with internal disharmony and external crisis, even the powerful Master Teacher Pavilion would collapse in the face of such pressure. We understand. Understanding the implications of this matter, the 9-star Master Teachers quickly created all sorts of formations around the area to conceal the phenomenon. Unaware of the panic occurring outside, Zhang Xian's consciousness was immersed in the internal state of his body. He was carefully discerning the changes occurring in his body. Slowly, he reconstructed the foundation of his body to a form that was in greater alignment with nature, thus allowing his energies to flow without any impediment. This resulted in a significant enhancement in his burst power. There are some changes to my meridian network as well. It's starting to bear some resemblance to the meridian network I have reconstructed for Xiaoya back then. The breakthrough in his Jinqi cultivation had introduced several changes to the mapping of his meridians too. His meridians had been shifted to assume a form reminiscent of Zhao Ya's meridian network. It seemed like the meridian network he had reconstructed for Zhao Ya was indeed ideal for cultivators. To put it in other words, this proved that the reason why the otherworldly demons were stronger than humans was because they were of a higher level of existence. Otherwise, their meridian network wouldn't have been so closely aligned to the ideal state. It was possible to raise one's level of existence through cultivation, but the difference in the starting point was still a gap that was hard to bridge. Take the dragon tribe, for example. No one in the Master Teacher continent had ever seen a true pure-blooded dragon before, but there was no one who would deny that they were superior existences who wielded devastating strength. Even the Dragonbone Divine Spear would have to bow in the face of the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon. Honestly, Zhang Xian couldn't even begin to fathom just how powerful pure-blooded dragons would be. Most likely, they wielded strength far surpassing the ancient sages from birth. This was the gap stemming from the different level of existences between 2 beings. It was due to the fact that the otherworldly demons were blessed with a more logical constitution than humans that they were of a higher level of existence. This superior constitution allowed them to be born as transcendent mortals, and it bestowed upon them longevity far exceeding that of humans. The fact that his constitution had changed slightly upon reaching Great Sage meant that he had undergone a qualitative evolution in his level of existence. If he were to bear any offspring in his current state, Even if his offspring failed to inherit his bloodline ability, they would still command talents above ordinary cultivators due to their superior constitution. In fact, most of the founders of Tier 3 Sage clans were actually Great Sage 4 Dan Sempiternal Realm experts who failed to reach Ancient Sage in their lifetime. It seems like there are some advancements in my spiritual perception and physical strength too. The changes weren't limited to just Xianxia's meridian network. His spiritual perception had grown much stronger than before too. In the past, it would have been impossible for him to scrutinize the internal structure of each individual cell, but with his enhanced spiritual perception, he could see even the slightest crease within each cell. At the same time, the range of his spiritual perception had increased to 20 Li 1 as well. In other words, if he were to just activate his spiritual perception, nothing within a perimeter of 20 Li would be able to escape his notice. Just by activating his spiritual perception, there would be no one within a perimeter of 20 Li who would be able to escape his notice. As for his physical body, the improvements weren't significant yet, considering how he had barely achieved a breakthrough and hadn't gotten a chance to temper his body yet. Nevertheless, through the nourishment of the Jinqi coursing through his meridians, the resilience of his physical body had already surpassed that of Saint Pinnacle artifacts. It was beginning to advance toward the level of Great Sage artifacts. Of course, the greatest change he had experienced was still his Jinqi. It had become much purer and denser than before. An unimaginable amount of Jinqi had congregated in his dantian to form a seemingly endless ocean. I should focus on overcoming the heavenly flame tribulation first. All of this information gushed into his mind with a simple sweep of his spiritual perception. However, he knew that this wasn't a good time to be analyzing his own current condition. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the sky. Voila! In the moment that he turned his gaze to the sky, a bundle of black flame descended from the ominous clouds above. Absorb! With the previous experience of dealing with the Empyrean heavenly flame, there was no longer any fear in Xianxia's heart. Without any hesitation, he absorbed the black flame into his body. But in the next moment, excruciating pain assaulted his entire existence. An intense heat raged within his body, threatening to melt him down into a puddle of goo. I have to drive my Jinqi and use the heat to temper my body. Xianxia knew that he was undergoing the scorching body tribulation, scorching spirit tribulation, and scorching heart tribulation simultaneously. Whatever pain he felt was, in truth, a trial for him as well. 3 ordeals simultaneously, which included trials on his spirit and heart as well. He couldn't afford to give up now. The moment that he surrendered himself to fear would be the moment that he would be reduced to ashes. Knowing this fact for well, Xianxia gritted his teeth and forced himself to bear with the pain as he hurriedly drove his Jinqi to disperse the heat. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Under the relentless ramming of his Heaven's Path Jinqi, the huge bundle of flame was swiftly reduced to many seeds of fire. Nevertheless, they continued to burn with the same fervor as before. Before Xianxia knew it, the pain had further intensified. It felt as though it was stabbing deeply into him, rendering him lightheaded. No, this isn't right. How can this be even more painful than the heavenly flame tribulation my primordial spirit faced? Xianxia thought in alarm as cold sweat gushed down his body. With the experience of overcoming the Empyrean heavenly flame once, he thought that he had nothing to fear this time around. Yet, he realized that his previous experience wasn't any use at all. Could it be that what I have encountered earlier was the heavenly flame tribulation, whereas this one is the Sage Ascension ordeal? They aren't of the same level as one another? What his primordial spirit had faced previously was indeed the Empyrean heavenly flame, but it was summoned by the breakthrough of his soul cultivation to Aureate body realm. On the other hand, the Empyrean heavenly flame he was facing at the moment was a cultivation ordeal summoned by the unique circumstances of his breakthrough to introspective convalescence realm. This was an unconventional tribulation which was summoned only by Kong Shi in the past tens of thousands of years. There was a good chance that it was no ordinary heavenly flame tribulation. Xianxia could understand that this cultivation ordeal was unconventional, but wasn't this way too strong? Even his aureate body realm consummation primordial spirit was having trouble coping with the intense heat of the Empyrean heavenly flame. It was to the point that it seemed as if his consciousness would simply fade away at any moment. He could hardly bring himself to think what would have become of him if he had not advanced his soul cultivation to aureate body realm in advance. Perhaps he would have lost his consciousness in the moment he absorbed the heavenly flame in his body, thus allowing the heavenly flame to ravage his body as it pleased. If it was already so difficult for him, how did Kong Shi, who didn't possess the library of heaven's path, survive this nigh impossible ordeal? Xianxia couldn't help but wonder in incredulity. Knowing that this wasn't a good time for his mind to be wandering around the place, Xianxia curbed the dizziness in his head and focused his attention on the silhouette on the stone platform. At this moment, the silhouette seemed to be undergoing a similar experience as him. Heavenly flames descending from the heavens seared him mercilessly, turning him into the color of black charcoals. His aura withered swiftly under the heat, and it felt as if he would wilt and breathe his last. Just as his aura grew so feeble that it was nearly indiscernible, a small seed of energy suddenly sprouted from his body. The small seed of energy grew relentlessly in the face of the heat, accumulating power and vitality. Before long, it had already developed into a colossal tree. The silhouette remained completely motionless throughout the process, but his presence seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. It came to a point where it seemed to tower over everything in the world. This is resurgence after desolation, revival after demise? Xianxia's heart jolted in astonishment. With the arrival of autumn, the resplendent world would gradually wilt and lose all vitality, leaving nothing but piles of discarded autumn leaves on the ground. However, when spring returned to the world once more, everything would come back to life. Vitality would surge back into the world, resuscitating the dead and bestowing new lives. This was the cycle of nature, and the silhouette on the stone platform was using this cycle to his advantage. The more I try to oppose the black flame, the greater the intensity it'll burn with. In other words, if I choose not to oppose the heavenly flame, the temperature of the flame will lower accordingly too. If I could just lower the temperature of the black flame to a level that's tolerable to me, I'll be able to use the heat to temper my body and gradually adapt to the heat. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. This was actually a common trait amongst cultivation ordeal. Be it the lightning tribulation or the heavenly flame tribulation, their prowess of the tribulation mirrored the strength of the cultivator it was dealing with. Take the lightning tribulation as an example. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more powerful the lightning tribulation would be. To put it in other words, the more feeble one was, the weaker the lightning tribulation would be. It was counterintuitive, but the key to overcoming this cultivation ordeal was to not oppose it. Otherwise, even if his primordial spirit had reached aureate body realm, he would still eventually succumb to the intense heat and pass out. What he had to do was to feign weakness before the cultivation ordeal in order to give his body some time to adapt to the heat. The arrival of the winter solstice, the silencing of all beings. Finally seeing a plausible way out of his current quandary, Xianxia immediately abandoned all attempts to ward off the heat from the black flame. Consciousness seemed to have vanished from his body as he stopped breathing altogether. It was as if winter had descended, extinguishing the flames of life under a weight of coldness. In this moment, it seemed as if eternal silence had set upon the world. Tzzzzzzzz. Just as what Xianxia had expected, as soon as he abandoned all resistance, the black flame realized that it had lost an opponent and swiftly calmed down. As a result of that, the temperature of the black flame plummeted sharply. To make an analogy, Xianxia's jinqi was like gasoline to the black flame. The more he tried to fend off the black flame with his jinqi, the more domineering the black flame would become in order to quell him. On the other hand, if he were to seal his jinqi together and keep it from coming into contact with the black flame, with time, the black flame would lose its momentum and extinguish. Having given up on resistance, Xianxia's aura gradually weakened down to the point where he seemed nothing more than an ordinary mortal. In reciprocation to that, the black flame also diminished to a level tolerable to him. Under the scorching heat of the black flame, Black gas began rising out of Xianxia's body. Slowly, a golden sheen emerged from his physical body. Having cultivated the heaven's path golden body, Xianxia knew that the black gas was the impurities accumulated within his body. Even if he had refined his body time and time again, it was nigh impossible for him to cleanse it fully. In a sense, this was similar to no matter how many times a person washed his body would never be perfectly clean. This was because the spiritual energy in nature was impure. This impurity was also the reason why spirit stones were divided into low tier, middle tier, high tier, and pinnacle. Even the pinnacle spirit stone, which boasted the highest purity of the spirit stones, wasn't close to being devoid of impurities. Given that even the spiritual energy absorbed by a cultivator wasn't perfectly clean, it was inevitable that impurities would gradually accumulate within one's body. The heavenly flame wielded the power to burn these impurities into black gas and expel them from a cultivator's body. Without these impurities to hinder his bodily functions, the cultivator would be able to wield greater power at his disposal. Gold was known to be the element that contained the least impurities. By tempering one's physical body over and over again, it would begin to emanate a beautiful golden sheen. This was also where the term aureate body originated from. As more and more black gas was being expelled, the golden sheen emanating from Xianxia's body grew more and more brilliant. In the previous heavenly tribulation, he had only managed to refine his primordial spirit to assume a golden color. However, under the intense scorching of the black flame, his physical body and Xianxia were swiftly being purified, and they were beginning to turn golden as well. With a light knock, a metallic reverberation sounded from his body. It was almost as if his body was a legendary weapon in the making. I think I can start raising the temperature of the black flame. As the black flame tempered his body, he found that the excruciating pain he had suffered previously had been reduced to a level where he could hardly feel anything anymore. This was a sign that he had already adapted to the current level of heat emanated from the black flame, and it no longer posed a threat to him anymore. Thus, he began to drive his Xianxia. In an instant, it was as if the world had come back to life. The frost had melted, and a surge of vitality sprouted from the depths of his body. Hong Long Long. Sensing the changes in Xianxia's body, the black flame realized that it had been duped and flew into a rage. Innumerable bundles of black flames descended one after another, threatening to burn the young man down to ashes. However, this was the exact reaction Xianxia was anticipating from it. Without any hesitation, he absorbed the bundles of black flame into his body. Jijijiji. It wasn't too long ago that the black flame was a force far beyond his means to deal, but after undergoing a period of adaptation, his body had already built up some immunity against the heat. The damage and pain inflicted on his body had both reduced to a level acceptable to him. Black gas continued being expelled from his body, and the golden sheen on his body was becoming more and more brilliant. At the same time, the floor he was sitting on had initially turned black under the heat of the black flame, but at this point it was starting to grow translucent. Slowly but surely, it was assuming a similar appearance to the blue jadestone he had seen previously. Slowly, Xianxia felt his body adapting completely to the black flame, and he heaved a sigh of relief. A glint flashed across his eyes as he thought, "It's about time to resolve the innate fetal poison." The innate fetal poison had managed to slip into his physical body and hide in his narrowest meridians, where he was unable to reach. This time around, he was determined to accomplish the deed once and for all. Xianxia took in a deep breath as he turned his gaze toward the ominous clouds above. With a powerful leap, he dashed right into the midst of the Empyrean heavenly flame. Since he had already resolved himself to eliminate the innate fetal poison, he would have to make sure to utterly obliterate it this time around such that it wouldn't be able to make a comeback again. The bundles of black flame that descended from the ominous clouds above wasn't sufficient to guarantee the complete destruction of the innate fetal poison, so he would have to dive into the core of the black flame to carry out the deed. Back then, he did dive into the ominous clouds with his primordial spirit too, but he had remained near the edges. That created an opening for the innate fetal poison to get away. He wouldn't make such a mistake again. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As soon as he dived into the midst of the dark clouds, he immediately felt innumerable bundles of black flame swarming in his direction, threatening to drown him whole. In the face of the frenzied assault from the black flames, Xianxia opened his acupoints and devoured them frenziedly. As the black flames surged into his meridians, he channeled them toward the area where the innate fetal poison hid. Jijiji! At this moment, the innate fetal poison was still idling by one corner, oblivious to the fact that Xianxia had already summoned the heavenly flame tribulation for his physical body too. Caught off guard by the ferocious onslaught of black flames, it released a shrill shriek and quickly took flight. Do you think you have anywhere to run to? After being tortured by the innate fetal poison for so long, Xianxia couldn't possibly allow it to do as it pleased anymore. Before the innate fetal poison could get far away, black flames surged into the path it was intending to escape to. Before it could even register the situation it was in, all of its paths of escape had been completely sealed. Xianxia knew how agile the innate fetal poison was when it came to fleeing, so he made sure that everything was in place before launching the decisive assault. At this moment, due to the overwhelming quantity of black flame in him, his entire body had turned into a human-shaped black fireball. If he still couldn't get rid of the innate fetal poison with this, he could really just kill himself on a blob of tofu. Jijiji! Completely surrounded, the innate fetal poison had no way to escape to. Engulfed in the midst of searing black flames, a piercing shriek reminiscent of a banshee's cry shook the air. The shriek slowly dwindled before everything was reduced to silence. It's finally over. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. His physical body and primordial spirit had been tempered by heavenly flames, and his spiritual perception had grown sharp enough to notice any anomaly in his body. No matter how crafty the innate fetal poison was, there was no way it would be able to escape from this. Fearing that the innate fetal poison would make a comeback, even after the piercing shriek faded, Xianxia continued to channel black flames into his body to sear the innate fetal poison. He continued the process for nearly 10 minutes, stopping only when the dark clouds were beginning to dissipate. Retracting the black flames, Xianxia swiftly scanned the area where the innate fetal poison had last appeared with his spiritual perception. His eyes widened at what he saw. What is this? Xianxia muttered in shock. The innate fetal poison which had plagued him for over a year had disappeared without a trace. However, remaining in its place was a ball of black smoke. This bundle of black smoke wasn't too big, roughly the size of a fingernail. It sat quietly in the midst of his meridians, not moving at all. I have no idea what it is, but it's unlikely to be anything good. Let me see if I can get rid of it. Xianxia continued to channel the black flame into his body to burn the ball of black smoke, but it didn't seem to faze the ball of black smoke at all. Even the Empyrean heavenly flame, which boasted the ability to be able to burn anything down, was completely ineffective against it. What in the world is this ball of black smoke? Following which, Xianxia tried to use his soul energy and Jinqi to expel the ball of black smoke out of his body. But to his astonishment, it seemed to have taken root in his body. No matter how he tugged and pulled, it refused to budge at all. Could this be the problem which Kong Shi was referring to back then? Xianxia thought with a frown. After taming the Pavilion Master token, he encountered Kong Shi's will, and the latter told him that it wasn't too difficult to resolve the innate fetal poison. What was troublesome was the problem that came after it. He had successfully eradicated the innate fetal poison, but in its place this ball of black smoke appeared. There was no doubt the problem, which Kong Shi was referring to, was this. Something which even Kong Shi deemed to be a problem was likely to be really difficult to deal with. This ball of black smoke is residing in one of my smaller meridians, so my primordial spirit is unable to slip in. Furthermore, it doesn't seem like my Library of Heaven's path is working on it either. Xianxia frowned in frustration. He had used his Eye of Insight, Library of Heaven's path, and everything at his disposal, but he was still unable to identify what the ball of black smoke was. Forget it. Judging from its state, it doesn't seem to pose any harm to me for the time being. I guess I'll have to ask Kong Shi about it the next time I meet him. Xianxia examined the ball of black smoke carefully, and it didn't seem to be poisonous. Deeming it unlikely to cause him any harm in the short run, he decided to put this matter aside for the time being. While he was a little unnerved by its presence, it didn't seem like he was able to get rid of it at the moment. In any case, he had finally managed to resolve the innate fetal poison, and that was truly a huge load off his chest. The tension which had been weighing him down over the past year vanished without a trace, and he suddenly felt light and free. Hoo-hoo! At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky were already halfway through their dissipation, and the heavenly flame tribulation was likely to flee very soon. The current heavenly flame tribulation doesn't pose any threat to me anymore. Even when the tribulation was at its full prowess, it was unable to bring him down. Given that it was already in the midst of dissipation, there was no way it would be able to hurt him anymore. It would be a waste to allow the black flame to dissipate just like that though. Otherwise, who knows when I'll be able to encounter it once more. Xianxia thought. The corners of his lips crept up as he flicked his wrist and took out a 3 meters wide round platform. Golden Origin Spirit Stone. This was the treasure which the Dragonbone Divine Spear had given him back at ancient sage Ran Chio's ancient domain. However, as he had no suitable flame to process the material, he could only store it in his storage ring all this while. However, since there were remnants of the heavenly flame in the sky, and it happened that he had no other use for it at the moment, this was an ideal opportunity to reforge the Golden Origin Cauldron. That fellow had been following him for a very long while now. However, as he had advanced his cultivation too quickly, it didn't take long before it was rendered redundant. Since he had some spare time at the moment, it would be a good chance to upgrade this loyal subordinate of his. Who? As soon as the Golden Origin Spirit Stone came into contact with the black flame, the precious metal which even the most powerful earth flame would have difficulty processing began to soften. In less than 10 breaths, the massive platform had already been reduced to a puddle of metallic fluid. Golden Origin Cauldron. Come out! Xianxia flicked his wrist. Who? The Golden Origin Cauldron materialized in the air. As soon as it appeared, it squealed out in delight. Master, did you suddenly miss me? Did someone bully you again? Tell me who he is, and I'll have him reduced to. But before it could finish squealing, it swiftly realized that something was amiss. When it noticed the black flames wrapped around it, its voice quivered in horror. Master, what's that? Why is it so hot? Master, did I offend you somehow that you actually want to melt me down? Please, don't kill me. If you really want me to, I can even give my first time to you. Black lines streaked across Xianxia's face. Shut up. I am trying to upgrade you right now. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I'll toss you into the black flames and burn you to death. Ah, yes, master. Hearing that its master was actually intending to upgrade it instead, the Golden Origin Cauldron heaved a sigh of relief. Just as it was about to say something, intense heat from the black flames suddenly gushed in from the surroundings. Under the overwhelming heat, its body began to distort as it lost its structural rigidity. It was gradually starting to melt. Xianxia waved his hand, and the melted Golden Origin Spirit Stone swiftly flew over. He began to fuse it together with the Golden Origin Cauldron. No, this isn't right. The Golden Origin Spirit Stone is too high-tiered. The smithing techniques that I have learned previously can't apply to it. How much of it do I need to fuse into the Golden Origin Cauldron in order to maximize its strength? Xianxia suddenly froze as a question popped up in his head. His comprehension of smithing was only at 8-star pinnacle at the moment, and the knowledge he had was clearly insufficient to properly process the Golden Origin Spirit Stone. A certain proportion had to be struck between various ores in order to maximize the resilience of the resulting alloy. The more precisely the resulting alloy stuck to the ratio, the more powerful it would be. He had never worked with the Golden Origin Spirit Stone before. It was simply too rare. He had only heard of its name before, so there was no way he could have known at what ratio it should be fused with the other metals in order to create a perfect alloy. I was too reckless. Xianxia's face twitched awkwardly. If the proportion of the alloy was wrong, no matter how much good stuff he packed into the forging process, the resultant artifact was unlikely to be too powerful. His only thought then was to make full use of the black flame to reforge the golden origin cauldron that he failed to think the matter through thoroughly. Considering that he had already started to fuse the golden origin cauldron together with the golden origin spirit stone, it was already too late for him to turn back now. Forget it. The golden origin spirit stone is an exceptionally powerful material, so the more the merrier. In any case, the materials used to forge the golden origin cauldron is too mediocre, so it would be good to replace them all at once. Being an optimistic person, Xianxia tossed those concerns to the back of his mind. Even if the proportion was wrong, an artifact which had the golden origin spirit stone mixed into it couldn't possibly turn out to be weak. Since he had already gone wrong, he might as well add more of it. Perhaps it might rectify his previous mistakes. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As the golden origin cauldron fused with the 3 meters wide round platform, it was swiftly reduced to a metallic lump. Hoo! At this moment, the dark clouds seemed to have run out of power, and with a hoo, the black flames began extinguishing one after another. Crap, the black flames are vanishing too quickly. I haven't even started forging it yet. Xianxia's face twitched in horror. He was supposed to be upgrading the golden origin cauldron, not to disfigure it. If the black flames were to vanish altogether, the alloy would swiftly solidify, making it nigh impossible for him to reshape it back to the form of a cauldron. Xianxia quickly flicked his wrist and whipped out a hammer. He rushed forward and began hammering the metallic lump into shape with powerful strikes. Ding-dang, ding-dang. Ding-dang, ding-dang. The sound of hammering echoed loudly in the air. Outside the shrine of Kongshi, Ren Qingyuan and the others were looking at the dark clouds above with worried looks. Even I would have to flee in the face of the Empyrean heavenly flame, considering that Xianxia has just achieved a breakthrough not too long ago. Will he really be able to survive the cultivation ordeal? I don't know either, but doesn't he have the ability to control the lightning tribulation? Perhaps he might be able to do the same with the heavenly flame tribulation too. There's a fundamental difference between lightning tribulations and heavenly flame tribulations. Look up there. He's dashing into the midst of the dark clouds now. Seeing Xianxia dash into the midst of the dark clouds, the crowd wasn't reassured in the least. Instead, their worry only served to deepen. He might still be able to withstand the lightning energy in the storm clouds of lightning tribulations, but those dark clouds harness a massive inferno within them. How is he going to survive such intense heat? Isn't that sheer recklessness? We can only pray that he has a plan in mind. While the 9-star master teachers were still discussing amongst one another, the dark clouds began showing signs of dissipation. Oh, the heavenly flame tribulation is about to dissipate. So quickly? It can't be that some mishap has happened to him. Can it? The crowd quickly turned their gazes to the sky, wanting to see if the legendary genius was able to beat the odds and survive against the devastating Empyrean heavenly flame. However, they ended seeing something they didn't expect to see instead. Amidst the dark clouds, they saw a human silhouette taking out a hammer, and he began hammering a lump floating in front of him. Ding-dang, ding-dang. Ding-dang, ding-dang. There was a rhythm to the hammering, which sounded surprisingly pleasurable to the ears. He is forging a weapon? Following that question, silence drifted amongst the master teachers. There was no cultivator who would disagree that the heavenly flame tribulation was a perilous cultivation ordeal. Countless prodigies had lost their lives in the face of its devastating might. Even in the master teacher pavilion headquarters, where the top geniuses of the master teacher continent were gathered, most 9-star master teachers would spend from several dozens to over 100 years to prepare themselves before daring to face the scorching trial of the heavenly flame tribulation. It was not too long ago that Xianxia was still at St. Nindan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm, but before they knew it, he had already summoned a heavenly flame tribulation. To make things worse, the heavenly flame tribulation he had summoned was no other than the most terrifying Empyrean heavenly flame. It was no wonder why everyone was pessimistic about his survival. Was it really possible for a human to survive something of this level? But contrary to their expectations, not only did the young man emerge perfectly fine from the tribulation, They found that he was even making use of the heavenly flame to forge an artifact. Screw that. Constipated looks appeared on the faces of the 9-star master teachers all around. They stared at one another with widened eyes, not knowing what they should make of the situation before them. They had hypothesized many possibilities. Perhaps the young man might have been burned to cinders, or maybe he would be able to barely overcome it with grievous wounds. But the thought that he would make use of the heavenly flame to forge an artifact had never crossed their minds. Not even once. Had the world lost its mind? It was one thing for him to be able to control the lightning tribulation, but to actually be using the heavenly flame to forge an artifact. Hell, that was sheer extravagance. Bro, does your family own the heavens or something? The heavenly flame tribulation should have been the heavens' punishment against you. It's not a lighter for you to borrow a flame from. While their minds were struggling to come to terms with the freakish happenings unfolding before their eyes, Xianxia suddenly turned his gaze in their direction and asked, "Does any of you have any hibernal spirit essence? Lend me some for use. I need it to quench my artifact." Hibernal spirit essence? The abrupt request left Ren Qingyuan's face twitching in frenzy. Nevertheless, he quickly nodded his head and replied, "I have some here." He whipped out a jade bottle with a flick of his wrist before tossing it up into the sky. "Thanks." Xianxia grabbed the jade bottle and crushed it open. Hula! The hibernal spirit essence shot out from the jade bottle and scattered all over the golden origin cauldron. Tzzzzzzzzzz. White smoke shrouded the golden origin cauldron, placing a veil of mystery over it. Maintaining the right proportion between the various metals used in the alloy was important, but quenching played an even more crucial role in determining the final quality of the artifact. The hibernal spirit essence was the ultimate treasure for quenching artifacts, so most 9-star blacksmiths would usually bring a bottle around with them. Considering how many 9-star master teachers there were around the area, it was almost certain that one of them would have it. He is forging a weapon? It didn't take too long for the white smoke to dissipate, revealing the true form of the mysterious artifact that was extravagantly forged using heavenly flames. At the same time, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Ren Qingyuan and the other 9-star master teachers quickly turned their gazes over. What they saw left their lips twitching in horror, and they nearly keeled over. They expected the weapon forged by Xianxia using the heavenly flame to be mind-blowing. At the very least, it should be a magnificent great sage artifact on par with renowned legendary weapons in the world. Can anyone tell us what the heck is that black lump over there? It doesn't look like a cauldron, it doesn't look like a brick. Heck, it doesn't even qualify to be called a poop. After all the hammering using all those mystical forging techniques, this is all that you managed to smith? A 9-star master teacher tilted his head uncertainly as he examined the mysterious artifact in the air. It should be a cauldron, right? Doesn't look like it. To me, it seems more like a shoehorn. I think you're right. A brick-like shoehorn. Xianxia. Ha ha ha. The golden origin cauldron, have finally been upgraded. Thank you, master. As the quenching came to an end, an excited exclamation sounded in the air. But soon, a doubtful frown appeared on its distorted face as it asked, "Master, I don't feel right. Why does my head feel a little squarish? I seem to wobble quite a bit when I walk. Wait a minute. Where are my legs? Your stubby legs have always been a major imperfection in your aesthetics, so I modified it a little for you?" Xianxia replied without the slightest hint of redness on his face. "You altered it? Then, where is my furnace?" The golden origin cauldron examined its body carefully for a very long while but was unable to find its furnace, so it couldn't help but ask. "It made your figure a little bulky, so I filled it up with the golden origin spirit stone," Xianxia replied with a reassuring voice. "How do I forge artifacts or pills without a furnace? Those are just minor issues. You need to let go of some stuff in order to make space for better upgrades. Don't you feel like your bottom has grown much bigger? I made it this way to complement your fighting style. With this, you can better crush your opponent with your bottom." Xianxia remarked earnestly. "Honestly speaking, I think you are much more dashing than before." "Am I?" Haha, I guess I'm asking the obvious. Who else could be more good-looking than me, the Golden Origin Cauldron? I should be able to attract many female cauldrons in the future. The Golden Origin Cauldron laughed heartily in satisfaction. Ren Qingyuan, the 9-star master teachers. Did this pair of master and servant have some kind of misconception as to what was considered beautiful in this world? Anyone with functioning eyes wouldn't be able to tell that it was a cauldron at all. Was it really fine for them to be so delusional? Oh well, geniuses tended to have their own quirks, whatever that pleased them. Paying no heed to the stupefied crowd below, Xianxia examined the Golden Origin Cauldron before him carefully. Due to him adding too much Golden Origin Spirit Stone, it looked just nothing more than a lumpy mess. However, its prowess wasn't to be underestimated despite its misshapen exterior. It might have been unbelievable to anyone just looking at its exterior, but the current Golden Origin Cauldron was actually a true Great Sage artifact. Its weight had reached a level so frightening that even a sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator would be crushed into minced meat should the Golden Origin Cauldron's bottom fall on him. All right, you should try and comprehend your strength and bring up your cultivation as soon as possible, Xianxia instructed, placing the satisfied Golden Origin Cauldron back into the myriad anthive nest. He began to observe the changes with his body through his spiritual perception. After undergoing the tempering of the Empyrean heavenly flame, not only had his cultivation advanced to Great Sage 1 Dan introspective convalescence realm, all of the impurities in his body had been cleaned out too. Every single one of his cells was pulsating with vitality comparable to a newborn. This is introspective convalescence realm consummation. Xianxia's eyes lit up in joy. It would usually take many years for an introspective convalescence realm primary stage cultivator to refine his body and advance his cultivation. However, through the tempering of the heavenly flame, his cultivation actually surged all the way up to consummation stage. Not only so, his physical body and jinqi had also begun taking on a golden sheen. From the looks of it, he only had to reinforce his cultivation for a bit before he was ready to push for a breakthrough to Aureate body realm. With my current Jinqi cultivation and soul cultivation, along with the Golden Origin Cauldron and the Dragonbone Divine Spear, I should be able to put up a fight even against sempiternal realm pinnacle experts. Xianxia clenched his fist in agitation. Beyond Great Sage, there was a huge gap between each cultivation stage, thus making it extremely arduous and time-consuming to advance one's cultivation. Yet, within a short span of a day, not only did he advance his primordial spirit to Aureate body realm consummation, he had also managed to push his Jinqi cultivation up to introspective convalescence realm consummation. Even without relying on his overpowered artifacts, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the Xingming Sword Saints with ease. It hadn't been an easy day for him, but his efforts had truly paid off. Previously, he was completely helpless against sempiternal realm cultivators without igniting Kong Shi's blood droplet, so he had no choice but to flee from them. But with the current strength that he wielded, he could already put up a decent fight against them. However, I still need some time to get used to my powers before I can bring them out to their full potential. As he had advanced his Jinqi cultivation and soul cultivation separately, there were still some imperfections in wielding them simultaneously. However, that wasn't a big problem. With a few days, he should be able to reconcile the differences between the two and heighten his fighting prowess. After confirming the changes in his body, Xianxia finally descended back to the ground. He had been in the shrine of Kong Shi when he summoned the heavenly flame tribulation, but he had practically swallowed the black flames that descended to earth whole. As such, the buildings in the surroundings didn't come to harm as a result of his cultivation ordeal. Shortly after he landed on the ground, Luo Ruoxin walked out from the shrine of Kong Shi as well. Pavilion Master Run, I am extremely grateful to you. Xianxia walked up to Ren Qingyuan and clasped his fist. He was in the midst of thanking Ren Qingyuan for granting him access to the shrine of Kong Shi when the world around him suddenly tremored intensely. Following which, another radiant sun rose from the horizons of the sky, cloaking the world in its blinding light. Within the rising sun, one could vaguely see an enormous shrine embedded in its depths, resembling a resplendent sky palace. The Temple of Confucius. Ren Qingyuan muttered beneath his breath with narrowed eyes. That is the Temple of Confucius? Taken aback by Ren Qingyuan's words, Xianxia took a closer look at the newly risen sun and swiftly realized that the sun was located in a parallel dimension. Despite being within sight, it was actually an unimaginable distance away. Or to be more exact, the distance wasn't just limited to spatial displacement but temporal displacement as well. The newly risen sun seemed to exist within the flow of time, and special means were required in order to get to it. As for the temple within the sun, it was obscured from sight by layers of shadow. Even with the eye of insight, Xianxia found himself unable to catch a closer look at it. According to history, Kong Shi was once trapped by the strongest otherworldly demon emperor in Chen Kai. With his deep understanding of time, he created the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. When the artifact first came into existence, the seasons of the world were thrown into disarray by its prowess. Spring and autumn intersected one another, causing the plants to blossom at one moment and wilt in the next. Summer and winter clashed with one another, raising storms and tornadoes here and there. Bizarre phenomenons occurred in the places where the Great Codex of Spring-Autumn shone upon. An infant aged into a middle-aged man in the blink of an eye, and an elderly awaiting his death reverted back into an infant in a heartbeat. Recalling the content written in ancient texts, Ren Qingyuan said, "When the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was first created, mankind was still struggling against the otherworldly demonic tribe. In truth, the prowess of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn wasn't as great as what the legends put it out to be. After Kong Shi freed himself, he used the powers of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn to lay waste upon the otherworldly demonic tribe. Before long, people came to revere the artifact, resulting in its widespread fame. There was no otherworldly demon who didn't fear the prowess of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, the ability to manipulate the seasons. Did Kong Shi comprehend the time quintessence as well? Xianxia asked. This wasn't the first time he was hearing about the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, but he had never really understood what kind of capabilities it wielded. Judging by Ren Qingyuan's explanation, it seemed like it had the ability to manipulate time. It should be the time quintessence. However, it's likely that what Kong Shi has comprehended goes beyond just time acceleration. Based on the information we have in the records, it's likely that he has mastered time deceleration and time freeze too, Ren Qingyuan said. Time deceleration and time freeze? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. Similar to how there were other spatial quintessences aside from the spatial quintessence of sealing, the same applied to time quintessences as well. The time quintessence comprehended by the Zhang clan was the time quintessence of acceleration, which allowed a cultivator to accelerate his own time. Through accelerating one's time, a second of the opponent's time could translate into 10 seconds of one's time, thus making it appear as if the movements of the other person had slowed instead. But other than the time quintessence of acceleration, there were also the time quintessence of deceleration and the time quintessence of freezing. While the time quintessence of deceleration might not appear to be of much use to most cultivators, it was, in fact, the greatest weapon that human ancient sages had at the moment. It was through hibernation in the state of time deceleration that human ancient sages were able to lengthen their lifespan and continue fighting for mankind. On the other hand, the time quintessence of freezing was known to be the most difficult temporal law to comprehend. In terms of prowess, it was even stronger than the spatial quintessence of sealing. The spatial quintessence of sealing could immobilize a cultivator's physical body, but the cultivator would still retain his consciousness, allowing him to remain aware of the happenings around him. On the other hand, the time quintessence of freezing would even put one's consciousness to a stall. If a cultivator were to be killed in such a state, he would be thoroughly dead. He wouldn't even have a chance to revive himself. If Kong Shi had comprehended the time quintessence of freezing as well, just how powerful could he be? No matter how powerful Vicious was, he couldn't possibly have been a match for Kong Shi. Those are conjectures made by the later generation, so they might not be accurate. However, if one thing was for sure, Kong Shi had indeed infused his knowledge of temporal laws into the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. If we could obtain the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn and acquire his heritage, that would indubitably be a huge boost to the forces of mankind. No matter how formidable the otherworldly demonic tribe may be, we would be able to quell them with ease, Ren Qingyuan said. The power and influence commanded by the Master-Teacher Pavilion were slowly accrued time. Back in the era shortly after Kong Shi's departure, the Master-Teacher Pavilion had only been founded not too long ago, and it was far from its current scale. While it had achieved a victory over the otherworldly demonic tribe, it didn't have the power or resources to destroy them once and for all. The most it could have done then was to exile them in the otherworldly battlefield. However, mankind had grown much stronger from back then. If they could just acquire the great codex of spring and autumn, they might just be able to accomplish what the predecessors had failed at. Indeed, Xianxia nodded in agreement. Mankind had grown collectively stronger since Kong Shi's era, but its number of top-notch experts was on the decline. No one had been able to reach ancient sage ever since 10,000 years ago. What mankind was severely lacking at the moment was fighting prowess in the top echelon. If they could obtain the heritage of the world's teacher, they would be able to resolve this problem and turn the tables on the otherworldly demonic tribe. 9-star master teachers of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Heed my orders. Other than those who are bound for the subterranean gallery, all of you are to head to Tsufu right away. Since the Temple of Confucius has surfaced, it won't be long before it opens completely. Ren Qingyuan turned around and issued a command. Yes, the 9-star master teachers replied resoundingly before rushing off. Xianxia, since that the Temple of Confucius has surfaced, there's no doubt that the otherworldly demonic tribe will soon make its move. Do you want to move together with our Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters? Or do you intend to move independently? Ren Qingyuan asked. Xianxia was just about to give his reply when he saw Luo Ruoxin shaking her head lightly by the side. A perplexed frown surfaced on his forehead as he continued. I'm thankful for your thought and concern, but I would like to move independently. All right. Ren Qingyuan didn't seem to be too surprised by Xianxia's decision. With a nod of his head, he said, Let's meet at Tsufu then. After saying those words, Ren Qingyuan turned around and raised his hand. A large group of 9-star master teachers swiftly gathered around him. It seemed like they were going to discuss their plans to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe after the opening of the Temple of Confucius. Let's head back. Xianxia beckoned to Luo Ruoxin, and the two of them quickly made their leave. In the blink of an eye, they were already out of the perimeter of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Recalling Luo Ruoxin's action earlier, Xianxia turned to her and asked, With the opening of the Temple of Confucius, the otherworldly demonic tribe would surely make its move too. There's no doubt that they would mobilize their ancient sages too. There might be some restrictions being with the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, but it would also be safer under their protection. I'm curious to know why you chose to advise me to turn down their offer. In truth, Xianxia was also thinking of turning down the offer as well, but he didn't expect Luo Ruoxin to advise him to do the same too. Thus, he was a little curious to hear her thoughts on the matter. According to Xianxia, there was a restriction that prevented ancient sages from entering the heart of the Temple of Confucius to retrieve the great codex of spring and autumn. However, make no mistake, the true fight would only begin once the codex was brought out of the Temple of Confucius. As soon as the new owner of the codex walked out of the premises, the different powers would surely make an attempt to snatch it over. And without a doubt, ancient sages would be embroiled in the tussle as well. It would seem that the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters only had great sages in their ranks, but that was only because they hadn't brought out their trump cards yet. Even the Zhang clan had an ancient sage old ancestor still alive, so it would stand to reason that the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters would have many more. Without a doubt, staying with the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters would be a much safer option. There's still some time before the Temple of Confucius fully opens, so there's no point in sticking with them just yet. Furthermore, with the surfacing of the Temple of Confucius, we can expect countless experts to make their way to Tsufu as well. Rushing there at this point would bring us no benefit. On the contrary, it would only embroil us in meaningless battles. Luo Ruoxin replied. There's still some time before the Temple of Confucius fully opens? Xianxia repeated in confusion. He thought that he would be able to enter the surface temple of Confucius straight with the prime amulet in hand. He didn't think that there would still be some time before its complete opening. Wait, that's not right. Isn't it said that only those who possess the celestial amulets of legacy are able to enter the temple of Confucius? Even if the experts all over the world were to head here, they wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Xianxia asked as he recalled another matter. Only those who possessed the celestial amulet of legacy was able to enter the temple of Confucius. This was a pre-established fact that no one disputed. Otherwise, the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers wouldn't go so far as to challenge the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. If they couldn't even enter the temple of Confucius, was there any meaning in them rushing over? It's true that the celestial amulets of legacy are required to enter the prime hall and the subordinate halls of the temple of Confucius. But what about the outer perimeter? Luo Ruoxin remarked with a smile. The outer perimeter? Let's use the Qiu Wu Palace as an example. The Qiu Wu Palace itself is an individual entity which requires quite a bit of trouble to enter, but the outer perimeter around the Qiu Wu Palace is accessible to all cultivators, Luo Ruoxin explained. Xianxia fell into deep thought. There were indeed quite a number of formations and obstacles on the outer perimeter of the Qiu Wu Palace. Without the map, it would be nigh impossible for most to reach the Qiu Wu Palace. If that was the case, it would mean that the Temple of Confucius didn't just consist of the Prime Hall and the 6 subordinate halls. It was an entire area consisting of an outer perimeter too, and it was likely that there would be formations and the sort on the outer perimeter. Kong Shi has always believed in impartation without discrimination. Other than the Prime Hall and the subordinate halls, he has left many treasures and different heritages around the Temple of Confucius. Those who didn't have the celestial amulets of legacy would still be able to acquire those items, so it went without saying that they would have to make their way there too, Luo Ruoxin said. Xianxia nodded in realization. All along, he thought that the Temple of Confucius only contained the great codex of spring and autumn and Kong Shi's heritage. However, from the looks of it now, it was likely to be similar to most ancient domains out there. There were many unexpected treasures and fortuitous encounters awaiting the cultivators there. Not only so, the Temple of Confucius harnesses the academic aura and academic fortune Kong Shi has left behind. Even if a cultivator fails to acquire anything at all, he would still be able to make significant progress in his cultivation just by cultivating within. Furthermore, it's said that Kong Shi's impartation of heavens will lingers in the Temple of Confucius. As long as one listens carefully, one will be able to overcome any bottleneck one is facing with ease, Luo Ruoxin explained. The emergence of the Temple of Confucius is a major affair to all cultivators in the world. This is an opportunity that no one is willing to give up on. Be it the human cultivators, the otherworldly demons, or the beast tribe, you must ensure that you are prepared if you wish to acquire anything from the Temple of Confucius. Advancing blindly in the Temple of Confucius isn't going to work out. Hearing those words, Xianxia lowered his head solemnly. The otherworldly demonic tribe weren't lacking experts, and there were many formidable beasts in the world too. Considering the allure of the Temple of Confucius, not even the Master-Teacher Pavilion would dare to stop them carelessly. The implications were simply great. Stopping them would mean robbing them of the countless possibilities of what they could become. In the worst-case scenario, it could even lead to a full-blown war there and if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to make a move then, mankind would really be in trouble. The best they could do at the moment was to acquire the great codex of spring and autumn as soon as possible and control the Temple of Confucius. This was the only way they could ensure that the situation wouldn't run amok. Kong Shi had forged 6 subordinate amulets and a prime amulet, which equated to a total of 7 celestial amulets of legacy. So far, it was known that the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, the Zhang clan, and the Luo clan possessed a subordinate amulet each. As for the remaining 3 subordinate amulets, their whereabouts were a mystery. However, if Xianxia had to fathom a guess, he felt that it was likely that the otherworldly demonic tribe and the 100 schools of philosophers had a subordinate amulet in their possession too. Furthermore, cultivators who possessed unique constitutions would be able to enter the Temple of Confucius as well. This meant that a considerable number of people would be able to enter the Temple of Confucius. It could really turn out to be dangerous if he didn't make ample preparations in advance. Putting everything aside, the cultivators of the 100 schools of philosophers had already shown that they had no lack of formidable artifacts. Even with the recent advancements in his cultivation, he would still have difficulties dealing with them. He didn't think that he could be considered weak anymore, but he wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could easily tower over all of the experts in the world. Let's return to the Zhang clan and see how their preparations are coming along. In truth, Xianxia didn't know much about the Temple of Confucius and how the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn could be acquired. However, it was likely that the Zhang clan had some exclusive intelligence and had been preparing for it since a long time ago. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian and Luo Ruoxin quickly left the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters and returned to the Zhang clan. With the advancements in Zhang Xian's cultivation, the spatial passageways he constructed through ripping open dimension rifts had become significantly stabler. It didn't take long before the massive Zhang clan appeared before their sights. As soon as he entered the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian could already sense that something was amiss. The Zhang clan always had huge crowds walking to and fro, but at this very moment, the entire place felt exceptionally empty. There was hardly anyone within sight. It took quite a bit of searching around before Zhang Xian finally found an elder. He asked anxiously, "What happened?" Nearly all of the cultivators of Saint Realm and above in our Zhang clan have made their way to the subterranean gallery to fend against the invasion of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The Xingming Sword Saints have already headed over too. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, the elder hurriedly greeted him with a bow before reporting the current circumstances. They have headed to the subterranean galleries? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. He had been too overwhelmed by the emergence of the Temple of Confucius that he had forgotten about the orders he had passed down earlier. Back when he was still at the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, he had instructed the 3 premier clans to reinforce the Master-Teacher Pavilion in fending against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Which subterranean gallery they head to? Bring me there, Zhang Xian instructed imposingly. With the opening of the Temple of Confucius just around the corner, it was likely that the invasion of the otherworldly demonic tribe would further intensify. After all, they would not want to miss on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was truly a quandary. The Temple of Confucius was important, but even if they managed to acquire the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, it would be meaningless if losing the Master-Teacher continent was the price of it. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn could enhance a cultivator's prowess immensely. However, to fight a war of such scale, they would require the might of countless soldiers. It would be a catastrophe if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to breach their defense at this point in time. It was no wonder why the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters was in such a panic, even going to the extent of clearing his 9-star Master-Teacher examination in such a slipshod manner. Otherwise, if they were to go through formal procedures, just proving his philosophy of pedagogy was likely to take several years already. Even though there is unrest in all 108 subterranean galleries, our scouts found that most of the subterranean galleries are only facing minor skirmishes at the moment. The local Master-Teacher pavilions should be able to suppress them. The true threat lies in 6 of the subterranean galleries, namely the Master-Teacher Pavilion Headquarters Subterranean Gallery, the Dragon Gate Subterranean Gallery, the ICC Subterranean Gallery, the Cloud Sea Subterranean Gallery, the Zhang Clan's Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery, and the Luo Clan's Star Cluster Subterranean Gallery. There are many 9-star Master Teachers to deal with the Subterranean Gallery over at the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters side, so they don't require any assistance at the moment. Over at the Dragon Gate Subterranean Gallery and the Cloud Sea Subterranean Gallery, the progeny of combat, Zhang Yang, has officially assumed the title of the Master of the Combat Master Hall and led countless combat masters to quell the unrest in those 2 places. As for the ICC Subterranean Gallery, the Glacier Plain Court, the Yuan Clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Spirit Awakener Guild have all liaised with one another and sent their forces over to stabilize the region. The other sage clans, occupation guilds, and powers are patrolling the other subterranean galleries to lend their aid wherever required. Last but not least, the Zhang clan is moving alongside with both the Zhang clan and the Luo clan to guard the Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery and Star Cluster Subterranean Gallery. The otherworldly demons are particularly rampant in the Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery and the Star Cluster Subterranean Gallery, and the seals which ancient sage Qiu Wu have left behind are having trouble fending them off. As such, all master teachers of 6-star and above in the Zhang clan are all mobilized to the Subterranean Gallery to bolster the defenses. The elder explained. I am left in charge of taking care of the clan while the others are away. Should the situation turn for the worse, I'm responsible for moving our clan members away, so as to preserve the lineage of our Zhang clan. Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery? In other words, there is Subterranean Gallery is right beneath us. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. He knew that some of the regional master teacher pavilion branches were responsible for suppressing the subterranean galleries across the continent, such as the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. He should have guessed that it would have been the same for the Zhang clan as well. The Drakatiger Mountain was right next to the Zhang clan, and since the subterranean gallery was named as such, it was likely to be in the vicinity. The entrance is right beneath our Zhang clan. If you wish to enter, I can bring you over right now. The elder replied. Bring me over. I wish to take a look, Zhang Xian instructed. Putting aside the fact that the Temple of Confucius wasn't open yet, even if it was, it still wouldn't be as important as quelling the invasion of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Clan head, please follow me. Without any hesitation, the elder led the way forward. Before long, they arrived at their destination. This is the mausoleum of the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian was taken aback. That's right. The subterranean gallery is located beneath our mausoleum, the elder replied. Using heroic spirits of the Zhang clan's predecessors to suppress the subterranean gallery, Zhang Xian murmured quietly. This practice was similar to that of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Each principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy would deposit a sliver of their will at the entrance of the subterranean gallery so as to reinforce the seal, thus preventing the otherworldly demonic tribe from stepping onto the Master Teacher continent. Only the heroic spirits of our predecessors are able to suppress the otherworldly demons and prevent them from entering the Master Teacher continent. Clan head, the subterranean gallery is right ahead. I still have some other matters to attend to, so I'll have to take my leave right now. The elder bade his farewell before leaving the area. If the otherworldly demonic tribe were to breach the defenses set up by the Zhang clan and the Zhang clan, their very first point of contact with the Master Teacher continent would be the Zhang clan. Thus, they had to be prepared to move the members of the Zhang clan at any moment. Otherwise, if even the younger generation were to lose their lives in this war, mankind would have nothing to oppose the otherworldly demonic tribe anymore. Zhang Xian nodded before making his way into the Zhang clan mausoleum together with Luo Ruoxin. There were countless stone tablets lying all around. Taking a closer look, there was a name inscribed on each of the stone tablets. These were the strongest experts of the Zhang clan in their era, but it was a pity that they were unable to escape the restraints of time. All that was left of them was a fistful of yellow dust. No matter how talented a person was in his lifetime, in the passing of tens of thousands of years, all that would remain of them were just lonely names on blocks of stones. With time, even history would forget who they were and what they did. All that would be left of them were their heroic spirits. It's due to their sacrifice that mankind is able to enjoy the prosperity and stability it does at the moment. Without them, the world would have already been plunged in chaos. Zhang Xian was never an emotional person. Ever since transcending over due to his previous life, he had always viewed this world with nonchalance. However, when he saw the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy charging fearlessly in the face of battle, and countless master teachers staking their life on the line in a subterranean gallery, to be honest, it had truly moved him. His initial impression of the Zhang clan was horrid, but when he saw the countless stone tablets lying around him, he couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully. It was not just due to its strength and accumulation that the Zhang clan became the #1 sage clan. More than that, it was about what they had done. For tens of thousands of years, they had kept the otherworldly demonic tribe suppressed in the subterranean galleries. It was due to their contribution and countless sacrifices that mankind enjoyed the current peace it did. Without them, mankind would have never prospered and developed so far. Boom! While Xianxia was deep in thought, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him shaking intensely. Spurts of malevolent aura burst forth from beneath the ground. Wang! Barely after the spurts of malevolent aura reached the surface, the tombstones swiftly released a brilliant light reminiscent of the night illumination pearls. Gradually, the malevolent aura dissipated silently. The fact that the malevolent aura is able to reach here means that the seal beneath is swiftly approaching its limit. I should quickly take a look, Xianxia thought. Having been to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's subterranean gallery, he was familiar with this situation. Without any hesitation, he beckoned Luo Ruoxin and quickly advanced forward. Soon they arrived before a massive sculpture. It was a sculpture of the founder of the Zhang clan. Xianxia placed his hand on it. Wang! With a brilliant burst of light, both he and Luo Ruoxin disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, they were already standing in the midst of darkness. Malevolent aura suffused the area, leaving one with a slight feeling of discomfort. The two of them quickly headed forward. Soon they arrived at a massive fortress. This subterranean gallery was clearly much larger than the one beneath the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. The fortress was formidable as well. There were all kinds of active formations shrouding it, keeping any enemy at bay. Entering the fortress, Xianxia immediately saw countless members of the Zhang clan. They were standing in a neat formation, reminiscent of soldiers marching into war. Clan head. Upon seeing Xianxia, the managing elder quickly rushed forward to greet him. What's the current situation? Xianxia asked. It doesn't look too optimistic. The otherworldly demonic tribe has already launched 10 attacks so far, and both sides have already sustained heavy losses. Due to the hindrance of the seal, the losses suffered by the otherworldly demonic tribe is considerably greater than ours. However, I fear that we won't be able to last too long against their crazed attacks, the elder said worriedly. How is the seal at the moment? Xianxia asked. I'm not too sure at the moment. Our men were still in control of the area a while ago, but they have been overrun by the otherworldly demonic tribe. I fear that we are unable to approach the seal at the moment, the elder replied. We have lost control over the seal? Isn't that extremely disadvantageous to us? With the experts of our Zhang clan, how did we lose control over the seal? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. The main reason why the otherworldly demonic tribe was unable to launch large-scale attacks previously was due to the obstruction of the spatial seals. The spatial seals left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu were incredibly powerful. Humans were able to pass through the seals freely, but not the otherworldly demonic tribe. Thus, the defensive forces only had to camp outside the seal and slay any otherworldly demons who managed to slip past the seal by luck. If the otherworldly demonic tribe were to take control of the seal, wouldn't they be able to squeeze as many people as they wanted into the subterranean gallery? This meant that their forces would grow swiftly with time. The Zhang clan was powerful, but it wasn't strong enough to stand against the unhindered prowess of the otherworldly demonic tribe. They wouldn't stand a chance at all. I was the one who ordered the members of the Zhang clan to retreat. Before the elder could answer the question, another imposing voice had already echoed by the side. Turning his head over, Xianxia saw his parents, Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng, walking over with widened strides. Hearing the words that had come from Sword Saint Xing, Xianxia frowned. They have already completely breached the seal left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu, so there isn't any point guarding the area anymore. Rather than to expend our forces on a collapsed seal, it would be much better for us to guard this fortress instead. With the protection of the formations here, we will allow us to bring our losses down to the minimum, Sword Saint Xing explained grimly. The seal has been breached? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, the otherworldly demonic tribe has truly resolved themselves this time around. They are determined to push their way into the Master Teacher continent no matter how much losses they suffer. Sword Saint Xing shook his head. He beckoned with his hand and said, "Follow me." They quickly made their ways to the fortress walls. Gazing forward from the sentry tower, he swiftly noticed the billowing killing aura that had congregated in the distance. Countless otherworldly demons were standing in an orderly formation, reminiscent of an army. Despite their stationary position, their very presence emanated great pressure on those in the fortress. There were many tents and temporary structures erected around the army. From the looks of it, it seemed like the otherworldly demons also knew that it wouldn't be easy for them to overrun the fortress. The seal has been breached, which means that the otherworldly demons can easily traverse into the subterranean gallery. There's no doubt that they are biding their time so that more and more of their brethren could reinforce them. If this were to continue on, we might potentially lose control of this subterranean gallery. Xianxia analyzed with a deep frown. I know this as well, but having fought with the otherworldly demons for innumerable years, we are well aware of the extent of their forces. Given that they are assaulting all 108 subterranean galleries simultaneously, the number of allies they will be able to gather here is going to be terribly limited. If they really wielded the strength to overrun all 108 subterranean galleries simultaneously, mankind would have already gone extinct many years ago. Sword Saint Xing replied confidently. There was an irreconcilable grudge between mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe. If the otherworldly demons were truly capable of bringing down all of the subterranean galleries simultaneously, they would have already done so a long time ago. There was no reason for them to contend with living in the barren otherworldly battlefield for so many years, suffering so many grievances. You are saying that they are just putting on an act of bravado? Xianxia frowned doubtfully. I wouldn't say that it's just an act of bravado, but aside from waiting for the reinforcement from their allies, it's likely that they are held back partially by fear too. They are observing the circumstances in the other subterranean galleries before deciding whether they should launch a decisive assault. If their forces were to be defeated in the other subterranean galleries, it would be meaningless even if they were to claim this one. Without reinforcement, it would only be a matter of time before we force them back into the otherworldly battlefield. Naturally, it would be meaningless for them to incur disproportionate losses just to claim a plot of land temporarily. On the other hand, if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to successfully overrun the other subterranean galleries, we would be in grave danger too, Sword Saint Xing said. Xianxia pondered over those words for a moment before nodding. You're right. Nevertheless, this was just a hypothesis on their part at the moment. Furthermore, even if just a single subterranean gallery were to be breached, mankind would surely sustain severe losses. Thus, it was of utmost importance for them to remain on their guard. Wait a moment. Could the same situation be happening in the other subterranean galleries? If that's the case, could this be a diversion tactic? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment as a thought surfaced in his mind. A diversion tactic? Sword Saint Xing, as well as the other elders of the Zhang clan, frowned in confusion. There didn't seem to be anything more important than claiming the subterranean galleries that the otherworldly demonic tribe had to divert their attention for. You have been in the subterranean gallery all this while, so it's no wonder you haven't heard of it yet. Just a moment ago, the Temple of Confucius has emerged. It's likely that it'll open very soon. For the otherworldly demonic tribe to invade all of the subterranean galleries at such a point in time and draw the experts of mankind here, could they be buying time? While acting as if they are waiting for reinforcements, are they just tying down our men here so that we won't be able to focus our manpower on the Temple of Confucius? Xianxia revealed his thought. Having crossed blows with mankind many times, the otherworldly demonic tribe were definitely aware that they would sustain massive losses if they were to push ahead with their attacks on the Master-Teacher continent at this point in time. This was similar to the concept of mutually assured destruction in his previous life. Even if the otherworldly demonic tribe had the power to claim the Master-Teacher continent, if they had to sustain heavy casualties in order to do so, was it really still meaningful for them to do so? Was this a price they were willing to pay in exchange for defeating mankind? And not to mention, mankind wasn't the only major power on the Master-Teacher continent. It was true that the Temple of Confucius and the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn were important, but was it so important that they had to sacrifice the lives of so many otherworldly demons to acquire it? In other words, could the reason why they weren't in a rush to attack be because they had already achieved their motives? They had already stalled the most of the experts of mankind here, which meant that they would be in an advantageous position in the fight over the Temple of Confucius. This, Sword Saint Xing fell silent. He found his son's conjecture to be very plausible too. If the otherworldly demonic tribe truly wanted to take down mankind, there was no reason for them to disperse their forces across 108 subterranean galleries. The dispersion of forces would make it much more troublesome for mankind to cope with their assault, but it would hinder them from launching a decisive assault either. It would have been much more efficient if they had just focused their forces on a couple of subterranean galleries. Had they resorted to concentrated, surprise attacks on a couple of the more loosely guarded subterranean galleries, their chances of success would have been much higher. Even if the otherworldly demons were to keep us preoccupied at the subterranean galleries, they wouldn't be able to dominate the Temple of Confucius with just a small handful of experts. If what you said is true, it would mean that the otherworldly demonic tribe has already snuck most of their experts over to the Master-Teacher continent. Sword Saint Xing said gravely. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation had filled the ranks of the Master-Teacher Pavilion with countless experts. With the great codex of spring and autumn was at stake over here, there was no way the Master-Teacher Pavilion was going to hold back. Without a doubt, the Grand Elders and old ancestors of the Master-Teacher Pavilion were going to emerge from their seclusion as well. It would seem to the common populace that they had already disappeared into the annals of history, but there was no way to tell for certain if they had truly passed away or not. Some of them would have already passed away, but there was bound to be a handful who had chosen to go into hibernation, just like the ancient sages. They were biding their time for the opportunity that would allow them to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. It would appear on the surface that Xianxia was the strongest expert beneath the ancient sages, but it would do to remember that he was only in his 800s. Given how large the Master-Teacher continent was, there were bound to be seniors who had dominated the eras prior to him, especially since the lifespan of a great sage was 1,500 years. Even if some had passed away, there had to be some who were still living and kicking. Had Temple of Confucius not opened, they might have still chosen to remain in seclusion. This way, they would be able to lessen the loss of their vitality and lengthen their lifespans as long as possible. However, with the opening of the Temple of Confucius just around the corner, they were bound to make a move. If anything, it was likely that the key to achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage lay within the Temple of Confucius. Perhaps they might even find treasures that would allow them to lengthen their lifespan. This was the very opportunity they were waiting for, so there was no way they would remain impassive before it. And there was just no way the otherworldly demonic tribe would have failed to consider this in their plans. Since they were willing to go to the extent of sacrificing a significant number of their brethren in order to stall the experts of the Master-Teacher Pavilion and the major powers, there was no doubt that they were determined to claim the Temple of Confucius. Naturally, they would have to dispatch a sufficiently powerful force into the Master-Teacher continent in order to ensure that they would achieve their goal. I have encountered some otherworldly demons on the Master-Teacher continent not too long ago. Most of them were at sempiternal realm, and there were even ancient sages amongst them. Xianxia replied with a nod. Back when he was at the Harvest Valley City Seer Guild, he had slain 5 great sage 4-dan sempiternal realm otherworldly demons. The fighting prowess they commanded was noteworthy, possibly on par with the Grand Elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Furthermore, he even met a living ancient sage there. Given how even the otherworldly demon ancient sages were able to circumvent the detection of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, he couldn't begin to imagine just how many otherworldly demons had successfully infiltrated the Master-Teacher continent. Just the very thought of it sent shudders down his spine. In the worst-case scenario, perhaps the forces before them were all ordinary soldiers bearing the mission to stall them here. In truth, the great sage otherworldly demons had already successfully infiltrated the Master-Teacher continent. Did you encounter any great sage otherworldly demons in the battle so far? Xianxia asked. While we were guarding the seal, your father and I encountered an expert and clashed with him. He was a fearsome foe. If not for our collaborative swordsmanship, we might not have been able to return alive. That being said, I still sustained some injuries in the fight, Sword Saint Meng replied. You are injured? Xianxia quickly turned a worried look over. Don't worry, it's nothing major. I have already consumed a recovery pill. Seeing that her son was worried about her, Sword Saint Meng replied with a reassuring smile. That's a relief. Xianxia nodded. An opponent which requires your collaborative swordsmanship to deal with is bound to be at sempiternal realm at the very minimum. The Xingming Sword Saints were at Great Sage 3 Dan Intuitive Impulse Realm Consummation, but the prowess they were able to bring out through their collaborative swordsmanship was beyond what an average sempiternal realm cultivator would be able to deal with. If Sword Saint Meng still ended up sustaining some injuries even after they had executed your collaborative swordsmanship, it would mean to say that the opponent they had faced was extremely powerful. If the goal of the otherworldly demonic tribe was to claim dominance in the Temple of Confucius, they should have dispatched all of their top experts to the Master-Teacher continent. It was truly surprising to hear that there would still be a sempiternal realm cultivator in the ranks of the enemy. Of course, it was still too early to come to a conclusion at this point in time, but this did weaken the credibility of his argument. No matter what their motive is, I want to take a look at it personally to verify it. It won't do for us to continue biding our time here blindly. Unable to make sense out of the matter, Zhang Xian raised his head and said, at this rate, mankind would find itself losing a large group of experts for the Temple of Confucius. If the otherworldly demonic tribe successfully amassed most of the treasures in the Temple of Confucius as a result of that, mankind would be placed in an even more disadvantageous position in the war. However, with a massive army of the otherworldly demonic tribe standing right before them, they couldn't afford to just leave their posts and reinforce the Temple of Confucius either. If his conjecture was true, the ideal plan would be to assault the army before them right now and regain control over the seal as soon as possible before reinforcing the Temple of Confucius. However, if his conjecture were to be false, they would be abandoning the protection of the formation, and this was an extremely risky move. Thus, the only thing he could do at the moment was to scout the situation himself and uncover the true intentions of the otherworldly demonic tribe. You wish to take a look personally? That won't do. You are the head of the 3 premier clans and the sanctum of sages. If something were to happen to you, it would be a huge setback to mankind. Sword Saint Xing immediately expressed his vehement opposition toward Zhang Xian's decision. His son wielded massive influence in mankind, possibly even greater than Ren Qingyuan and Yang Shi. There was no doubt that he would play a crucial role in uniting the forces of mankind in the war against the otherworldly demonic tribe. They couldn't afford to allow him to take such a risk. If he were to be caught by the otherworldly demonic tribe while scouting the situation, the chances of him returning alive were extremely slim. Even if they were to mobilize the full prowess of the Zhang clan to rescue him, it was unlikely that the operation would in their favor. It was the greatest blessing of mankind for someone who wielded considerable influence in most major powers of the Master-Teacher continent to appear at this juncture. Such a figure could easily become a binding force in constructing an allied army of mankind. If he were to pass away, mankind would be scattered once more. It would be a huge setback in the war against the powerful otherworldly demons. You can't go! Sword Saint Meng exclaimed in fright too. I have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing. I understand that the spatial seal has been breached, and I believe that I might be able to mend it. If I were to succeed, the otherworldly demons wouldn't be able to bring in their reinforcements easily, thus increasing our likelihood of a victory. Don't worry, I have plenty of life preservation means up my sleeves. Besides, I'm just going to see what they are up to. It's not as if I'm going to start a battle with them or anything. They won't be able to find me easily. Knowing their worries, Zhang Xian reassured with a smile. But Sword Saint Meng was still extremely worried. This is something I have to do. I'll just be scouting for intelligence, so the level of danger would be much lower. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruoxin, Zhang Xian said. Zhang Xian will be fine if it's just simple scouting, Luo Ruoxin reassured with a nod. Her disguise amulet was able to disguise even one's bloodline, so he wouldn't face any trouble disguising as an otherworldly demon. Besides, even if something were to happen, Zhang Xian had the ability to get away as long as his opponent wasn't an ancient sage. There was indeed nothing to worry about. Then, you must make sure to proceed with utmost caution. If you were to notice anything amiss, head back right away. Don't push yourself, all right? Seeing that even Luo Ruoxin had said such words, Sword Saint Meng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. I will, Xianxia replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath, he leaped down from the city walls. While descending down, his figure suddenly vanished without a trace before everyone's eyes. How did our clan head disappear? I can't sense him with my spiritual perception, the elders exclaimed with widened eyes. It's a maneuver of the spatial quintessence of sealing. Through sealing the space around his body, he is able to redirect light and spiritual perception away from him, thus making it nigh impossible to perceive his presence. Unless one's soul cultivation or comprehension of space reaches a certain level, it would be impossible to find him, Luo Ruoxin explained to the confused crowd. Realization dawned upon the crowd. They didn't know that it was possible to manipulate space in such a manner to produce such mystical effects. It was no wonder why the spatial quintessence of sealing was the highest heritage of the Luo clan. This prowess truly didn't disappoint. If they were able to conceal their figure through such a method as well, it would effectively mean that they could march right into the enemy camp openly without catching anyone's notice. They were still a little worried over the safety of their clan head a moment ago, but after seeing what he was capable of, their hearts were put at ease. With the ability to conceal himself and the ability to accelerate time, he would surely be able to overcome any danger and return safely. Using the spatial quintessence of sealing, Xianxia concealed his figure and quickly advanced toward the encampment of the otherworldly demonic tribe. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the enemy barracks and halted his footsteps. Cruck, cruck, cruck. His bones and muscles began warping, and his height by a Chi1. By the time he was done, he looked no different from any other otherworldly demons. Of course, he didn't neglect to alter his aura either. This time around, however, he held himself back quite a bit such that the killing intent he emanated wasn't as pure as what it would ordinarily be. It was even beneath the level of Greenleaf King and the others, no different from an ordinary soldier in the otherworldly demonic tribe. After completing his disguise, he descended onto the ground. He swiftly found a group of patrolling soldiers and discreetly crept up to the otherworldly demon soldier lagging behind at the back. Raising his finger, he tapped the back of the otherworldly demon soldier lightly. Puha! It was a silent first blood. He hurriedly kept the corpse of the otherworldly demon soldier into his storage ring. After cleaning up the scene, he quickly morphed his appearance into that of the otherworldly demon soldier. Of course, he wouldn't forget something as basic as to change his clothes as well. So, when he revealed his figure once more, he was already wearing a heavy set of armor with a long spear in his hand. He broke free of the group he was following and marched his way into the main encampment. The otherworldly demons were very particular with their defenses. It was apparent with a swift glance that the defensive formations they had set up were the work of an expert. It was fortunate that Sword Saint Xing had made the call to stand guard at the fortress. If they had really attempted to breach these formations, the Zhang clan could very well lose half of its entire army. These formations are slightly dissimilar to those of the Formation Master Guild. They are inscribed using the runes of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Those who step into these formations will be struck by a gush of killing intent, placing them in a state of disorientation. Xianxia thought as he analyzed the formations carefully. He had encountered similar formations when he descended into the subterranean gallery the first time around. However, the formations he had seen back then could only be said to be mediocre compared to those standing before him right now. Even St. Nine Dan experts would suffer a bout of lightheadedness if they were to barge into the formations carelessly, let alone weaker cultivators. Of course, due to their unique constitution, these formations wouldn't affect otherworldly demons. As Xianxia proceeded ahead, he carefully analyzed the structure of the formations and deduced the locations of their cruxes. Following which, he discreetly infused his Heaven's Path Jinqi into those formations. However, he didn't rush into destroying them. He was here to scout intelligence. If he were to destroy the formations right now, it would only expose the presence of a spy within the encampment, thus tightening the security of the base. That would only make it harder for him to do his job. So far, the cultivation of the otherworldly demons he had encountered ranged from St. 3 Dan to St. 9 Dan. He hadn't encountered any great sage otherworldly demon yet, but they could just be located in the deeper parts of the encampment. The Qingtian lineage can't even begin to compare to this. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. The otherworldly demon kings of the Qingtian lineage had only barely reached primordial spirit realm, and even the Qingtian emperor himself was only at St. Sixdan Grand Dominion realm. That bit of fighting prowess was truly pathetic compared to the troops right before him. From the looks of it, it seemed like there was a massive gap in abilities even amongst fellow emperors. Of course, it could also be possible that the Qingtian lineage was an exception. It was a pity that Vicious was still in a state of hibernation at the moment. Otherwise, Vicious would surely have regained another significant portion of his memories after fusing with his upper body. He would be able to ask the latter about the circumstances in the otherworldly demonic tribe and take precautions against them accordingly. You are supposed to patrol the area and check if there are any threats in the area. Why are you loitering around here? All of a sudden, Xianxia heard a harsh voice sounding behind him. Turning his head around, he saw an otherworldly demon wearing a black helmet walking toward him with a displeased frown on his forehead. The otherworldly demon was at St. Dan. Judging from his tone, it seemed like he was a relatively high-ranking officer in the army. He spoke in the native tongue of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Fortunately, Xianxia had already learned the language the first time he descended into a subterranean gallery. In fact, it was using the language that he managed to fool the Golden Leaf King and the Green Leaf King into killing one another. Someone has just switched places with me, so I came back to the encampment to rest a while. Xianxia quickly lowered his head and bowed. Xianxia noted that the otherworldly demon soldier had just switched shift with another group, and that was also the primary reason why he chose to attack the latter. If the otherworldly demon soldier was still on his shift, it might have taken him a bit more trouble to switch positions with him. Follow me. There's something I need you to do. The black helmet otherworldly demon harumphed coldly as he beckoned Xianxia to follow him. Yes, sir. In order not to give himself away, Xianxia obediently followed the black helmet otherworldly demon. The black helmet otherworldly demon proceeded on to assemble 10 other otherworldly demon soldiers. The soldiers that he had picked out were all the lowest St. Dan soldiers, similar to the one which Xianxia was disguised as. What does General Hour want us to do? Following obediently behind the black helmet otherworldly demon, one of the otherworldly demon soldiers asked the group discreetly. I'm not too sure either, but I guess it should be some kind of construction work. The otherworldly demon beside shook his head and replied, Construction? Haven't we completed the construction of the base already? Don't ask unnecessary questions. We just have to do whatever General Hour orders us to do. Poke your noses in where it doesn't belong, and you won't even know how you died. One of the otherworldly demon soldiers harumphed impatiently, and the crowd fell silent. That fellow is called General Hour? Xianxia took careful note of the name. The black helmet otherworldly demon hadn't executed any battle technique yet, so he had no way of knowing the other party's identity. In any case, he should remember the name first so as to not mess up later on. Stop! After walking for a while, they stopped before a peculiarly designed building. The black helmet General Hour stepped forward, pushed open the door, and led the way in. The interiors of the building appeared empty. There were only a couple of massive boxes placed within. Each of these boxes was roughly a person tall, and they were placed in an orderly fashion, roughly 10 meters apart from one another. Sensing that something was amiss over here, Xianxia took a closer look at the boxes. There was no pulsation of power coming from the boxes, which indicated that it wasn't inscribed with any formations or seals. I want you all to move the boxes over to the other side, General Hour ordered. He gathered us here just to move a couple of boxes? Xianxia thought in bewilderment. The other otherworldly demon soldiers were confused by the situation before them as well. At their cultivation realm, they could easily use their spiritual perception to keep anything into their storage ring and place them elsewhere. Yet, they were all gathered here to accomplish something as easy as this? What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up! Seeing that no one was moving at all, General Hour's face darkened. You just have to do what is ordered of you. There's no need for you to know anything at all. Yes, sir. Not daring to protest against their superior, they hurriedly carried the boxes and brought them out of the building. These boxes weren't heavy at all. Xianxia attempted to extend his spiritual perception through the box to take a peek at what was placed within, but as if there was a seal cast over its exterior, his spiritual perception was unable to seep in at all. He tried using the Library of Heaven's Path as well, but he could only compile information on the box but not what was within it. Eventually, he could only give up on it and obediently follow the crowd out. Make sure the boxes are the same distances away from one another, General Air ordered sternly. As Saint 3 Dan cultivators, each of the otherworldly demon soldiers possessed exceptional memory. They quickly got into the same formation as the boxes when they first saw them in the building. Good. Seeing the formation put up by the crowd, General Air nodded in satisfaction before gesturing them to head forward. Maintaining the same distance amongst one another, they began marching forward. What is the purpose of maintaining the distances amongst the boxes? Xianxia frowned in incomprehension. If these boxes were parts of a formation or something, he could still understand the need to maintain their positions relative to one another. However, the fact that he couldn't feel any pulsations of energy from them showed that that wasn't the case. Thus, was there really a need to be so concerned with such a minor detail? More importantly, why couldn't they move the boxes with their storage rings instead? Perplexed by the peculiar situation, Xianxia activated his eye of insight and observed his surroundings carefully. With a look, his body stiffened in astonishment. This feeling is similar to how I felt whenever I enter a seer guild. They are trying to conceal something from the heavens? Affected by the notion that the boxes were positioned to create some sort of mysterious formation, his thoughts didn't wander in such a direction earlier. However, under the discerning gaze of the eye of insight, he swiftly noticed an anomaly. There was nothing wrong with the boxes individually, but when they were placed in a specific formation, it created a feeling which was strikingly similar to the sensation he felt when he entered a seer guild. It was possible to use spiritual perception and all other means on a seer guild, but it was impossible to use divination arts on the seer guild. Of course, this didn't mean to say that seers were unable to divine from within the seer guild. It only meant that it was impossible to divine anyone and anything within the seer guild. In a sense, it was similar to a one-sided mirror, where those within the seer guild were able to divine what was outside, but those outside were unable to divine what was within the seer guild. Upper 9 paths, middle 9 paths, and lower 9 paths. The word 9 in each of these terms symbolized the idea of the extremities. It didn't mean that there were only 9 occupations in each of these paths. In fact, there were way more than 30 recognized official occupations in the world. There were numerous occupations which Xianxia had never learned before. Nevertheless, with the books he had read over the past year, he was still able to participate in a conversation regarding their technicalities. But when it came to seer, he really didn't know a thing at all. He had attempted to learn divination art within a seer guild before, but as soon as he attempted to read them, countless bolts of lightning fell from the heavens. The Library of Heaven's Path in his mind represented the heavens, and the seers who sought to peer into the secrets of the heavens were no different than thieves to them. Naturally, the Library of Heaven's Path wouldn't allow for the existence of any divination arts in its line of sight, which effectively made it impossible for him to learn them too. It was because of this that he had no choice but to give up on the notion of learning anything relating to divination. Nevertheless, he could still distinctly recognize the sensation he felt within a seer guild, and it was identical to what he was feeling at the moment. I thought that the entire seer guild had colluded with the otherworldly demonic tribe to help them sneak onto the master-teacher continent, but that might not necessarily be the case. Xianxia thought. Ever since the theft of Vicious Upper Body, he had been thinking that the entire seer guild had betrayed mankind. Otherwise, they should have divined the arrival of the otherworldly demon ancient sages into the master-teacher continent and reported it to the master-teacher pavilion headquarters. But thinking about it again, they didn't need the cooperation of the entire seer guild for that. All they needed was a 9-star seer to collude with them in order to create such artifacts. With these anti-divination artifacts, they would be able to conceal the ancient sages from the heavens, thus bypassing the divination of the entire seer guild. But why would these anti-divination artifacts be here? Unless it's a prolonged war, our seers are unlikely to pose much threat to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Or could it be that they were planning to use it to assassinate the Xingming Sword Saints? Xianxia's mind swiftly whirred into action. With their ability to divine the future, seers were indeed troublesome individuals to deal with. However, they had their limitations too. They were only able to divine specific individuals or the general state of matters. So they wouldn't be of much help in uncovering crucial military intelligence such as the enemy's strategies and plans. As a result of that, their utility in massive and chaotic battles was severely limited. For this reason, the Zhang clan didn't bring any of its seers to the battlefield either. The otherworldly demonic tribe should have known this too, so it was likely that these boxes weren't prepared in order to deal with the seers. And putting aside the seers, the only ones who would be affected by the anti-divination artifacts were the Xingming Sword Saints instead. The Xingming Sword Saints were at Great Sage 3 Dan Intuitive Impulse Realm, which allowed them to instinctively sense danger and take actions to avoid it. The boxes would seal that ability of theirs too, thus making it much easier for them to carry out an assassination. It's one thing if I am unaware of it, but now that I have discovered such a matter, I won't stand on ceremony then, Xianxia thought as his lips crept up. Others might still have to resort to physical attacks in order to destroy these anti-divination artifacts, but he was different. All he had to do was to tap into his library of Heaven's Path, and he would be able to bring lightning upon them. I shouldn't rush into it first. I have already promised Little Tribulation that I would offer him some pointers. If I were to summon him over, I should at least offer him some guidance so he would be able to grow stronger. If I could make him strong enough to destroy all of these otherworldly demons, that would be for the best, Xianxia thought. It wasn't too easy to summon a lightning tribulation in the subterranean gallery, but with the provocation from these blasphemous artifacts, the heavens would surely answer the calls of the Library of Heaven's Path and bring retribution down upon these heathens. Just that, he had come encountered with the lightning tribulation that brought retribution to seers several times in the past. But unlike the wonderful indiscriminate area of effect devastation typical to cultivation ordeals, this lightning tribulation only struck specific artifacts or individuals. What did he have to do in order to summon a sufficiently large lightning tribulation to kill all of these otherworldly demons? These otherworldly demons wouldn't be as law-abiding as the cultivators from the Glacier Plain Court and Sanctum of Sages. If a lightning tribulation were to appear above them right now, they would dispel it right away before it could even grow into anything. Against an entire army, there was no way a lightning tribulation could stand a chance. Otherwise, they could simply dispatch a random chap on the verge of a breakthrough into the heart of the enemy base and call forth a lightning tribulation to annihilate the enemy. Besides, ordinary lightning tribulation wouldn't pose much of a threat to cultivators beyond Aureate Body Realm as long as they were prepared for it. At their level, only heavenly flames would be able to pose some danger to them. The otherworldly demon who had fought the Xingming Sword Saints to a draw was likely to be at Sempiternal Realm at the very minimum, so ordinary lightning tribulations were definitely not of much use against him. If I want to do it, I'll have to summon a sufficiently powerful lightning tribulation right from the start. Otherwise, I'll only alarm them, Xianxia thought as he suppressed his urge to use the Library of Heaven's Path. Halt! Even though Xianxia's thoughts were flying around the place, he was still able to continue walking in file with the otherworldly demon soldiers. They traveled for over several li before General Hour finally raised his hand and halted them. Seeing that the crowd had stopped their footsteps, Xianxia didn't dare to display any anomaly either. Place the boxes down here, and you may return. Yes, sir. The crowd nodded their heads hurriedly. They quickly put down the boxes down before leaving the area. Xianxia left along with the departing otherworldly demon soldiers as well, but after traveling some distance away, he discreetly cast a spatial seal over himself, thus concealing himself from view before sneaking back. Shortly after he returned to the area, he saw a huge otherworldly demon walking over. The huge otherworldly demon emanated an aura far stronger than the others, giving rise to an incredibly intimidating presence. The powerful killing intent he harnessed produced an ink-like manifestation around him. Even a glance at him would cause the killing intent to intrude one's mind, stripping one of one's fighting prowess. An otherworldly demon emperor. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Just the sheer intensity of the killing intent emanated by the huge otherworldly demon had already surpassed that of the Qingtian emperor. He had only felt something similar to this from Vicious and the otherworldly demon ancient sage he had killed. Of course, the presence of the otherworldly demon before him was far weaker as compared to those two, but it was still plenty formidable. Even if he wasn't an otherworldly demon emperor, he was likely to be very close to becoming one. Paying respects to the commander, General Auer hurriedly clasped his fist and greeted the tall otherworldly demon. The commander nodded. You may take your leave now. I don't want anyone interrupting me. Yes, Commander. General Auer nodded before swiftly leaving the area. After ensuring that there was no one around, the commander took a step toward the boxes. With a majestic wave of his hands, all of the boxes around him burst open, revealing the secrets hidden beneath them. Within each of those boxes were stone platforms of equivalent height. A mirror was placed on top of each of these stone platforms. These mirrors were veered at different angles. As light swiftly reflected off them, they swiftly formed a tortoiseshell-like hologram in the air. The appearance of the hologram deepened the sensation Xianxia felt. This was a sign that the concealment barrier against the heavens had grown even stronger. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never guessed that there were such artifacts hidden in the boxes. There's still another box there. At this point, Xianxia couldn't help but notice that there was another box in the middle that remained unopened. The commander closed his eyes and felt the aura around him before walking up to the box in the middle. He gently placed his hand upon the box. Kacha! The box burst open as well, revealing a blood-crimson saber floating quietly in the air. The handle of the saber was an elongated skull with a vicious face, and the entire weapon seemed to command a sinister presence. What a formidable saber! It isn't on par with the Dragonbone Divine Spear, but it's indubitably an extraordinary artifact. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The malevolent aura emanating from the saber was far stronger than the sword from ancient sage Zirong, which Nangong Yuanfeng had given the Luo clan. That is a half-ancient sage artifact. The voice of the Dragonbone Divine Spear sounded in Xianxia's mind. A half-ancient sage artifact? Indeed. Between Great Sage and Ancient Sage, there's still a half-ancient sage tier. Cultivators wielding artifacts of such a tier would be able to slay even sempiternal realm cultivators with ease. It's still nowhere close to competing with a true Ancient Sage artifact like me, though. As long as Master reaches Ancient Sage, my seal will be released, and I'll gain fighting prowess on par with Ancient Sage cultivators. The Dragonbone Divine Spear explained. Hearing those words, Xianxia's face turned grim. If the otherworldly demon were to really use a weapon of such prowess to assault the Xingming Sword Saints, they might very well fall victim to it. Damn these scoundrels! Xianxia cursed beneath his breath. He thought that the otherworldly demons were afraid to make a move, but who could have thought that they were actually preparing their trump card? I can't let them succeed. Having lived as an orphan in his previous life, while he found it difficult to express his feelings, he did treasure the familial ties he had with the Xingming Sword Saints. Yet, the otherworldly demons actually wanted to assassinate them. Unforgivable. There was no way he could allow them to succeed. However, with his current strength, unless he were to use the Ancient Sage Corpse, it would be impossible for him to defeat the commander standing before him. But if he were to use the Ancient Sage Corpse right now, he would deplete his soul energy swiftly. Given that he was currently in the midst of the enemy's encampment, that was an extremely risky move to do. Just as Xianxia was still pondering over how he should deal with the commander, he saw the latter abruptly taking a breath. A burst of power flurried from the commander. Gritting his teeth, the commander stepped forward and grabbed the demonic saber. Tzzzzzzzz. A crimson glow flickered from the skeletal handle of the demonic saber. With an abrupt jolt, the demonic saber knocked the commander away and assaulted him with a gush of malevolent aura. The commander's face darkened upon seeing this sight, and he hurriedly retreated 2 steps. It took a while before he managed to suppress the raging energies in his body. He paused for a moment before speaking slowly. I don't intend to tame you. I just need you to help me to slay 2 people. It went without saying that the half-ancient sage artifact had a weapon spirit, so it was possible to negotiate with it. Wong. However, it didn't seem like the skull on the demonic saber was willing to listen to his words at all. It fell silent after jolting the commander away, completely disregarding his words. It was as if it was telling the commander that he would have to show ample strength to prove himself worthy of speaking to it first. Since you aren't willing to cooperate, don't blame me for taking extreme measures then. Seeing how arrogant the demonic saber was, the commander's complexion didn't look too good either. Narrowing his eyes, light began gathering on the surface of his palm before eventually forming a transparent, thin film. Following which, he stepped forward and grabbed the demonic saber once more. Tzzzzzzzz. The demonic saber had no intentions to give in either. The 2 formidable forces collided with one another, causing dimension rifts to surface in the surroundings. Due to the seer artifacts and the formation cast over the area, despite the powerful shockwaves diffusing into the surroundings as a result of their clashes, not the slightest hint of energy leaked out of the area. That so-called commander fellow hasn't tamed the demonic saber yet. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. It seemed like the mirrors served 2 purposes. Firstly, it was to dull the Xingming Sword Saint's instincts so as to enhance the chances of conducting a successful assassination. Secondly, it was to conceal the existence of this half-ancient sage saber. That would also explain why they had to move the boxes manually. If the saber had already been tamed, they might have been able to keep it into a storage ring. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, so they had no choice but to go through the additional trouble. Considering how powerful the commander already was, if he were to successfully tame the demonic saber, even if his assassination were to fail in the end, his prowess was still beyond what the Xingming Sword Saints could deal with. This is perfect. I'll just have to stop him from taming the demonic saber. Xianxia was still wondering how he should stop the commander. But since the latter hadn't tamed the demonic saber yet, this matter would be much easier to resolve. While the commander was devoting all of his strength into dealing with the saber, Xianxia began to move his muscles and bones once more. Jai. In the blink of an eye, he had already assumed another identity. In the midst of the formation of mirrors, the commander eyed the demonic saber before him warily. He knew how powerful the demonic saber was, so he didn't dare to hold back at all. He drove his Xianxia to the limits and sent a concentrated barrage of powerful attacks one after another against the demonic saber. He could feel the winds of the battle gradually turning in his favor. This was the decisive moment. He couldn't allow his attention to wander at all. If he were to push his way through, he was confident he would be able to win the acknowledgement of the demonic saber. But at this crucial moment, he heard flurried footsteps outside, following which a figure came into sight. He was the person whom he had just dismissed a moment ago, General Auer. The latter walked right up to him, clasped his fist and bowed. Commander, I have already relayed your orders to the men. No one will interrupt you anymore. You can cultivate with a peace of mind. The commander's body twitched upon hearing those words. Most great sage cultivators were strong enough to multitask, but dealing with the demonic saber left no room for his concentration to wander. Not only did he have to fend off its furious assault, more importantly, he had to keep the demonic saber's malevolent aura from corroding his mind too. At a time like this, silence was of utmost importance. This was also the reason why the commander had ordered General Auer to keep anyone from interrupting him. Yet, this fool actually barged in just to report to him that he had fulfilled the order. Do you have any common sense? Isn't it obvious that my order includes you as well? How am I supposed to cultivate with a peace of mind with you around? You're dismissed. Suppressing the urge to give General Auer a tight slap, the commander bellowed with a wintry voice. Hoo-hoo! The sudden fluctuation in his emotions opened a gap for the malevolent aura of the demonic saber to seep into his mind, causing his consciousness to blur a little. As a result of that, his movements grew a little sluggish. Yes, Commander. General Auer replied resoundingly before taking a step back, seemingly about to leave the room. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, he abruptly halted his footsteps, as if having recalled something. He turned around and asked, "Commander, it's going to be lunchtime very soon. Do you want to have beef brisket noodles or omelette du fromage? I'll get the kitchen to prepare one portion specially for you." Beef brisket noodles? Omelette du fromage? The commander was startled by those words. Do we have such food over here? As long as there was ample spiritual energy, cultivators at their level could easily fast for over 10 years. Given that they were in the midst of the war, who would be in a mood to eat beef brisket noodles or omelette du fromage, whatever that was? Scram! He was in a crucial period of the taming process, and he needed absolute silence at this moment. Yet, that fellow just had to prattle on and on by the side. If the commander had hypertension, his veins would have already popped from sheer anger. That momentary distraction from General Auer allowed the demonic saber, which had just been forced into a disadvantageous position, to make a comeback. It sent a gush of malevolent aura toward the commander, further blurring his consciousness. The splitting headache caused by the malevolent aura caused cold sweat to trickle down the commander's head. "Ah, you don't seem to be in too good of a mood. Do you want some iced water to cool yourself down?" General Auer asked with a concerned tone. "Look how much you are sweating. Are you feeling unwell?" The commander. Screw you, screw you, screw you. Why have I never noticed that this idiot has such an irritating mouth before? You are a general, not a chef or an attendant. Furthermore, isn't it plain to see that I'm busy at the moment? Just why are you so determined to trouble me at this moment? I told you to scram. Scram! Unable to take it any longer, the commander howled with a mixture of fury and desperation in his voice. However, it didn't seem like his intimidation was working very well, as the other party's voice soon sounded once more. "Wow, there's no need to get so touchy. You could have told me that you weren't thirsty. What about soup then? I heard that the kitchen has just boiled an amazing pork bone soup. Shall I serve a bowl to you too?" Puh! Something within the commander snapped at the moment. In the next, however, the malevolent aura successfully breached the mental defenses of the commander, causing his face to pale and fresh blood to spew from his mouth. "Freak you! Are you done or not? Are you really blind? Can't you see that I'm in the midst of taming the demonic saber? Get some common sense, you jackass." Suppressing the boiling rage within him, the commander took deep breaths, and with forced composure, he spat through gritted teeth. "I don't want food, I don't want water, and I don't want soup too. Now, get out of this room and stop bothering me. Commander, you don't have to worry. I have relayed strict orders to the men, so you can be certain that no one would dare to bother you. Only fools seeking death would dare to oppose your orders. Even if you don't say a word, I would slay that dimwit with my own hands." General Auer waved his hand grandly and spoke with an imposing demeanor. The commander felt a stabbing pain in his chest. "Is there a screw loose in your mind? What makes you think that I am referring to others? The one who is bothering me is you." Just as the commander was about to hurl expletives at that dense subordinate of his, General Auer turned his earnest gaze to him once more and asked, "Commander, isn't it a little too boring to be idling around here without doing anything? Shall we sing together? If you are too shy, I don't mind singing for you either." Pooh! The commander spurted another mouthful of blood. This was the first time the commander came to being on the verge of insanity felt like. He felt like he could suffer a mental breakdown there and then, sing, sing, sing. Sing your head. I am a member of otherworldly demon royalty, a sempiternal realm expert. Yet you want me to sing with you? Did your head get crushed under a boulder? A highly capable and tactful subordinate General Auer was. The commander had always regarded him highly and treated him as his confidant. The latter was extremely good at reading the atmosphere and would never do anything that overstepped his boundary. Why would he suddenly become such a pain in the ass to deal with today? "I told you clearly not to disturb me, but you seem to be finding all sorts of nonsense to bug me. Are you doing this purposely?" A thought suddenly came to the commander's mind, and he hurriedly took a closer look at General Hour. However, the appearance, the soul aura, the killing intent, and the intonation when he spoke, they were all identical to the General Hour he knew. If he really had to point out a difference, it would be the helmet. Wait, the helmet was different? Could it be that this fellow wasn't General Hour but another person in disguise? But he had never heard of anyone in the world who was able to put up such a convincing disguise which even he was unable to see through. While he was still deep in thought, General Hour took in a deep breath and said, "Very well, I'll go first then. Kong sure had a little lamb. Little lamb, little lamb." Pooh! The commander spurted yet another mouthful of blood. With his eyes reddened with rage, he hollered, "I'll kill you first." Unable to stand this nonsense any longer, he decisively retracted his palm from the demonic saber and thrust it toward General Hour instead. General Hour's constant harassment had already placed him in a bad position against the demonic saber, and abruptly releasing his grasp from it only served to worsen his situation. A surge of malevolent aura overran his body, leaving him lightheaded. This single move had already inflicted severe damage to his primordial spirit. He knew that it would take him at least half a year to make a full recovery. However, he couldn't take it anymore. Not even his mother was as naggy as this. If he didn't kill this bastard right now, his heart might just explode from all the rage he had accumulated within. Boom! The might of his palm poured forth like a ferocious dragon, surging forward with unstoppable momentum. In an instant, it had already arrived right before General Hour. Horrified, General Hour hurriedly hid behind one of the stone platforms as he cried out indignantly, "Commander, I am your beloved Hour." An anti-divination mirror was placed on top of the stone platform. If the commander were to push forward with his attack, there was no doubt that he would damage the mirror, and that could potentially reveal the existence of the demonic saber. Left with no choice, he could only retract his palm strike hurriedly. An instant after he retracted his palm strike, General Hour's anxious voice sounded in his ears. "Commander, be careful. Someone is attacking you from above." The commander hurriedly raised his head, but other than a thick layer of mist above, there wasn't anyone in sight. Who? Realizing that he had been tricked, the commander quickly lowered his gaze, only to see a spear piercing straight for his chest. Caught off guard by the extraordinary strength and speed coming from General Hour's attack, the commander's face darkened. He quickly tilted his body in order to evade the pierce. Pooha! But even so, the spear still tore a deep laceration across his chest, causing his blood to flow profusely. A great sage artifact? The commander narrowed his eyes in shock. His physical body had been tempered by the heavenly flame tribulation, so ordinary weapons couldn't even hope to hurt him. To inflict a glaring laceration on his aureate body, there was no doubt that the spear was a great sage artifact. This realization also made him acutely aware that the person standing him was definitely not General Hour, no matter how alike the two of them were. Putting aside the fact that General Hour wasn't qualified to possess such a weapon, even if he did have one in his possession, there was no way he could bring out its strength with his Saint 8 Dan cultivation. "Who in the world are you?" the commander growled menacingly. Including the Xingming sword saints, most members of the Zhang clan were sword users due to the nature of their heritage. There shouldn't have been any proficient spear users amongst the enemy. The emergence of these doubts in the commander's mind didn't dull his movements in the least. Instead, the realization of the threat before him made him sharpen his movements. After dodging the spear pierce, he bolted forward to counterattack with a palm thrust. He had devoted his full strength as a sempiternal realm expert into the attack this time around. The devastating might of his attack caused dimension rifts to open all around the area. Even the surrounding air groaned in protest against the immense strain it was placed under. But before the palm thrust landed, once again, General Hour exclaimed anxiously, "Danger! Commander, look up!" Out of sheer instinct, the commander immediately released his spiritual perception, but the area directly above him was still as empty as ever. Realizing that he had been tricked once more, he roared with a voice quivering with rage, "Be prepared to meet your maker!" His Xianxia surged wildly, further augmenting the might of his destructive palm strike. Who? In the face of such a powerful attack, the fellow before him fled frantically behind another one of the stone platforms. You bastard! With another mirror standing in the way of his attack, the commander had no choice but to forcefully retract his palm strike once more. Why don't you stop being a coward and face me like a man? The very fact that the other party was able to injure him meant that the other party wielded strength close to a sempiternal realm cultivator, if not equal. Those who had reached such a height would value their dignity and reputation a lot, sometimes even go to great lengths to protect them. But the fellow before him simply kept hiding behind the mirrors, not daring to face his attacks directly at all. Was this the kind of etiquette an expert should have? Shameless. Cowardly. Don't you think it's unseemly for someone as powerful as you to be resorting to such despicable tactics? He had also clashed with master teachers before. They were dignified and righteous individuals who would rather lose their lives than to have their dignity sullied. As if it wasn't enough for the other party to disguise himself as our and intentionally disturb him in the midst of his cultivation. The other party was even spouting lies as if they didn't cost anything and kept darting behind the mirrors around. Stop being a shameless bastard and face me head-on. If you have the guts to do what you did, surely you should have the guts to face my wrath too. With an enraged roar, the commander charged forward to tear the other party apart when the other party abruptly pointed to the sky once more and exclaimed, "Watch out! Danger! Danger your head!" Knowing that it was just another distraction tactic by the other party, the commander chose to pay no heed to those words and continued with his charge. But before his palm could land on his target, goosebumps suddenly rose up all over his body. He could sense a hulking force was falling toward him from the sky. It was beyond the range of his spiritual perception to perceive exactly what it was, but with the speed it was traveling at, there was no way he would be able to dodge it in the midst of his charge. Pada! The commander was smashed into the ground in a Da shape. In an instant, he had sustained innumerable fractures all over his body, and crimson blood spouted from his mouth as if a fountain. Ha ha ha! Ding ding, have finally made a comeback. The world shall shudder beneath my bottom. An excited voice sounded right above the commander. A massive brick-like bottom twisted around on top of the commander, producing crisp sounds reminiscent of snapped twigs. With each twist, another mouthful of blood would be ejected from the commander's body. The commander really wanted to bawl at this very moment. It was no easy feat to acquire a great sage artifact. They were extremely difficult to create, which made them rare and invaluable entities. Even a great sage cultivator would be the envy of his peers if he were to have a great sage artifact in his possession. Yet, the spear and the brick that fellow had in his possession were actually both great sage artifacts. Where the flying cow did this monster come from? 都告诉你了，有人偷袭，非不听. I warned you. I told you to watch out, but you simply wouldn't heed my warnings. Xianxia shook his head in disappointment, as if admonishing an obstinate child who simply wouldn't listen to the advice of his elders. With a sigh of lamentation, he walked up to the commander and took the storage ring right off his finger. The commander! I am not dead yet. I'll leave this fellow to you. After taking away the storage ring, Xianxia waved his hand casually before turning his attention away from the commander. The Dragonbone Divine Spear and the Golden Origin Cauldron were delighted to receive such an order. It had been long since they had any showtime. Thus, one did its best to twist and turn its bottom to squeeze the last bit of juice from the poor man below it, while the other pierced him relentlessly with its tip. Entrusting the commander to his two artifacts, Xianxia turned his attention to the demonic saber. This demonic saber was even stronger than the Golden Origin Cauldron. The malevolent aura that it emanated was an extremely powerful soul offense which could phase even otherworldly demons. If he had such a weapon in his grasp, he would surely have been able to defeat the commander much more easily. All he would have to do was to toss it out along with the Dragonbone Divine Spear and the Golden Origin Cauldron, and the three of them would be able to put an end to the commander by themselves without him lifting a finger. Let me give it a try. Emulating what the commander did earlier, he reached out and grasped the handle of the demonic saber. Boom! A burst of killing intent surged right into his body, piercing right for his primordial spirit. Wang! His primordial spirit emanated a golden glow and warded off the killing intent. What a formidable attack! Despite having successfully withstood the attack, Xianxia was still forced to retreat a step under the powerful burst of killing intent. Had he not tempered his primordial spirit with the Empyrean heavenly flame previously, that attack would have inflicted severe damage on him in an instant. Let's see if your killing intent is more formidable than mine. Since you wish to put your killing intent against me, I shan't stand on ceremony either then. Xianxia drove his heaven's path Xianxia, and in the next moment, a torrent of killing intent came crashing down on the demonic saber. This killing intent was raw and unrefined, but its sheer purity would cause even one's blood to freeze over. Unexpectedly, before the killing intent could even reach the arrogant demonic saber, Pudong, the demonic saber fell to the ground and lowered itself subserviently, as if paying respects to its new master. Its body trembled uncontrollably, hinting at the deep fear it carried for the person standing before it. Seeing such a sight through his swollen eyes, tears streamed freely down the commander's face. Aren't you supposed to be a proud and lofty weapon? Why are you submitting to him so quickly? Where did all your pride and dignity go to? The commander was so traumatized that he looked as if he had lost his soul. It was with high expectations that he led his army into the subterranean gallery, intending to push his forces into the master-teacher continent. If he succeeded, his name would ripple throughout the otherworldly demonic tribe, and his standing would swiftly rise through the ranks. But before he could even launch a proper invasion, he was already violated by a brick and a spear. Moreover, the demonic saber which he had specially brought out of his clan for this special occasion actually submitted to the other party. Where in the world did the prideful attitude you have shown me earlier go to? Why in the name of the heavens are you groveling on the ground right now? I see. This fellow submits to those who possess purer killing intent than it does. The killing intent I am able to emanate through my heaven's path Xianxia is at least comparable to vicious, so it's no wonder why it submitted to me so quickly. Xianxia nodded in realization. While the commander was likely to be an otherworldly demon emperor as well, judging from the Qingtian emperor standards, his killing intent still came nowhere on par with his heaven's path Xianxia. With a light tap of his finger, he flicked a droplet of blood over to fuse with the demonic saber. Soon after, he felt a will surging into his mind. Infernal Black Saber. That was the name of the demonic saber lying before him. Just like what the Dragonbone Divine Spear had said, the Infernal Black Saber was indeed a half-ancient sage artifact. However, that was not all that was to it. It was actually an upgradable artifact. The upgradable artifacts of the otherworldly demonic tribe were fundamentally different from that of mankind. The Golden Origin Cauldron was one of the rare upgradable artifacts in the world, but in order to raise its tier, it had to be reforged with other precious ores. On the other hand, the upgradable artifacts of the otherworldly demonic tribe only demanded sufficient fresh blood or souls for their tier to be raised. In other words, he didn't have to reforge the Inferno Black Saber and risk messing it up. All he had to do was to slay more experts in order for it to grow stronger. It was precisely due to this nature of it that the demonic saber emanated such an intense malevolent aura. In other words, this means that you can be upgraded into an ancient sage artifact? Upon learning of this matter, Xianxia asked the Infernal Black Saber with excitement gleaming in his eyes. One must know that ancient sage artifacts wielded the prowess to slay ancient sages. If the Infernal Black Saber could be upgraded, he would really have no fear for cultivators beneath ancient sage. I can be upgraded, but I'll need to devour the fresh blood of an ancient sage for it. The Infernal Black Saber replied courteously. You'll require the fresh blood of an ancient sage in order to be upgraded? Forget it. Xianxia's lips twitched upon hearing those words. This was ridiculous. If he was strong enough to hunt down an ancient sage and feed the Infernal Black Saber the latter's blood, what need would he have for it? If you really aren't able to find any ancient sages, I can also be upgraded through devouring the blood and souls of sempiternal realm or half-ancient sage cultivators. However, the process would be much slower. As if seeing through the thoughts of its master, the infernal black saber quickly added, "The blood of sempiternal realm cultivators works for you too? What about that fellow over there?" Xianxia asked as he pointed a finger at the commander. Even though his fighting prowess is subpar, he's still a core member of the otherworldly demon royalty. If I could consume him, I should be able to advance my cultivation to the forefront of half-ancient sage artifacts. The infernal black saber replied with a nod. "Good. I'll leave him to you then," Xianxia replied. In the first place, he didn't harbor the slightest sliver of goodwill for the otherworldly demonic tribe. Furthermore, the other party was even planning on assassinating his parents, and that was something he couldn't accept. "Thank you, master." Hearing those words, the infernal black saber rushed over delightfully and sunk its blade into the commander's flesh. It didn't take long for the commander to be reduced to a withered corpse, his soul and blood sapped dry. After being nourished with the commander's blood and soul, the infernal black saber looked even more demonic than before. Its strength had advanced considerably, to the level where even the golden origin cauldron would take a detour just to avoid it. "Not bad." Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, it shouldn't be long before he successfully upgraded the infernal black saber into an ancient sage artifact. That would truly be a huge boost to his fighting prowess. "All right, you should return to my storage ring for the time being." Having settled the matter here, Xianxia kept the 3 artifacts back into his storage ring before heaving a sigh of relief. Having dealt with the infernal black saber and the commander, it was unlikely that the remaining otherworldly demons would pose much of a threat to him anymore. Nevertheless, the power of the mass shouldn't be underestimated. To be safe, he should still tread carefully. If he could find a way to massacre all of the otherworldly demons at once, that would be for the best. Otherwise, even if their commander had been killed, it was only a matter of time before a new commander took over and dispatched these otherworldly demons against them. If a battle were to break out, who knew how many offspring of the Zhang clan would lose their lives? Xianxia stroked his lower jaw contemplatively. Considering how there was a sempiternal realm commander in this otherworldly demon encampment, it was likely that there would be other great sage military officers as well too. It would be too naive to think that the otherworldly demon army would collapse by itself just because it had lost its commander. It was unlikely that he would face an opponent as powerful as the commander within the encampment anymore, but he didn't have the strength to eradicate a well-trained army on his own either, even with the assistance of his 3 artifacts. He had to think things through and formulate a feasible plan before making his move. The earlier battle with the commander has caused quite a huge commotion, but fortunately, due to the mirrors and formations cast around the area, no one has realized the happenings over here yet. In other words, the soldiers are still oblivious of the demise of their commander. I might be able to pull something off if I could successfully impersonate him, Xianxia thought. In order to hide the existence of the infernal black saber, the commander had gone to great lengths to isolate this room, such that not even the slightest aura of shockwave would be able to escape from this room. It was ironic, but it was precisely due to the arrangements made by the commander that no one realized that he had already been killed. Since Xianxia was able to disguise himself impeccably as General Hour, there was no reason why he couldn't pass himself off as the commander too. He took off the helmet from the corpse and quickly wore it. At the same time, he began to shift his muscles and bones, slowly morphing into the appearance of the commander. Let me check how many great sage cultivators are there in this encampment. Leaving the stone platforms and mirrors behind, Xianxia departed from the area and headed straight for the main tent located at the center of the base. Since the commander was at Sempiternal Realm, it was unlikely that his vice-commanders would be too weak. First and foremost, he would have to check how many great sage cultivators there were in this camp and deal with them promptly. Once all of the great sage cultivators were gone, the remaining soldiers wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to him anymore. Having assumed the appearance of the commander, there was no guard or soldier who dared to halt Xianxia's footsteps as he strutted through the camp with widened strides. Soon enough, he arrived at the main tent. "Commander!" The otherworldly demon soldiers guarding the main tent quickly clasped their fist and greeted him. Xianxia nodded casually as he walked into the tent. Within the tent, he saw 7 figures seated all around with grim looks on their faces. "Commander, you have succeeded?" Upon seeing the return of the commander, fervent joy spread across their faces. It seemed like these figures were also aware that the commander was planning to assassinate the Xingming Sword Saints, and they were waiting for the results here. "I haven't done it yet. There's an urgent matter that we need to discuss, and I need you all to offer some constructive advice," Xianxia said authoritatively. Due to the presence of seer artifacts, he dared not to use the Library of Heaven's Path lightly. Otherwise, he could risk bringing the lightning tribulation upon the base before resolving the major threats. He wasn't too sure what was the situation concerning the commander, but through his rich experience of disguising himself, as well as the prowess of Luo Ruoxin's disguise amulet, the 7 people in the room didn't notice any anomaly. "Commander, feel free to order us as you deem fit." The crowd quickly clasped their fists and replied. Xianxia said as he nodded contemplatively. In truth, he had discreetly activated his eye of insight and was examining the crowd before him. Just like what he had guessed, these 7 fellows were all great sages. 2 of them were at intuitive impulse realm, 3 were at aurit body realm, and the last 2 were at introspective convalescence realm. It was fortunate he didn't rush into making a move earlier, or else if these 7 people were to collaborate against him, it would have truly been a tough battle. Not to mention, with the sheer number of soldiers they had, if the otherworldly demon army were to form a collaborative formation, even sempiternal realm cultivators would have trouble escaping. Xianxia pondered deeply for a moment before beckoning at one of the intuitive impulse realm otherworldly demon and said, "You, follow me for a moment. I need to delegate some tasks to you privately." "Yes, Commander." Without the slightest hint of doubt, the otherworldly demon pointed out followed him out of the main tent. After leaving the barracks, Xianxia swiftly led the otherworldly demon toward the room with the mirrors. "Commander, what's wrong?" Seeing how careful the commander was being, sealing the entire area completely such that not even the slightest aura could leak out, a serious look appeared on the face of the otherworldly demon. "It's like this." Stroking his lower jaw, Xianxia casually walked up to the otherworldly demon when all of a sudden, a demonic blade materialized in his hand and sliced right for the otherworldly demon's neck. Not expecting the commander to make a move on him suddenly, the otherworldly demon swiftly backed away. No matter what, he was still a great 3-Dan intuitive impulse cultivator and had been through many battles. Despite being caught off guard, he did not become flustered. Pada. However, barely after taking 2 steps back, a massive brick crashed down on his head and reduced him to a flat pancake. Given how even the sempiternal realm commander had been rendered completely helpless under the crushing might of the golden origin cauldron, how could this intuitive impulse realm otherworldly demon stand a chance? It was a one-hit KO. Puha! The infernal black saber swiftly flew forth and devoured the otherworldly demon's blood and soul. Without much hesitation, Xianxia returned to the main tent and beckoned the other intuitive impulse realm otherworldly demon out. "You! Come out for a moment." 5 minutes later, he stepped into the main tent once more and said, "The 3 of you follow me." The 3 aurit body realm otherworldly demons followed the commander out, leaving the 2 introspective convalescence realm fellows staring at one another blankly. "Aren't we supposed to be discussing a matter of some sort? Why are we being called out one after another?" Their doubt did not last too long. The commander walked back into the main tent with a satisfied look on his face. As soon as he entered, he set up an isolation barrier around the tent and said, "I had some missions to delegate to them, so I had to meet them privately. It's finally your turn." The 2 introspective convalescence fellows immediately got to their feet, fearing that they would miss a single word about this highly secretive mission. Who? Before they could react, a cold glint sliced through the air, and 2 heads fell to the ground. Till their final breaths, they could not understand why the commander would make a move on them. Xianxia might still have some problems trying to deal with sempiternal realm cultivators, but introspective convalescence realm cultivators were already a one-shot, one-kill to him. After dealing with the 7 of them and disposing of their corpses, Xianxia beckoned a guard stationed outside to come in. "Gather all of the great sage experts in our camp for a meeting." Xianxia ordered. Commander, there are only 7 great sage vice commanders in our camp. You called out 5 of them earlier, and the remaining 2 were in this tent. The guard replied with a doubtful frown. Earlier, he had seen the commander calling out 5 of the vice commanders one after another, so there should still have been 2 more vice commanders in the main tent. Why would they suddenly disappear without a trace? The guard was only at Saint 7 Dan. Considering how even the great sage 3 Dan intuitive impulse realm vice commanders were unable to see through his disguise, there was no way that the guard could have done so. It was unthinkable to him that their commander would have already been killed. Good. Xianxia had just been verifying the matter to be safe. Since it was confirmed that there were only 7 great sages in the camp, he was saved a great ton of trouble. He stood up and instructed, "Inform all of the soldiers to gather before the main tent." All of the soldiers? That's right, everyone. This includes those who are resting, patrolling, and on sentry. Get all of them here. Xianxia waved his hand grandly. Yes, Commander. The guard quickly left the area and sounded the assembly horn. 10 minutes later, when Xianxia walked out of the main tent, he saw countless otherworldly demons standing neatly in a formation. With just one glance, Xianxia's eyebrows had already shot up in astonishment. There had to be over 10,000 otherworldly demons before him. It was fortunate that he had not made a move recklessly earlier. Otherwise, a collaborative formation consisting of over 10,000 Saint 3 Dan otherworldly demons would have been more than enough to render a half-ancient sage powerless. It was truly a wise decision from Sword Saint Xing to retreat. The Zhang clan was not weak, but against such a huge army, they would still lose at least half of their entire force even if Lady Luck was shining on them. Suppressing his shock, Xianxia bellowed, "General Hour!" "Yes, Commander." General Hour stepped out of the formation and clasped his fist. "Get your men to bring the item that I just set up over here." Xianxia waved his hand. "Yes, Commander." General Hour had no idea why the commander had issued such a command, but it would be insubordination to oppose an order from a person of a higher rank. Thus, he quickly led a group of people and left the area. Several minutes later, the stone platforms and mirrors were moved over. Divide yourself into groups of 1,000, and each group will take one of these artifacts. I want the members of each group to get into a line and hold hands with one another. The person at the front is to place their hand on the mirror, Xianxia commanded. Groups of 1,000? Get into a line and hold hands with one another? All of the soldiers were confused. Were they going to practice some kind of new formation or something? But why did it sound so shady? They had never heard of any formations that required cultivators to hold hands with one another. Unable to take it any longer, another otherworldly demon wearing a black helmet similar to that of General Hour stepped forward and said, "Commander, the Zhang clan has been eyeing us warily all this time. If they launch an attack while everyone is here holding hands with one another, it could end in a catastrophe." The other soldiers also turned intrigued gazes over. "You fool!" Xianxia's face darkened as he roared in fury. "This is the battle plan that I have just designed with the other vice commanders. Do you all know what these mirrors are?" "No, Commander. These mirrors do look a little extraordinary, but I can't figure out what they are used for." The crowd shook their heads in response. If not for the fact that Xianxia had come into close contact with seers in the past, he would not have been able to deduce the purpose of these mirrors. Considering that these soldiers and officers were unlikely to have ever met human seers before, there was no way that they would be able to recognize these mirrors. These mirrors are the treasures of the human seer guild. They are able to provide concealment from the heavens, hindering even intuitive impulse cultivators from discerning your presence. The reason I want you to stand in a file and hold hands with one another is to conceal your killing intent and auras so that we can sneak into the fortress of those pesky humans and catch them off guard. Does everything make sense to you now? Xianxia said with an authoritative wave of his hand. Sneak into the fortress of those pesky humans? Does our commander intend to launch a surprise assault? It's able to conceal our killing intent and auras? That's incredible. If we could successfully pull off this surprise assault, We will become celebrated heroes of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Hearing the effects of the mirrors, the faces of the otherworldly demons flushed crimson as they trembled in agitation. They also knew that a direct confrontation with the Zhang clan would result in heavy casualties. If they could pull off a surprise assault, their chances of survival would be much higher. Perhaps, they might even accrue significant military contributions as a result of the operation and be handsomely rewarded for their effort. If you get what I'm saying, hurry up and do it. Ensure that there aren't any artifacts in between that would terminate the connection. If anyone reveals our location to the master teachers because they aren't holding the hand of the person next to them tightly enough, they'll be the sinner of the otherworldly demonic tribe. That person will be executed on the spot. Xianxia commanded authoritatively. We'll be putting everything into this surprise assault. This operation must end in a success. No failure is permitted. Understood. Yes, Commander. The otherworldly demon soldiers nodded with looks of agitation on their faces. Very well. Seeing that his soldiers had received his orders, Xianxia waved his hands grandly and said, "Prepare the formation." Walala. The massive army immediately divided themselves into groups of 1,000, and the strongest soldiers of the group stood at the front of each file, placing their hands in direct contact with the mirror. The others held hands with one another with iron-tight grips, and the file extended for several hundred meters. Good. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. He was just about to give a motivational speech when he suddenly heard a gale sounding above. Raising his head, he saw a figure appearing right before him. Commander Hung Jiang. What are you doing? Commander Hung Jiang? It was an unfamiliar name, but considering that the figure was looking right at him, it was obvious that the other party was addressing him. So, the name of the commander that he was disguised as was Hung Jiang. It was not a bad name. Taking a closer look at the figure before him, he saw that the other party was wearing a helmet identical to his. His aura felt dense and expansive. He was actually a great sage for Dan's sempiternal realm cultivator too. Were there only 7 great sages in this encampment? Where did this one pop out from? The seal. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as realization struck him. If he was not mistaken, the other party was the backup from beyond the breached seal. Of all the times, the other party just had to arrive before he made a move. Was this not too much of a coincidence? However, even if the other party was a sempiternal realm cultivator, it would not be easy for him to see through his disguise. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia did not panic in the least. Instead, his eyebrows shot up coldly as he remarked, "Am I obligated to report my actions to you?" You. Hearing those words, the black-armored otherworldly demon harumphed coldly. Flinging his hand back coldly, he took out a golden edict and said, "Under the orders of Overlord Qinyong, you are to halt your attack and retreat immediately." Retreat immediately? Xianxia was slightly taken aback. The Overlord Qinyong, whom the other party spoke of, was likely to be one of the highest-ranked otherworldly demon emperors. But this did not make any sense at all. After all of the sacrifices made to breach the spatial seal, he was being ordered to retreat. That's right. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and reorganize your army to retreat. The black-armored otherworldly demon berated as he tossed the golden edict over. Xianxia caught the golden edict and read through it. The words were written in the language of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and it was indeed a command for his army to retreat. This? Xianxia pondered for a moment as he placed the edict into his storage ring. Before that, I have something to show you. The eyebrows of the black-armored otherworldly demon shot up. I have found another use for the artifacts of the human seers. Once activated, it wields incomparable prowess, such that even half-ancient sages will be destroyed in an instant. There's no better tool than this to deal with those humans. Xianxia spoke with unwavering confidence. Even half-ancient sages will be destroyed in an instant. The black-armored otherworldly demon questioned with a skeptical tone. Ordinary soldiers might not have been able to recognize these mirrors, but he did. They were the artifacts of the human seers, and they could only be used to conceal one's aura. Furthermore, they had to be arranged in a specific position in order to do so. There was no way that these mirrors could wield the prowess to kill a half-ancient sage cultivator. If you don't believe my words, why don't you can give it a try yourself? After that, I'll get my soldiers to retreat. Xianxia nodded earnestly. Very well. Let me see what in the world are you up to. The black-armored, otherworldly demon nodded doubtfully. He was there to relay the orders, and as long as the other party was willing to abide by the commands, he did not mind playing along with him. If there was truly an extraordinary use for the mirrors, that would be even for the better. Given that there were so many otherworldly demon soldiers around, and the fact that the person that he was facing was a commander, it was unlikely that the other party would dare pull anything on him. It's very simple. Pick any one of these mirrors and place your hand on it. Xianxia instructed affirmatively. The black-armored otherworldly demon gazed into Xianxia's eyes for a while, and seeing that the other party was not messing with him, he eventually nodded in agreement. He walked up to one of the mirrors and placed his hand on it. It was not that he was a fool. It was just that he could not possibly have imagined that the person before him was not Hung Jiang but someone else. Besides, seers were known not to be a battle-oriented occupation. Their artifacts mainly dealt with divination and anti-divination means. Even if it was a trap, he was confident that he would be able to deal with it with his strength. Since everyone is ready, let's begin. Seeing that this newly arrived expert had placed his hand on the mirror as well, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to activate the Library of Heaven's Path on the mirror, he heard the sharp whistle of a gale sounding above. Another figure was flying over. Hung Jiang, receive your orders. Sovereign Chunling has decreed that you shall launch an attack this instant. While in the air, the figure had already unrolled a golden edict and issued the order. It was another sempiternal realm cultivator. This? Xianxia blinked blankly. It was just a moment that he received an order to retreat, and all of a sudden, he received another order to launch an assault right away. Are you all toying with me? Wait a moment. The person who issued the order to retreat seemed to be Sovereign Chen Yong, whereas the person asking me to attack is Sovereign Chen Ling. Their names sound similar, but they aren't the same person. Could there be some discord among the sovereigns? If the sovereigns were close with one another, there was no way that they would issue such contradicting orders. If there was truly disharmony among the sovereigns, this could spell an opportunity for him. Mao Wu, what do you mean by this? Sovereign Chen Yong has already ordered for the troops here to retreat. The black-armored otherworldly demon remarked with an awful look on his face. It was just a moment after he had issued his order when Mao Wu came here with a contradicting order. This was blatant disrespect toward him and Sovereign Chen Yong. I don't mean anything at all. If you were a bit smarter, it should be apparent to you that I'm just following orders. Hung Jiang, what are waiting for? Hurry up and receive the edict. The otherworldly demon named Mao Wu replied coldly as he tossed the golden edict over toward Xianxia. Catching the edict, Xianxia swiftly read through its contents. Written in the language of the otherworldly demons as well, the edict contained a command for him to launch an attack against the Zhang clan right away. This? A look of dilemma surfaced on Xianxia's face as he stared the edict before him. Seeing the conflicted look on Xianxia's face, the black-armored otherworldly demon bellowed furiously. Hung Jiang, ignore that fellow's words and get your men to retreat. As the direct subordinate of the spirit god, Sovereign Chen Yong is the highest otherworldly demon emperor of our otherworldly demon tribe. Unless you want to be beheaded, you should know what you must do. Sovereign Chen Yong might be the highest otherworldly demon emperor, but times are different now. The Temple of Confucius is on the verge of opening, and after all the effort we have put into breaking open the spatial seal, how can we retreat like this? Think of the men who have sacrificed themselves for this cause. Mao Wu roared vehemently. Sovereign Chen Yong's words are the very words of the spirit god. Do you intend to oppose the will of the spirit god? I dare not oppose the will of the spirit god. But this matter is of the utmost importance to our otherworldly demonic tribe. There's something amiss about the order issued by Sovereign Chen Yong, so I would rather listen to Sovereign Chunling's words. The two envoys began bickering with one another. All right. There's no need to bicker over this matter. Seeing that the two otherworldly demons were on the verge of clashing with one another, Xianxia stepped forward and mediated the situation. If you may listen to my humble words, why don't we not rush into executing the orders of Sovereign Chen Yong and Sovereign Chen Ling for the moment? Regardless of whose command it is, the wills of the sovereigns are not something that we can simply disregard. Why don't we do this instead? I won't withdraw my soldiers, but I won't rush into an attack either. Let's clarify the situation before coming to a judgment. For the time being, why don't I show you two the recent research breakthrough I have made? Research breakthrough? Mao Wu frowned doubtfully. Indeed, I have found a way to utilize the artifacts of the human seers that produces devastating power that is sufficient to destroy even an entire city. Brother Mao Wu, if you are interested, why don't you place your hand on one of the mirrors just like what my soldiers are doing? I'll show you the results of my research, Xianxia said with a smile. You want me to touch the mirror? Mao Wu asked with a doubtful frown. He turned his gaze to the otherworldly demon soldiers around him, and only at that moment did he realize that they were holding hands tightly together with the person at the forefront of the file touching the mirror. Even the black-armored otherworldly demon was standing before a mirror with his hand resting lightly on its surface. Indeed, I believe that this could be a revolutionary discovery. If we could use this discovery to eradicate the humans once and for all, we'll become heroes of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The sovereigns will surely reward us handsomely for our immense contribution. Xianxia spoke with his voice quivering in excitement. Very well then. Seeing that everyone was already in position, Mao Wu swiftly nodded in agreement. He walked up to a mirror and placed his hand on it. Great! Is everyone ready? Put on a bright smile, all right? 3, 2, 1. Xianxia threw his hands in the air and exclaimed, Cheese! Kacha! 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 In an instant, Mao Wu, the black-armored otherworldly demon, and all of the soldiers were assaulted by a barrage of lightning bolts. Their hair rose into the air, and white smoke drifted from their bodies. Not expecting the mirror to actually be able to summon lightning bolts, the faces of Mao Wu and the black-armored otherworldly demon were ravaged with frenzy. The both of them released a resounding roar at the same time. The otherworldly demon soldiers were also devastated by the lightning bolts. It was just a short instant, but they had already sustained severe internal injuries. They had abided by the commander's orders expecting something good. But who would have thought that this would happen instead? They wanted to release their hands, but the electrocution from the lightning bolts had affected their nerves, not allowing them to move as they liked. To make matters worse, they had held hands tightly together in order to prevent their auras from leaking out. At the forefront of the group, Commander Hung Jiang waved his hand apologetically and said, My bad. I don't think I operated the artifact properly. Continue holding your hands firmly on the mirrors. All right? I guarantee that it'll be different this time around. But before he could even finish his words, more streaks of lightning had already descended from the sky. Kacha! Kacha! It was as if the Armageddon had arrived. The crackling of the lightning simply echoed ceaselessly in the air. All of the otherworldly demon soldiers were frenzied. It's indeed different this time around, but what the heck? The lightning is even more fearsome than before. My gosh, are you intending to send us to our graves? The otherworldly demon soldiers tried their hardest to retract their hands from one another, but their bodies were far too paralyzed for them to be able to do anything other than spasm. Pooh! 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 One after another, white foam dribbled from the corner of their mouths as their consciousness gradually faded away. Even as they gradually came to their last breath, they could not believe that they would die from a mistake by their commander. To actually do in his own men as well. How in the world did this fellow manage to become a commander? Most of these soldiers were only at St. 3 Dan and St. 4 Dan. They had not even gone through their first leaving aperture ordeal yet. How could they possibly survive such a vicious onslaught of lightning bolts? All it took was a couple of bolts for nearly all of them to be wiped out. Even Mao Wu and the black-armored otherworldly demon were spasming from being electrocuted. Typically speaking, as sempiternal realm cultivators, they should have been able to overcome lightning bolts of such scale with ease. However, the very fact that the mirrors were mere seer artifacts made them lower their guard. They had not put up any defensive measures at all, and the lightning bolts had come too quickly for them to put up anything. As a result, while the barrage of lightning bolts was not enough to claim their lives, it blurred their consciousness and rendered them powerless. Phew! It seems like everything worked out well. Seeing that the 10,000 or so otherworldly demon soldiers had been completely annihilated by the lightning bolts, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As tools used against the heavens, seer artifacts were susceptible to heavenly retribution. All Xianxia had to do was activate his library of Heaven's Path, and the heavens would do their job. He had come up with this plan on the spur of the moment, and to be honest, he had thought that it was a rather ridiculous plan. Yet, who could have thought that he would actually be able to pull it off impeccably? The only imperfection in his plan was probably the sudden emergence of the two envoys from Sovereign Chen Yong and Sovereign Chen Ling. However, it was fortunate that the two of them had not expected to fall for such an unconventional attack. While the heavenly retribution towards seer artifacts was limited in terms of prowess, its greatest advantage lay in the fact that it was instantaneous. As such, it was actually able to get to the two sempiternal realm cultivators before they could even react. Dragonbone Divine Spear. Scout the area and kill any dead soldiers around. Ding ding. Infernal Black Saber. The two of you deal with Mao Wu. He knew that he had only succeeded because his luck was good. The other party had been caught off guard. However, once the two sempiternal realm cultivators recovered, he would be in a terrible position. Knowing that time was not on his side, Xianxia immediately dashed for the black-armored otherworldly demon. He had left Mao Wu to the Golden Origin Cauldron and the Infernal Black Saber while he dealt with the black-armored otherworldly demon single-handedly. You aren't Hung Jiang. Who are you? Seeing the huge massacre before him, there was no way that the black-armored otherworldly demon could still remain oblivious to the truth. The person before him was not Hung Jiang at all. Overwhelmed with rage, he flicked his wrist, whipped out a sword, and brandished it toward Xianxia. Wang. However, before his sword could even come close to Xianxia, he suddenly felt a will surging right into him, befuddling his mind. He nearly lost his balance and fell down due to that. Soul offense. The black-armored otherworldly demon narrowed his eyes. It was apparent that the other party was skilled at soul offense. To think that even a sempiternal realm cultivator like him would be unable to guard his mind against the other party. Voila! While the black-armored otherworldly demon was still plagued with dizziness, he suddenly saw the fake Hung Jiang appearing right before him. A powerful punch harnessing unbelievable might was already heading right for his head. Bloodline ignition. Knowing that he would lose his life if the punch really landed on him, the black-armored otherworldly demon activated his bloodline without any hesitation. In an instant, incredible power surged through his body. Bloodline ignition won't help you either, Xianxia scoffed coldly. With the tremendous surge of strength from the bloodline ignition, the black-armored otherworldly demon was just about to counterattack when the fellow right before him suddenly whipped out a small inkstone and pounded it down on his head. Kacha! It was the sound of a certain otherworldly demon's skull being split apart. As a sempiternal realm cultivator, his body had reached a level where it was impervious to most attacks. Even if he allowed an aurate body realm cultivator to attack him freely, the latter might not have been able to breach his defenses. Yet, the other party was actually able to split his skull apart with just an inkstone. Just what tier was that inkstone at? Bro, where in the world did you come from? That skeleton dragon, the brick, and the demonic saber. I thought that it's already astounding that you could have 3 artifacts that are so powerful, but to think that you even have an inkstone on top of that. Pung 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 pung. This was clearly not the time for thought as the other party continued smashing the inkstone down on his head. Gradually, his consciousness drifted away. He was probably the only sempiternal realm cultivator to die such a miserable death. He was first electrocuted before being smashed to death by a puny-looking inkstone. He never would have thought that such a fate would befall him. It's indeed not so easy to use this inkstone. It isn't intended for offense after all. Xianxia shook his head as he returned the blood-stained inkstone to his storage ring. This was the artifact that he had obtained from Tantai. It was one of the personal possessions of ancient sage Ziyu, and it went without saying that it was a formidable artifact. However, it was not as handy when used as a weapon. If Tantai knew that Xianxia had used this invaluable treasure from his ancestor as a weapon to smash an enemy's head, he would probably lose his mind and faint on the spot. The inkstone was a family heirloom passed down from generation to generation within the Tantai clan. If one used the ink ground by the inkstone to calligraph, the golden warriors of Mentor's calligraph produced would be much more powerful. Yet, that fellow actually used this inkstone as a mere bat. How in the world did such a refined tool end up being used for such a barbaric purpose? After slaying the black-armored otherworldly demon, Xianxia turned his head around to look at Mao Wu. The latter's head was currently pressed under the golden origin cauldron's bottom, and there was a despaired look on his face. Without looking on, it was apparent that the fellow was doomed too. The fighting prowess of weapons was significantly reduced without a skilled user to control them. However, both the golden origin cauldron and the infernal black saber possessed greater strength than Mao Wu, and they had moved in unison to deal with him. Furthermore, Mao Wu had yet to recover from the side effects from the electrocution, so there was no way he could be a match for him. At this moment, the Dragonbone Divine Spear had finished its cleanup and returned as well. The relentless bolts of lightning earlier had pretty much zapped the 10,000 or so otherworldly soldiers into their graves. There were very few survivors, so it did not take the Dragonbone Divine Spear to finish its job. To be honest, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was truly impressed with the means of its master. That was an army of over 10,000 otherworldly demons. Before Ancient Sage Ranqiu made his breakthrough to Ancient Sage, he would have had to flee as far as he could from such a lineup. Yet, his master single-handedly annihilated the entire army and left not a single survivor at all. What was even more ridiculous was that he did not suffer the slightest injury in the midst of doing so. This was a feat that would go down in legends and recounted as an epic. To single-handedly clear a subterranean gallery, this was truly inconceivable. Just as the Dragonbone Divine Spear's thoughts were wandering, another gale sounded from the distance, and yet another black-armored otherworldly demon appeared in the area. Commander Hung Jiang, receive your orders. Sovereign Qin Shing commands you to keep your army on standby. You are not to attack or retreat recklessly. As the black-armored otherworldly demon spoke, he flicked his wrist and took out a golden edict. At this moment, however, he caught sight of the countless corpses beneath, including Mao Wu, who was crushed under a brick. His eyebrows shot up in astonishment as he exclaimed, Hung Jiang, what's going on here? On the ground, Commander Hung Jiang scratched his head awkwardly and said, Will you believe me if I say that they are all sleeping? What do you mean by sleeping? How in the world do they look like they are sleeping to you? The black-armored otherworldly demon who had just arrived clutched his hair in frenzy. Do you think I'm a fool who can't differentiate between the dead and the living? There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me? Knowing that the other party would not believe him no matter what he said, Xianxia waved his hand helplessly. Get him! He had already killed 3 sempiternal realm otherworldly demons here. He did not mind adding one more to his record. Boom! The combined prowess of Xianxia and his 3 artifacts truly could not be underestimated. Before the black-armored otherworldly demon could get away, he was encircled and slaughtered. After absorbing the blood and souls of 4 sempiternal realm otherworldly demons, the infernal black saber had become even more demonic, making it difficult for one to look at directly. After taking all of the resources and storage rings scattered around, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, following which he began making his way toward the spatial seal. He was not too sure what had happened at the seal, but the fact that otherworldly demons were coming one after another was a sign that it had indeed been breached. He really had to find a way to repair it as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would really be no end to them. After flying for a while, the spatial seal finally came into his sight. At the very center of the spatial seal was a massive hole. It looked as if someone had forcefully ripped it apart. There was little doubt that Mao Wu and the others had come in through here. It's fortunate that it hasn't been completely destroyed. Otherwise, there's no way I could have constructed another spatial seal of this scale. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, his cultivation was simply too weak. Mending it was already the limits of his ability. For him to set up a brand new spatial seal that could ward off ancient sages was clearly daydreaming. Heading up to the seal, Xianxia immediately got to mending it. In the midst of his work, he could not help falling into thought. The otherworldly battlefield is right on the other side. Should I go over to take a look? The otherworldly demonic tribe often sent their men over to wreak havoc, so why should he not do the same to them? Furthermore, while he had managed to resolve the crisis in this subterranean gallery for the time being, it would be naive to think that this would be the end. This was likely to just be a small proportion of the otherworldly demonic tribe's armies. The 108 subterranean galleries had all come under the simultaneous assault of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and the Master-Teacher Pavilion, the Luo clan, and the Jiang clan had been forced to head over to defend against them. If he could cause some chaos over in the otherworldly battlefield, it might alleviate the stress in the other subterranean galleries. I'll think more about it after I fix the seal, Xianxia thought as he hastened his speed. It has already been so long. Why isn't Shen'er back yet? Sword Saint Meng paced around the room in vexation. Her son had said that he was just going to scout the situation, but 2 hours had already passed, and there was still nothing at all. She could not help but worry about his safety. He might have just met with some small hiccups. Don't worry, our Shen'er has many means up his sleeves. Nothing will happen to him. Sword Saint Xing patted his wife's back and consoled her. But that's the army of the otherworldly demonic tribe that we're talking about. There were at least 10,000 soldiers in the previous clash with them. Even Yangshi wouldn't stand a chance against them. How can our Shen'er withstand something like that? Sword Saint Meng exclaimed anxiously. With the opponent being 10,000 well-trained otherworldly demons of Saint 3 Dan and above, there was no one who could possibly not worry. I hate to admit this, but there's nothing we can do but trust our son. We don't have the same concealment technique that he has, and if we are caught while attempting to check on his condition, we will just put him in a worse position, Sword Saint Xing said. He was worried about his son too, but it was clear that there was nothing that they could do to help him. Sword Saint Xing turned to Luo Ruoxin and asked, Ruoxin, what do you think of the matter? The young lady before him had been perfectly calm all this while, as if she was not worried about Xianxia at all. This had left him rather perplexed. Xianxia will be fine, Luo Ruoxin replied with composure. Putting aside the fact that he had comprehended 3 quintessences and possessed nearly impeccable disguise means, just his current prowess paired with the Dragonbone Divine Spear would already be a huge headache for anyone to deal with. Unless an ancient sage appeared, it would be impossible for the otherworldly demons to get him. Since that was the case, there was nothing for her to worry about. But, seeing how confident Luo Ruoxin was, Sword Saint Meng could not help but frown. She was just about to ask the reason behind Luo Ruoxin's unwavering confidence in Xianxia when an elder suddenly rushed into the room. Old clan head, is Shen'er back yet? Sword Saint Xing immediately stood up in agitation. The elder who had just entered was in charge of intelligence gathering in the Zhang clan. The fact that he had come over in such hurry meant that he had some important news to report. That's not it. The otherworldly demonic tribe has just blown a horn to gather all of their soldiers. I fear that they might be launching another attack very soon, the elder said grimly. An attack? Sword Saint Xing's face immediately turned severe. What happened? Tell me the details. I sent some scouts to the otherworldly demons' encampment, but their defense was simply too tight. My men could only skirt the perimeters, unable to get too close. However, an hour ago, a horn suddenly sounded, and following which, the otherworldly demon soldiers began to retreat back into the camp. Even those who are responsible for upholding the defensive formations, keeping a lookout, and even the patrols left their positions. Fearing that it might be a trap, our men didn't dare get too close initially. However, there was still no movement after waiting for 15 minutes. so they slowly advanced deeper into the camp to scout the situation. They found that the otherworldly demons were divided into 10 huge groups in order to practice some kind of unique formation. Furthermore, the commander whom you clashed with previously said that he wanted to try a new collaborative formation and was going to launch a surprise assault with it. Hearing up to that point, our scouts dared not waste any time. They immediately rushed back here to report the matter to me as soon as possible. It's fortunate that your scouts delivered the intelligence back in time. Otherwise, if their surprise assault were to succeed, our Zhang clan would have sustained heavy losses. Sword Saint Xing heaved a sigh of relief. This piece of intelligence was simply too important. If they had really been caught off guard, it could have ended disastrously for the Zhang clan. Taking a deep breath, Sword Saint Xing's voice reverberated across the entire fortress. Offspring of the Zhang clan, heed my orders. The otherworldly demons are preparing to launch a surprise assault. All of you are to stand on level 1 wariness right now. Yes, old clan head. Hearing the orders, the members of the Zhang clan swiftly got into their positions to ready themselves for the impending battle. In an instant, the atmosphere turned incomparably solemn. After issuing the instructions to the members of the Zhang clan, Sword Saint Xing turned to the crowd around him and said, "Elders, follow me out of the city to meet the otherworldly demons. Since they are going to launch a surprise assault, we might just be able to take advantage of that, catch them off guard." Very well. The elders nodded, and the crowd swiftly flew out of the city. The outskirts of the fortress were cloaked with a thick layer of mist, making it difficult to see too far ahead. Peering into the depths of the mist, an Init suddenly appeared between Luo Ruoxin's eyebrows. Without any hesitation, she quickly flew ahead. "Ruoxin?" Not expecting the young lady to be so reckless, the Xingming Sword Saints frowned. "The rest of you stand guard over here. We'll head over to take a look." Knowing that they would lose Ruoxin if they didn't follow her right now, Sword Saint Xing swiftly issued some instructions to the elders before departing with Sword Saint Meng to chase after Ruoxin. Why is there no one at all? The further the Xingming Sword Saints flew, the more perplexed they were by the situation. Logically speaking, given how far they had traveled, they should have encountered some otherworldly demons by now. Yet why was there not a single person in sight? Regardless of whether they were going to launch a surprise assault or not, surely they should at least upkeep their basic defenses? If the otherworldly demons were truly so careless, there was no way they would have been able to stand against the Master Teacher Pavilion for so many years. Look, in front. Just as Sword Saint Xing was still pondering over the matter, Sword Saint Meng's voice suddenly sounded. He quickly raised his head and saw row after row of otherworldly demons lying motionlessly on the ground. Their hair was raised high in the air, and their faces were charred black. White foam flooded the corners of their mouth. They were all dead. Luo Ruoxin was kneeling in the midst of these corpses with a frown between her eyebrows, seemingly trying to examine for something.